Muko tayari?
Haya, nani anatupea signal? International, muko na live view?
Kwa sawa, twende.
So you are set?
These guys have never been ready.
Tengeneza. Haya. Hiyo ni gani? No. ODM ya media na kuanga nani? Yaani ile kubwa. West. Haya, sawa. Haya. Thank you very much, members of the press. As always, we appreciate you coming to cover our events. Sorry, we have started a bit late. But this is a statement of the ODM National Executive Committee meeting that has been held today here at the Kempinski Hotel in Nairobi. The National Executive Committee of the Orange Democratic Party held its meeting this morning in Nairobi. This meeting is being held at a very difficult time when the country and indeed the entire world is still grappling with the COVID-19 pandemic. As a party, we continue to urge our members to follow the Ministry of Health guidelines, even as we thank the government for efforts to source enough or sufficient vaccines for the entire population. We request that once these arrive, the government must embark on a mass vaccination exercise to ensure that we quickly are able to reopen the economy. We urge the government to urgently come up with an economic stimulus package, including but not limited to cash transfers, support to SMEs, kazi mtaani and mashambani, in order to alleviate the suffering brought about by the pandemic. The NEC has also expressed satisfaction with the response from the public to the ongoing recruitment drive, membership recruitment drive, which has seen the party net more than 200,000 new members in 3 weeks from July 1st, 2021, following the waiver of membership fees. We wish to remind the public that only registered members will be allowed to participate in party exercises, including party grassroots elections and nominations, and that they should take advantage of the current window to register. It's as easy as dialing *483*036# or visiting the www.odmmembership.com, and it's free of charge. The NEC has also received a report from the National Elections Board on the grassroots elections that are ongoing under the superintendence of the board. The exercise kicked off in Upper Eastern and will move to the Lower Eastern region this coming week. We wish to request our members across the country to remain patient as the exercise rolls out and desist from actions that would undermine the work of the board. The NEC has also deliberated on the question of resolution of the dispute regarding sharing party funds with our former partners in the NASA coalition, and wishes to make the following observations. The offer to make certain payments to our former partners was made on a strictly without prejudice basis, because from a plain reading of the NASA coalition agreement, we owe our partners nothing. They have argued before that all monies received by the party was shareable equally amongst all parties in the coalition, which position has been dismissed both by the Registrar of Political Parties and the Office of the Auditor General, because the money ODM receives is purely out of the number of votes received by ODM candidates in the gubernatorial, parliamentary, and civic seats, and does not include presidential votes. We have in the past encouraged our partners to have their claim processed through official channels like the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties or the courts, but for reasons best known to them, they declined and instead opted to engage our party informally. Our party leader participated in these talks with utmost good faith and with an eye on settling the matter once and for all, to free ODM to fully focus on its future. The offer made must be seen from this perspective. an ex gratia payment made in consideration of our long-standing relationship and friendship. The party is therefore dismayed by statements attributed to our former partners that the offer was somehow a vindication of their long-running grievance and that the same was made in a desperate attempt to keep them in the coalition. Nothing could be further from the truth. We still hold that NASA is the past. To further demonstrate this point, the National Executive Committee of ODM has today resolved to formally exit the NASA coalition. The NEC has further deliberated on the future of the party and its need to make new friends. We intend to embark on a program to build new partnerships and extend the ongoing talks with our potential partners to the grassroots. To this end, regional meetings and engagements have been planned with like-minded parties, and the schedule for this will be shared in due course. That is the end of the statement, and we will take questions from you. Yes.
My name is Emmanuel from KTN News. When are you going to write to the political parties registrar on the statement that will issue?
Yeah, the resolution has just been made. It is still fresh. So just relax. In the course of the coming few days, there will be communication to that effect. Another question?
You said new alliances. Who are these maybe new parties you're looking at? Because I think yesterday you just mentioned that what Kalonzo said is this wasn't a divorce, it was a renegotiation. So probably your parties meeting somewhere?
I think the plan remains that of God. Where our paths will cross or whether they will cross again is not something I can speak to. But for us as a party, we are saying it is now time for us to look to the future, to start discussions with potential new partners, to build a new movement that is going to be providing solutions to the problems that face our people as a country.
That includes the Wiper Democratic Movement, ANC, and any other party that was in the formerly NASA coalition?
Yeah, that for now, NASA is the past for us. We would like to formally end this arrangement and for us to be allowed to pursue relationships with other people. I do not understand why the media likes to saddle us with certain specific people. Kennedy Mureithi, please allow us as ODM to be free to talk to any other person out there because, as you know, there are almost 100 registered political parties in this country. And we intend to pursue dialogue with everyone who wants to work with us in order to see this new dream that we have come to fruition.
So His Excellency Raila Odinga was not under duress when he was agreeing to give them a share of this money?
No, the duress is a making of the media again, because for us it was an ex gratia payment made in consideration of our long-standing friendships. It was not based on any legal basis because, as we have explained time and again, the only shareable money was the money that was attributed to the presidential vote, which the registrar made clear that is not coming to us because the election was nullified by the courts.
There's an article that has been quoted, and that is Article 131 of the coalition agreement, and that is what Kalonzo has been insisting he used when he was going to speak to Raila Odinga when he agreed to give this money.
First, there is no Article 131 in the NASA coalition. I know it from front to end. The clause that the NASA partners were relying on is Article 13.1. Yes. 13.1 provides that money shall be shared on the basis of the partners' contribution to the strength of the coalition. And if you just go back one clause up, there was a requirement that we undertake joint nominations so that you can rightfully say that these coalition partners where, for instance, we had a coalition candidate contributed to the strength of the coalition in the House. So I think this needs to be very clear that having failed or refused to participate in joint nominations, you cannot say you contributed to the strength of the coalition. For instance, the coalition lost Langata because they refused to have joint nominations. The coalition would have been stronger if we had won Langata, if we had won Lamu West, and many other seats across the country. Yeah, and even the senatorial in Nairobi. So please allow other media houses to also ask a question.
There's a question here on the issue of the coalition. That's NASA. Both Wiper and ANC said the reasons why they wanted to pull out and they're pulling out is because of mistrust. You're talking of a new venture and you might include any of them. Now that they have mentioned you as they do not trust you, would you include them?
I think the question of mistrust has been addressed repeatedly. We have said we agree there is mistrust in the coalition. The only point of departure is where the mistrust came in and who caused it. Because as for ODM, the mistrust began when we were going to swear in Raila Odinga at Uhuru Park. How can you be trusted coalition partners when we are going to war, we are counting and we are saying we have 4 soldiers behind us, and when we turn back, we don't see anyone? That is where the mistrust began. The mistrust was further exacerbated by the fact that when we go to by-elections in places like Kibra, which is an acknowledged bedroom of ODM, our partners decide that they are the ones who are going to help the common enemy to access our regions. So that is where the mistrust is, and for us we are saying, please, even you in the media, please allow ODM to look to the future. Now that we have also formally resolved to exit NASA, please allow us to focus on the future of this party. Is there any other question that has nothing to do with NASA?
Yes, you need to.
I think that is where we will end it. We have
Just one minute.
There is also this
Just a minute,
Kennedy,
Muriithi.
please allow other media.
Muriithi, you know, I wanted to be very clear on this issue of funding. Please give me time. Because you media keep on misreporting it. Get to understand how political parties' funds is shared. It is very clear in the law. Once a party qualifies, which in this case is only Jubilee and ODM, how then do you allocate money to ODM? You add all the votes garnered by all MCA candidates in the last election, votes garnered. You add all the votes of members of parliament, those who contested, not just members of parliament in parliament. All the votes, including Sifuna's votes in Nairobi, is added for ODM. Then you add all the votes of gubernatorial candidates. Parliament, I have included National Assembly and the Senate. And you add the presidential vote. In our case, the presidential vote is not counted because the registrar, through the advice of the Attorney General, said we could not use the results of August 8th, 2017, that we used the repeat election of 26th October, where ODM did not participate. Now, if you add the votes of ODM candidates, where we even with our coalition partners, they even reduced our votes. Because, for example, if you take my case, my closest competitor was a Ford Kenya candidate who garnered 16,000 plus. I got 21,000. The only vote that ODM is using to get their money is 21,000. Now you again come and you want to share the money that we are getting as a result of our candidates, where you participated even in reducing the shareable revenue. It is not fair. Yeah. And this we have said severally. So what we have done as a party, and under the guidance and advice of the party leader, is to be magnanimous, to be generous to our friends with whom we have worked with, some of them from 2013 to date. It has nothing to do with liability. We are not liable, but we will give them that contribution, that ex gratia payment which the party leader accepted. Finally, on the issue of elections, and the SG has put it, we are doing party elections. Staggered grassroots election. We have started with Upper East, 5 counties, yes, and we are going on. So it is election. I see media reporting harmonization, what. Please don't give it other names. This is an election. Thank you very much. I don't think there is any other question.
There's lunch.
Very well. But now the question is,
up in simplified terms?
By working from the bottom down.
Top down?
Yeah, from up to from top to bottom.
Sijui kama mnataka siasa kidogo. Mnataka siasa ama tumechoka kwa siasa? Siasa kidogo. Basi sitasema mengi, labda niwachie hapo, lakini hii maneno ya bottoms up economy, labda Peter Kenneth ungetafsiri. What is it in Swahili? Matako juu.
What is trickle down and what is bottom up in simplified terms?
By working from the bottom down.
Top down?
Yeah, from up to from top to bottom.
Padri atakubaliana na mimi ya kuwa kwa Biblia ni makosa kutumia maskini vibaya, ni makosa kudanganya maskini, ni makosa to take advantage of the poor, kwa sababu hata kama watu ni maskini sio wajinga, si ni kweli? Hata kama watu ni maskini sio wajinga. Kuna wale wanazunguka wanasema ati watatoa pesa wapatie watu kwa directly, ati bottom up, ati atoe pesa apatie kila mtu ambaye anafanya biashara ndogo. Unajua Kenya hii, hata kama hatuna pesa wote, sisi sio wajinga. Na acha niwaambie tu kwa mfano, wale ambao wanafanya kazi ndogo ndogo, ile artisans, unajua artisans, wale wako kwa market wanajenga maseremala, wale wanajenga vitu ya chuma, Kenya mzima ni milioni 7. Haya, wale ambao ni hawkers, si mnajua hawkers, na wale wanafanya biashara kwa market, biashara na ambao tunawaheshimu na lazima tuwasaidie, ni milioni 8. Sijui kama tuko pamoja. Wale ambao Kenya mzima ambao wanafanya small traders, service providers, boda boda, watu wa saloon, wote ni milioni 3. Alafu wale wakulima wadogo, unajua ni wangapi? Kenya mzima milioni 4. Hao watu wote ni milioni 22. 22 million Kenyans in the informal economy. Ukiamua kuwapatia wote ati pesa 100,000, je, wanasema watawapea 100,000? Hiyo ni trilioni 2, 2.2 trillion. Na budget ya Kenya ni trilioni 3. Sio ni uongo? 2.2 trillion ati ndio bottom up kwa wafanyi biashara wadogo, kwa budget ya 3 trillion. Tunaweza kuwa ni maskini lakini sisi sio wajinga. Na ukisema ni ile wanasema 20 billion governor, if you give 20 billion to these people, kila mmoja atapata shilingi 900 kwa mwaka mmoja. Hapo umewasaidia. Njia ya kusaidia uchumi na wafanyabiashara na watu wadogo ni ile Msali anasema, kwanza tuache ufisadi, tuache kuiba. Ya pili, tupunguze ushuru, reduce the tax, it is too high. Hata gasi imepanda na 300. Akina mama, si mnajua mnatumia gasi, punguza hiyo tax, utaokota zaidi mingi kwa Wakenya. Alafu punguza budget, hatuhitaji budget kubwa hivyo, kidogo. That is the real rejuvenation of the economy.
Kizito.
Yes, boss.
Naona mlikuja mkituambia mnaleta bottoms up na mtukiuliza what is it, amwezi tuambie nini? Shindeni iko wapi bana?
I'm telling you, bottoms up is just the right definition is how Musalia Mudavadi put it or how Tuju put it. If you expect anything more from that, you cannot get. That is bottoms up. We have bottom up and bottoms up.
Okay. Simon Ndungu.
Yes. Hiyo bottoms up ya mimi nayo sikubaliani nayo.
Okay, what is it?
Okay, well, hiyo bottoms up ndio alieleza. Ruto anajaribu kueleza ati kwanza tuempower watu wa chini, naona wape kila mtu 100k kila mmoja. Kitu mimi najiuliza, yes, naweza pea kila mtu 100k, lakini kama hajui vile aitumia, si atenda misuse, mwishowe hiyo pesa haitakuwa na maana yoyote kumpatia. So kunafaa kuwa na njia, yes, tutapewa hiyo 100k, but kuwa na njia unafuatiliwa, atakuwa umepewa 100k after some time, after like 3 months progress yako ni gani, lakini anasema ukishapewa 100k malizana na story yako. Sasa umalize hiyo pesa, umesaidia huyo mtu. Hata vile Takaja alisema kama ni hiyo ni sijui ni 20 billion alafu gawani kwa kila Mkenya utapata 900 sijui 900 shillings a year. Sasa imekusaidia nini? Wacha kudanganya Wakenya.
Kwa hivyo hata wewe unakubali hii ni ukora tu ya kawaida.
Ukora.
Mohamed.
Habari.
Tapi bottom up yenu ni nini bana? Mbona mna promise watu kitu hata nyinyi wenyewe muelewi?
Hii bottom up ya kweli Ruto ni mwanasiasa. Yani you see the whole political class Kenya iko kila mtu ako kushangaa na ako kuongea juu ya bottom up. You know there's only one person in Kenya ule anaweza kusema kitu na ifuruge the whole political class. Unaona everybody is concerned about ni nini hii kitu inamaanisha. So bottom up, you know, ana akuongea juu ya watu wa kawaida. You know venye anasema he talks about the hustlers and the manual workers of Kenya. You know the people who do day-to-day job. So anataka kuempower watu wa chini kwanza. Ndio Kenya ianze kufanya kazi in a different way where watu wa chini wanapatiwa empowerment. That's what I think the bottom up is. Lakini the fact that I think it's interesting, the fact that kila mtu ako concerned na hii kitu huyu jamaa anaongea juu yake. Hakuna mtu yule the topic at the moment ni hii bottom up ni nini. Unajua hakuna mtu mwingine amesema sera yao ni nini. Kila mtu I see Musalia juzi anaongea juu ya economy. Kila mtu ameanza kuongea juu ya economy since the story about bottom up. So I think the bottom up is a good thing. Now I think yes, we should start focusing on the people at the bottom of the economy. You know,
Mtembe, you know all this explanation. Even people who are studying, who are using English, forget about somebody like me. We don't use English. People like Wangugu, who is always in Asla, he is studying English, US English. He cannot even explain this bottom up. Mohammed, you see, you are trying to explain something that doesn't even have forward and backward. Because you are trying to tell us what it is and what is not, and just tell us what is bottom up economy. Simple as such. Not to bring example or to give you can't explain something just to be showing example or telling us example. Tell us it is like this. Like what if I ask you, what is your name? Yeah. My name is Mohammed. Punct.
Yes. Okay, sawa Kizito, unajua hii kitu ya bottom up, mimi hata sijui kwa nini aweka watu wengi hivi stress. Because bottom up yeye kutoka mwanzo aliongea juu ya the need ya kuempower watu wale wako chini. Na venye Sakaja alikuwa anasema juzi, majority, mimi hata sikuwa najua the numbers were that great. Majority ya watu wale wanafanya kazi Kenya ni watu wale wanafanya kazi za mkono. Whether ni kazi ya bodaboda, whether ni kazi ya kuuza, ya kufanya biashara ya kuuza mboga, ya kufanyia wengine kazi, service providing. So hiyo bottom up, na if you think about it, these are the people wale wako in terms of the economy wako at the bottom, you know, but they are the biggest number in terms of watu wale wako kwa workforce ya Kenya na watu wale wana generate.
Thank you Mr. Mohammed for accepting that before you've been supporting something you don't even know. Even right now you are just there, but you are just imagining what you know. Thank you. Only that.
Why are you guys why are you guys trying to explain something that you know? Hawa watu wanauliza hizi maswali. They are not looking answers. I don't know why people are struggling to explain this nonsense. Mutembei Kizito, none of these guys want any answers on what the bottom up economy. No kuna mtu anataka answers. I don't know why people are falling into that. Maybe I will never fall into that trap. Ati nikaa hapa ni kuexplainia. Why do I have to explain for it? Ninakuexplainia nini mimi?
Okay.
I don't know. I do not owe you an explanation on anything.
So Gaduma, that is your explanation of bottoms up.
You will never find me trying to explain that shit.
You know, Gaduma, you people are saying very well. You are stating it very well that we have not said our strategy. We have not even say what we are going to do. So because we are still, we still don't have any candidate. We still don't have any president. But we are Kenyans, and we would like to vote for Ruto as a hustler people. Can you please lure us, talk to us, convince us how we are going to join you? Because for you, in Kiswahili wanasema usa sera zako ndio you convince us to join. You know, that is why we are asking this too much questions. Because when you usa, lakini ukituambia okay, nichague. Okay, with us we have got bottom up, whereby we are going to start with infrastructure. And that one is has been said every day. Our presidential candidate to be, it's not, but to be, is saying that we are going to start with infrastructure. Maendeleo chap, my president is saying infrastructure.
Kizito, you and I know this very well.
Okay, Kizito,
there is nowhere.
Gaduma, wewe tumekuja kwako una explanation. Acha tuende kwa Rupia. Rupia bwana, tuambie bottoms up.
Good evening, gentlemen. And I would like to say that I don't want to give explanation of bottom up because it is something that I think it's a white elephant. And the people who are behind bottom up are actually trying to hide something. You know, the most successful economies, we have the trickle down effect. That has been most successful world over. But in Kenya, we have had that trickle down. But the problem we have is corruption. So the correct conversation that you are supposed to be engaged in right now is how to stop corruption. Because if you look at what they say call bottom up, hiyo ni ukora. Kwa sababu you want to tell me that you give somebody 5,000 to endeleze nayo business biashara yake, ama you give him 20,000. For how long will you give? As we have even taken loan of over 200,000 to run small SMEs, but they have been unsuccessful. So you cannot tell me that, because look at what these people are after. You give people money that you don't account for. If you give 10,000, you go and steal 1 million. You give 30,000, you go and steal 3 million. That is what the bottom up means. To them, you know, they cannot explain what bottom up is because they don't understand it. They are not for it. They want to cover up bad things that they did. Now they want to say we can empower Onyango, Otieno, or Mama Mboga somewhere. People, you give that cash, they are very happy at that time. But the next time you come, they still want that cash because that is not the way to empower people. The way to empower people is to create employment. You can create employment through actually government agencies. You open the factories, you revive them. You go to coffee sector, you revive it. It works. Mira, sugarcane, and maize. So we have these things that can be counted. But the conversation now is diverting to something else, which is not actually good for our country. So this is the issue of bottom up. Kwanza ni ukora, wenye wanaieneza ni wakora, hawawezi fanya hiyo. Let us get the correct conversation. Hii kitu ya bottom up they cannot explain it, because I believe a bottom up approach is an approach that you empower people from below. But Kenya, how are you going to do it? How are you even going to account Because you cannot tell me you are going to give people money directly. For what? We don't have that money in the first place to give people directly. I think Sakaya had it correctly. The people in the informal sector are the majority. If you want to give them that money directly, that one will even surpass our budget. We cannot afford to give that money directly. We can afford to build infrastructure for people to go and get employment there. We can build the industries so that people go and get employment there. So that is the correct way of employing of Nini. If you ask somebody about bottom up, they will not explain because it is a wrong thing. It is a way of exploiting the poor. They will not come with 5,000 and still 5 million. So that is it. Hakuna kitu watatuambia about bottom up.
Okay, sawa. Sole Don. Unmute your mic utuambie hii bottoms up yenu ni nini? Nani Rupia ametuambia ni kuibia mwananchi mdogo unapatia mtu mkubwa. Hiyo ndio bottom, then unapeleka up. Swale.
Mtebei, this is what we said last time. These people who always they cover their photos. They just log in, they fill the place, and they go somewhere. They don't even stay there. So you can call them, you don't see them.
Sawa, Jane, karibu mheshimiwa. Tuambie hii bottoms up yenu ni nini?
Tosheni.
Poa sana.
To be sincere, sijui explanation ya bottoms up. Kwa hivyo sita explain. Ile tunaweza sema bottoms up is just a slogan to win elections. And as much as it's being used, it's just to lure this. Wacha nikwambie, unajua watu wakiwa kwa umaskini, anything ile wanaweza fikiria itawa help, si ndio? They will go for it. But to be sincere, hata kama watu watadanganywa, wanaweza vote, watu wa bottoms up wakuwe president, lakini will it work? Haita work. Wakisha kuwa pale juu, si wameshafika pale walikuwa wanataka, si ndio? It is not going to work. That's what I see. Haita work, watu watakuwa tu wakidanganywa vile watu walidanganywa sijui laptop manini. I don't think it is going to work. That's the only thing I can say. Lakini sijui vile naweza explain bottoms up. Sijui nini.
Umetuambia bottoms up, wale wanaiamini na wale waliamini laptops zinakuja wako the same tu.
Wako the same. Kwa sababu watu walivote according to zile vitu walioambiwa tutafanya hivi, housing, laptop, tutapata hizi vitu zote hatujaona, stadium, hizo vitu zote unaelewa? Sasa pia unaona vile tu haikupatikana. Hiyo ilikuwa ni slogan ya Jubilee kushinda elections. Na pia hii sasa hii bottoms up is just a slogan for them to win elections.
Okay, asante sana. Haman, mute your mic tuambie bottoms up yako ni gani?
I think one thing I can say ni kwamba good afternoon, good evening everyone. And munanipata?
Uko na volume kidogo sana.
Okay. Munanipata?
Yes, ongea sasa.
Sasa unajua the concept of bottom up, first to the Kenya, it can be a good concept, but it is a copy paste. The first person who came with this concept was the former President Trump. And somehow, when the issue of Clinton and Trump started, it was dropped. Then it was pronounced again by the Joe Biden. So those people who advised our deputy president to buy the agenda idea of bottom up, I think one to me, wamempoteza. Because when VP started with the agenda of ASLA, even the whole House of Parliament plus even the big events in the political world, they related with that. But when this narrative of bottom-up has been brought up, so many people have run away from it because they are not relating with it at all. And what is bottom-up? Bottom-up, it's a good concept if it is looked into it holistically. Meaning, it's getting that money. I think this is what we call the youth fund. It is channeled to a good policies whereby it will not start from the Minister of Youth and Affairs. It will go down to those people who can make it be accessible to any youth and any person who needs to develop himself. By so doing, it will regenerate the money, which is going to enlarge the collection revenue for the government. You see, right now, government is putting pressure on everyone to pay tax. But if this money was distributed to the people who are on the ground, I think when they talk of the ground, they mean of those people who are not formally employed, the people like Boda Boda, the Shamba boys, the housemaid, you know, those people clean the churches, those people clean the compound of the rich. If this money can reach down to those people and they help themselves run a small kiosk, it will enable the government enlarge the foundation of collecting what they are calling revenue. And by so, it will help the government to increase the income and lower the burden of its spending on citizens. So, that being a concept, what I know and what I understand, immediately it starts on the ground, it will flood the cash, just the way Kibaki did, and it will enlarge the government revenue. So you find you're not forced, like the way they are doing. They are forcing people to pay revenue, which is very hard. And that is the concept. However, people are misunderstanding it. When they say they're going to give 5,000 to the 4 million, remember Kenya has more than even the 22,000 they are being spoken by Sakaja. Because when you look into statistics, how many people are riding boda in Kenya right now? The total is coming to around 8 million. We are not talking of call boys, wale tunaitanga kaenge kwa mashimo ya Mandai. We are not talking of those guys who are pulling mikokoteni in the market. Hatujaongelelea mtu wa choma kwa street. We have not talked of who are going nyama choma kwa street. So, Joel, I'm hearing echo from my side.
Our range of target.
So, you see, when they talk of ASLA, there is that certain group of people are being mentioned, like the Mama Kiosk and the people like Boda Boda, and some few 3 people are lying in the political class. But when you look into the bottom ground, the one now is being referred to the bottom. The bottom is those people on the ground, whereby when you go to the stage, you find Mahindi Choma, ukitoka job jioni, kuna mtu wa pepeta, chonga mahindi ya shilingi 5. Ukivuka saidi ya barabara unapata kuna mtu wa mturua, pepeta, kata, weka chumbi, weka kachumbaru. When you talk bottom down, kuna mtu wa kusukuma mikokoteni. Then kuna mtu wa kusukuma ile wheelbarrow ya kusukuma sausage, manyanya plus eggs. These are the people who are not being looked into this class, wanasema the 4 million. And in general, there is big number, not even 22 million. At the end of the day, I am consecutively, collectively, that those people on the ground, because the formally or the formal sector of employment, it's not taking more than even 4 million in Kenya, imagine. Because right now with COVID, you cannot tell me people are still employed, people are losing jobs. So the number is increasing. At the end of the day, when we include those people who are losing jobs, it will come to hit around 28. So I think these are the people, to me, I can refer to the bottom people. You do not have concrete income at the end of the month. Wewe unabahatisha maisha. Leo umepata, kesho umekosa. And that bottom up being a good concept imekuwa misinformed, imekuwa tampered with, imekuwa miscalculated, imechanganywa chumvi, mafuta, mchanga. So people, if not well explained, they cannot understand. And to me, bottom up ni hao watu wako chini, si bodaboda peke yao na si mama mboga na si mtu wa mikokoteni. It is across the board. Hata ule mtu ana fish huko Kisumu na ule mwana Mswahili ana fish huko Kilifi. These people are all part of the bottom up. If they can access that small money which is coming from the government youth fund affair, instead iweko kwa maofisi kubwa kubwa kama ministry, because those money they're in the ministry but people cannot access because you need to have either entrepreneur or project proposal, how you know who in that ministry. But this money plus the CDF money, if can be congregated together and let it go to the grassroots, whereby we have chiefs. Those chiefs' office can be put accountants who can give an exactly accountability of the money used. And the money should not be in someone's pocket. Let it be in the government, we call it government miscellaneous account, whereby if anything is needed, it can be assigned against and document is produced. And by so doing, because now everyone is going to get the so-called Huduma number. The issue of Huduma number, it was to help this bottom economy which is being spoken for everyone to be easy to access the government services. And what is that government services? It is that chip. If I slot it in the government machine, it will produce all my government details. It will show even where I live because it is aligned with your residential. And by so doing, it will help the government to know, okay, Ham has gotten from this account of Machakos, from this location, from this sub-location, this sub-county, this amount. So what is in the government data? What is he doing with that? Because I have to explain, I'm doing this business. But so government will tell me, okay, every month end, we are giving you a tag. This tag is because Mama Mboga pays in a week something around 300, because in a day they pay 50. Now for me, they will tell me, we don't need to pay in a week, but pay us in a month. How much? In a month, you are running a business which is bringing X amount. So we need from you just 100 bob. By so doing, the bottom up, that bottom, now that collection of the government, that is the bottom government is talking about. They will collect a lot of revenue and it will go enabling government to enlarge their collection. Other than putting the money on ministries, putting the money on the central bank, putting the money to the governor's offices, yet those people are being referred bottom, the border. They cannot access that cash. It is matter of kupakapaka rangi, tumepea hiyo group 10 million, but hiyo 10 million inaenda milioni 3, milioni 6 ama milioni 7 zimepotea. So that is what they are supposed to say about the bottom up. But see, tunaambiwa bottom chini na hali si waome. In fact, it hit me hard yesterday morning, anaulizwa by the Citizen interviewer, nyinyi watu wa hustler, what is this bottom up? Yeye anasema bottom down. What? Bottom down. The same thing. It's happening with Savuna and Gathoni wa Mushomba. Just today, they are just doing it in the public, attacking each other. And even the lady, she's so much bitter, telling her, I have 1 degree, 2 degree, 3 degree, and you can confirm with Nairobi University. Thank you. We can confirm, and people are educated, but what are you going to tell the street kid who is honesty? Ako pale anauza mitumba, anaenda Kikomba na okota mitumba ile imetupwa, ameosha, ame-iron na ameileta kwa street kuuzia watoto wale ambao waishi na wao. What will you tell that kid? Si makosa ya huyo mtoto kutoka kwao na akose kwenda university. It was the situation. You don't choose where to be born, but you can choose how to live your life in future. This kid is in the street struggling. That, can I sell mutumba to this my fellow men? 5 bob, 5 bob, 5 bob. If I can make 1,000 in a month, Nana is struggling in the mind, where can I get another just 2,000 ni boost kabiashara kangu niache kuvuta glue. You see, that is what we are talking of bottom. If huyo chokora anaweza supportiwa na pande, if you look the statistic of Kenya right now,
We ham unaweza support aje chokora apande? Tupe mfano moja venye unaweza pandisha chokora.
Clinton, I'm not giving you mfano. I'm giving you something I've done. I stay in Satellite Riruta market. We have people who used to stay there in 2013. I know several guys, Mwangi, Kuria, and some two ladies. They used to sleep hapo kwa polisi kwa hiyo bridge. Today, Mwangi ako na duka yake kwa chief 46, and I used to give those guys chakula, and I used to give Mwangi, because Mwangi was a bit sober, nilikuwa nampea every month end 1,000. Reason, alikuwa ananichotea maji kutoka hapo Satellite kwa chief. Today I am proud of I supported Mwangi na ameoa na ako na mtoto na ako shule. So I'm not talking of what
Okay, thank you Ham. Now that mnaingilia Tangatanga sana na hakuna defender, let me say this in maybe 3 minutes. Kwa sababu
I'm a defender for Tangatanga.
Clinton, a minute. Don't mistake me. Mimi siingilili Tangatanga, neither siingilili Jubilee, neither siingilili
ukisema kwamba huyo mama aliulizwa kwa Citizen akasema bottom down. There is something we call a slip of the tongue. Sasa wanataka kutuambia hakuwa anajua the difference between bottom na down.
Hakujua.
That one alone makes the whole thing of bottom up to be irrelevant just because of that slip of the tongue.
Clinton, you cannot go back to your home and be telling your family nitawaletea maji, na mtoto akikwambia dadi maji iko wapi, kila siku unamletea pombe. It means you are missing the concept. Wamekuwa kwa hiyo narrative wakituambia bottom. Hiyo concept.
So let me explain for you something, Ham.
Yes.
Because before William came up with the bottom up approach, all of us were quiet. Hatukuwa tunajua kitu kaa hicho kina exist.
Tulikuwa kwa
okay, let me maybe I don't subscribe to his ideas, but kwa hii na subscribe by saying the following points. Kuna Kenya is a low developed country, ama ni country bado ina grow, and to achieve a smooth transition into the league of developed countries, ama zile zenye ziko stable kiasi, I think there are some things that need to be done. For example, promoting trade and promoting attractive private investment and achieving export diversification, ama diversification. So when you see the Tangatanga guys talk about the bottom-up economy, it exists. Umetupea mfano hapa, ulikutana na chokora, ukamua kuchange life yake, juu alikuwa down. Saizi ni mtu akona bibi na familia na kila kitu. Just because you decided to change his life. Ungeachana na huyo chokora ucheze na watu ligi yako. Kuna watu mlosoma nao hawana kazi, wangekubali kukuchotea maji. Why did you settle on the chokora? Now that Tangatanga have decided, no, tukichukua serikali, let us settle on these people that are down, tuwajenge kwanza, kwa sababu wale wenye wako juu watajipanga, ama kama hawatajipanga, already washajipanga. The first thing that I'm sure Tangatanga will do when they take the government is that they will cut the red tape to make cross-border trade cheaper and diversify the little economies, making full use of untapped potential of deepened
Clinton,
regional
are you reading
integration.
from somewhere? Are you reading or you are saying you are thinking?
Okay, continue from where I've left.
I'm asking you, are you reading or you are thinking?
I don't answer such questions, man.
You cannot speak for Tangatanga unless you are reading their
do you want an explanation of bottom up or you don't want. See, that's
No,
what
we
I'm
don't want
giving you.
Look here. If William Ruto himself cannot explain bottom up, you are reading something you've downloaded from the internet,
So
which
we mtu
cannot
wa
apply.
NASA, we mtu wa NASA, si explain your bottom up kama William haizi
In this context, we are explaining bottom up with regards to UDA, which they cannot even explain. What are you reading? Can you stop reading that thing? We don't want your explanation that is read.
Charles, you are
or you
just a
read their
useless
manifesto,
guy.
or you read their manifesto or their blueprint.
Even if I read the UDA manifesto, it is our party that I subscribe to. So what's wrong with me?
Your propaganda
What's
does not
wrong with
subscribe to
me?
what you are reading.
Okay, guys.
No man. Let me just explain what bottom up economy means. Ama ukisikia ni ukweli inaweza apply inakuuma, then you have to accept hii kitu inawezekana. Kwanza juzi mlituambia eti hii kitu ilikuwa brainchild ya ODM. Nyinyi mngeiapply aje?
Clinton, Rupia, just 1 minute. Clinton, I think before you continue, you could have left Ham to continue, because Sam was trying to lecture you, to put you people in the right way. He was talking and giving an examples, and he was trying to elaborate further the meaning of this bottom up. In fact, if you people can hire Ham, if you can hire Ham, he can make that thing. But because you people don't want to reason like Ham, just use Aslan narrative. Forget about this bottom up, because it's not
taken
coming
10 minutes. Ham has taken 10 minutes.
Kizito, I differed with Ham, nikamuuliza swali akanijibu. Kwa sababu alikuwa anapinga bottom up, nikaamua kumuexplainia aelewe kama atakubaliana na mimi ama hatakubaliana na mimi, kama hii njamba ya Kisumu hii kinaniangalia hapa hii. Then we move on. So allow me, Ham amekubali nimlecture 4 points peke yake venye bottom up itafanya kazi na tusonge mbele. I cannot take the whole day.
Even the example of Ham, I like the way Ham was bringing this issue of chokora. In fact, that one is the right explanation of bottom up. Is the right, because this chokora, first, they don't have ID. And if they have ID, this their ID, they don't go and take Huduma number, which means the people from up, they will take the money, go and give them. There's no way you will trace them. So you take the money from up, you go and throw it there, you don't collect it again. Like Hama said it very well. If you take, he was giving this Mwangi, these people, he was inward them. But right now, they can do something. But if you go and borrow money, let's say you borrow Eurobond, you go and give Chokora, then he get this is 100 million. Where will you trace him? How will you pay this back? Because Chokora, let us talk. This bottom up, we are wasting our time.
We cannot use a chokora. We cannot use a chokora to explain.
Even to put a license for your car, you are driving a and you give a police money and you pass.
Clinton, can you tell me one country that bottom up approach has been implemented?
I cannot tell you the specific countries, but even you Chalo, uweni mtuko Facebook, uko Twitter na hizo takataka zote, unaona venye some countries hata kama hawako poor sana, hawako rich sana, their people are not that poor. And again na tofautiana na Ham kwa kutumia chokora kama mfano kudhihirisha what bottom up means. There are so many people ambao si chokora and they can't survive.
It's the exact point. In fact, please, you don't change from what you've said. It is exactly the meaning. You get money, you go and give.
Kesho Ruto akisema kwamba bottom up inamaanisha kuanzia kwa chokora kwenda juu, utasupport bottom up?
No. Because Chokora doesn't have ID, there's nowhere you will find them.
Kizito, ningekuwa nimemalizana na Ham, ningekuwa at least nipe tu 3 minutes peke yake Ham, nimalizane na Ham, naweza muingiza box. Chokora wote si eti hawana ID, wengine wanazo.
Clinton.
So, Ham, yes.
Clinton, look,
yes.
You know, when I'm on your platform, I tend to speak as a Kenyan, not as a party-allied person. And I've been in Nairobi, I've grown up in the city, I've seen everything in the city. And when I'm explaining bottom-up, I once sold shoes from Kikomba, from my fare, commuting from California, Isili, to Nairobi campus. And I could not afford what I meal. Let me finish the point. I could not afford the meal. But the small money I used to get that time from my parents, I remember the fare was just 10 bob to Isili, 10 bob to town. I could save
Sema tu wewe ni hustler. Yeah, man.
Wait, I'm agreeing. That's why I said initially the narrative of deputy president. I really like to listen to Ruto all my life because I know he's the sober leader and he can say what he has done research. He started with very good move, the move of Asla. And everyone, even to the top guys, they resonated with Asla movement. Even the people resonated with that. But in between, there is some people...
Excuse me, Ham.
Wait, I finish this one. In between, there are those people who bring about the so-called propaganda machine and people are think tanks. The think tanks, they have driven the agenda of
in simplified terms.
By working from the bottom down.
Top down?
Yeah, from up to from top to...
Amend a constitution that you have not completely completed into
Why have we got this on?
applying it according to 2010 after it was put in place. So
hizi clips ni kama mliedit bana.
That is basically kitu nilikuwa nafikiria mtu kama yeye anaweza kuwa anaelewa. Lakini kama haelewi na wale wengine wote ambao hawaelewi, mimi nimesoma na ni msomi. Kwanza kabisa ningetaka kusema I am going to speak facts. Sitaongea maneno ya siasa. Kwa hii bottom up approach ningetaka kusema ya kwamba haya ni maneno ya economics na mimi nimesomea economics kwa sababu degree yangu ya kwanza nilisomea kama mwalimu wa kufunza commerce.
Naomba kidogo kabla unieleze katika haya masuala ya commerce na mengine. Kuna mtu atasema hizi definitions zenye unaona huku nje, iko kwa mrengo wenu wa Tangatanga hamjaweza kupeana a straight definition kwamba hii bottom up approach inamaanisha hivi. Na hiki ndicho kitu nataka kusikia kutoka kwako.
Wacha niwaambie. Sijui kwa nini mnaingia kwa mtego. Hii ni mtego tumewekewa. People already know the hustler nation is winning. Kwa hivyo wanataka tuachirie strategy zetu zote mapema ili waweze kuleta propaganda. Ndio maana sisi unaona tunakanyangia, tunajua bottom approach ni nini. Tunajua bottom approach yetu strategy itakuwa vipi. Lakini sasa hatujafunguliwa campaign. Si basi watu wangoje tuanze campaign, tuanze kuwacharaza na kuambia.
Ina maana kwamba mmeficha white kidogo.
Kabisa.
Clinton,
what is trickle down and what is bottom up?
Mutembei toa hizo clips bana.
By working from the bottom down.
These clips are edited.
From top to
that we contribute.
You have not completely
Hello? Can somebody
ngoja Mutembei atoa hizo clips ndio tuendelee Ham.
Now,
so Ham, see,
we need to get rid of those clips.
There is those interference.
You know, my problem with Ham is Ham has taken a lot of time and he has not explained anything.
So let somebody else.
Let somebody else explain himself. Anaji-explain lakini kwa sababu yeye hayuko kusema ile kitu wewe unataka kusikia, unasema hayuko kuji-explain.
Ame-explain points, amesema yeye hayuko kukubaliana na one side ama a different side. Yeye akona opinion yake, anakubaliana with certain things, kuna vitu zingine akubaliani nazo. Just because yeye asemi kila kitu ile wewe unataka kusikia, haimaanishi yeye hayuko kusema chochote. So wacha Ham amalize.
Can you explain to us bottom up, please? The person who is talking.
I will when Ham, so wacha Ham amalize alafu mimi nitakupatia yangu.
Ham, can you give him time to explain?
No, wacha Ham.
Man, your time natumia kuargue. Let me finish what I was saying, then I leave the podium. So Ham, because you are addressing me, nishasikia what you meant. So acha nikujibu kwa kusema hizi points zangu 4. I can't take the whole day trying to figure out how bottom up can work. Alafu nakuja podium kuelezea, mnanipigia kelele hecklers from Kondele.
But stop reading, man. You are reading.
I have to read what I wrote, my friend. I have to read what I wrote. Siwezi kaa chini the whole day nikitengeza points za kuwakujia kwa show. Alafu unanunua goons from Kondele to come and heckle me.
You know what, Ham? You know why we are disagreeing with Clinton? Ham,
how can you disagree na sijasema point?
Even this Mohammed who doesn't even know, he doesn't even understand what bottom up. For him, it's just been hearing. Ham, in short, tell them to remain with Asla Nation. Asla Nation is okay. Because Ham was explaining this thing, even Ruto, if you can take the idea of Ham, you can understand. But these people, like Clinton is trying to read it from Google, which is translating this thing in Greece's language, now he's trying to confuse everybody.
No, you don't have to be confused. Let me not make you confused. I want to explain to you in 4 points. Bana imenichukua the whole day. Natoka kazi naandika point moja, narudi natafuta ingine. Lazima niseme hapa bana. So in 3 minutes nitakuwa nimemaliza. In 3 minutes peke yake nitakuwa nimemaliza. So nilikuwa nasema for bottom up economy to function, the government ama hii tangatanga yenye tunaenda kuunda serikali hii, we have to cut the red tape to make cross-border trade cheaper and diversify the low developed countries' economies, making full use of untapped potential of deepened regional integration, which contributes to improved economic growth and resilience. Point number 2, we have to create a regulatory and legal regime that promotes domestic and foreign investment so that private capital can be exploited. Incentives and other active policies for investment in small and medium-sized enterprises are particularly important for this to happen.
Clinton went to Oxford Dictionary.
Niendelee ama nisiendelee? Hizo peke yake zimewafanya mkanyamaza. Bottom up is
my brother, you are wasting our time. My brother, you are wasting our time. Remain to be a hustler and don't explain about bottom up. It will not come.
Okay. Mutembei, ask me your question before they remove me.
Hakuna kitu umesema hapo, my friend. Nothing. Hata wewe mwenyewe huwezi sema nini umesoma hapo.
Mutembei, point 1 yenye nimesema ni gani? Now that I've said nothing, ni gani umesikia nikisema?
Sasa wakati hujasema kitu, how can someone tell you point 1? Point 1 kutoka kama hujasema anything.
Sasa kama umekuja kusikiza point yangu with a mind that obviously utasema nothing. You can't hear anything.
Longhorn Dictionary. Stop going to Oxford Dictionary.
Hata wewe mwenyewe unasoma unasema okay. What is that?
Okay. In short, let me use a layman's language for you to understand.
Clinton.
Semeni tu eti hii kitu inawezekana, watu wa kuexplain ndio hawajapatikana. Nikiamua kuexplain, you turn me down.
Clinton, hata nikuwekea bottom.
Mutembei, why must you hire goons from all the way from Kondele to come and heckle hustlers? Mutembei, is it fair?
Hata tukuwekea the bottom.
Clinton,
na wale watu wanaielewa, my friend.
Clinton, you cannot fit. You cannot fit in UDA, bwana.
I'm also a UDA sympathizer. I can add something on top.
Anyway, I rest my case, guys.
By working from the bottom down.
Down.
Yeah, from up to from top to.
This is why I love Mtembei. For you people to understand this, you watch the clip.
into applying it according to
This is not fair.
2010 after it was put in place. So if
Approach, economic approach.
Clinton hiyo ndio bottoms up bana. Acha.
Mutembe, let me finish my point.
Hiyo ndio tunajua.
What is happening?
Hao ndio watu close allies wa Ruto. They explaining bottoms up.
You know Mtembei, what these people are trying to say is this, that the UDA, they are trying to say that their government will give capital to the people wenye wako chini waanzishe biashara, ama wenye wako kwa biashara watapeana pesa.
Exactly, that is what they meant. Yeah,
that is what they meant. Actually, and you see, that thing is not working out well for them. So they are unable to explain, because somebody will ask them a question. How, if, like Nani said, Kizito said, you want to give somebody mwenye hata hana ID, unampatia pesa ya kufanya biashara, aende apotee na hiyo pesa. How will it be accounted for? And you cannot give people capital.
Rupia, that's wrong. Hakuna mtu alisema atapatia mtu ule ana ID pesa aende hakuna mtu ule anafanyia kazi UDA ama.
But let me ask you.
Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, William Samoei Ruto, aje awahutubie.
Haya, watu wa Nairobi muko?
Nataka kusikia mauongo sasa.
Mambo. Ati mambo. Bwana Yesu wasifiwe jameni, watu wa Nairobi, hebu nione kwa mikono. Hebu nione kwa mikono watu wa Nairobi. Tuko pamoja? Tuko pamoja? Hebu nione kwa mikono kama tuko pamoja. Bwana Yesu wasifiwe.
Wasifu Yesu na uliwa witnesses.
Amina. Bas.
Innocent till found guilty.
Msemae kesho je? Ati msemae kesho? Watu wa Nairobi County, tumekuja hapa leo kudhihirishe ya kwamba Nairobi County ni Jubilee. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Nairobi County ni Jubilee ama ni kitendawili? Ati Nairobi County ni aje? Ni Jubilee si Jubilee? Mimi nataka niwaambie watu wa Nairobi, tarehe 4 mwezi wa 3 utakapokwenda kupiga kura, fikiria na ufikirie tena, unapiga kura kwa nani, kwa chama gani na kwa sababu gani? Sawa sawa. Mwaka huu, uchaguzi wa mwaka huu ni wa muhimu na ni wa kihistoria katika taifa letu la Kenya, kwa sababu ni uchaguzi wa Jubilee. Huu ndio uchaguzi ambao utabadilisha mwenendo wa siasa katika taifa letu la Kenya. Isiwe tena siasa ya kutoa ahadi na siasa ya kusema, itakuwa ni siasa ya kusema na kutenda. Tuko pamoja watu wa Nairobi? Tuko pamoja? Sisi tunawaambia kama team ya Jubilee, nyuma ya ndugu yetu Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, ya kwamba mwaka huu tumeweka mpango ya sawasawa. Watu wa Nairobi wajue, wa Korogosho, kule Mukuru kwa Njenga, wa Mathare wajue ya kwamba tumepanga vizuri. Watoto wa Korogosho na wale wa Mathare hawawezi kulala njaa tena. Serikali ya Jubilee tumepanga vizuri. Tutahakikisha ya kwamba wakulima wako na mbegu, wako na mbolea. Tutapanua irrigation. Tutahakikisha ya kwamba tunafanya mechanization ili kilimo katika Kenya ipanuliwe, tuzalishe chakula ya kutosha, tuondoe aibu ya njaa. Watu Korogosho, Kibera na Mathare wasilale njaa tena. Tuko pamoja ama tuko pamoja? Tunasimama hapa kama kikundi ya Jubilee na tunawaambia vijana wa Kenya ya kwamba vijana wa Kenya tena hawataendelea kuwa ndio sura ya njaa na umaskini. Tutabadilisha uchumi wa Kenya isiwe tena ni uchumi ya watu wachache kujivunia na watu vijana mamilioni kuvumilia. Itakuwa ni uchumi ambao kila Mkenya atajumuisha, mahasla, wale wanafanya kiosk, wale wanasukuma mkokoteni, watapata nafasi ya kuchangia kubadilisha uchumi wa Kenya. Tunaelewana ama hatuelewani? Tunakubaliana? Tuko pamoja? Tunawaambia inawezekana tuzalishe uchumi wa Kenya kwa 10% na kwenda mbele. Kama kwanza tutawapa vijana wetu ujuzi wa kiteknolojia wa kisasa, kwa sababu tunaelekea katika karne ya 21 ambaye uchumi inaendeshwa na teknolojia. We are moving to a knowledge-based, technology-driven economy, and we must arm our youth, young men and women, with the necessary technology to contribute their talent, their energy, their expertise in transforming our economy so that we can grow it by double digits and eliminate poverty in our country. The Jubilee Coalition, the team of the digital generation, will change this country for good. Tuko pamoja ama tuko pamoja? Tunaelewana ama tuelewani? Mimi ninawaambia ndugu zangu watu wa Nairobi ya kwamba this is the team that is going to change this country. Tunawaeleza vijana wengi hawana kazi, hawana njia ya kupata mkopo. Tunawaambia vijana Nairobi na Kenya, serikali ya Jubilee tutaweka hazina maalum, kwa sababu tunajua vijana wengi na kina mama wakienda kwa bank kutafuta mkopo wanaulizwa security, wanaulizwa logbook ya gari, wanaulizwa title deed ya shamba. Vijana wengi na kina mama mashinani hawana title deed ya shamba, hawana logbook ya gari, lakini wako na uwezo wa kufanya biashara. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Sisi kama Jubilee Coalition tunasema tutaweka hazina maalum kama CDF kupatia vijana na kina mama pesa ya kufanya biashara mashinani bila ya kulipishwa interest, bila ya kuulizwa lete logbook, bila ya kuulizwa lete title deed, ili tuweze kuzalisha uchumi mashinani, tuondoe umaskini kwa kweli. Tuko pamoja ama tuko pamoja? We are saying no to lip service in the fight against poverty. We must confront poverty head on and give real and practical opportunities for our young men and women to contribute their talent and expertise in transforming this economy and creating wealth so that we can eliminate hunger and eliminate poverty for real. Tuko pamoja ama tuko pamoja? Sisi tunasema hivi,
tunaweza contribute kwa hiyo video.
Wengi Kenya bado wanapoteza maisha yao. Wengi wanapoteza maisha yao kwa walanguzi na terrorists. Wengine wanapoteza maisha yao kwa vita vya kikabila. wengine wanapandisha mifugo na maisha yao kwa wizi wa ng'ombe. Sisi tunasema kama Jubilee Coalition, we will transform our security agencies, change the curriculum to ensure that we maximize on the personnel, on the equipment, on the software, on the hardware that we have to secure our country so that we can truly grow this economy. Watu wa Nairobi tunaelewana? Tuko pamoja? Hii ni serikali ama si serikali? Nyinyi mnataka serikali ya kusema na kutenda ama mnataka ile ya kusema na kitendawili? Ati ya kufanya nini? Hebu sema tena. Kusema na kutenda sio? Kabla sijamkaribisha Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta ambaye ni kiongozi wa Jubilee Coalition, mimi nataka niseme mambo mawili ya mwisho. Jambo la kwanza, tunasema tutabadilisha mambo ya tourism. There is a huge potential in our tourism sector. There is no reason why we should not have 5 million tourists every year in our country so that we can expand our job opportunities and give true and practical meaning to the many young people in our country who will get opportunity to serve. Wacha niseme ya mwisho. Sawa sawa? Nairobi muko ama hamuko? Muko tayari ama hamuko tayari? Kuna jamaa moja wa analog. Wacha niwapatie story. Kuna jamaa moja wa analog amekwama kwa referendum iliyopita. Bado anazungumzia maneno ya referendum iliyopita kwa sababu ni analog, upgrade inachukua muda. Sisi tunataka kumwambia referendum imekwisha, tuko na katiba mpya Kenya na ni katiba ya Wakenya wote. Wakenya sasa wanataka uongozi ambayo itazalisha uchumi, itapanua nafasi za kazi, itaondoa njaa, itaweka usalama Kenya. Hiyo ndio priorities ya Wakenya kwa sasa. Tuko pamoja ama tuko pamoja? Lakini kwa sababu ule jamaa ni analog, unajua ku-upgrade analog inachukua muda.
So mnasikia venye yani mlikuwa mmepromiswa so many things. That was 8 years ago and sasa tumerudi the same. So mnaona economy yenu ikiendelea hiyo ya bottom ups.
It's quite sad, very very sad.
Now, Mutembei.
Yes.
I was on point, and because of people wanted to contribute, I was left pending. Do you mind to give me?
Can you nini tengeneza point yako kwa kidogo umalizie? You are talking so much mpaka watu
wanaboeka bwana.
Point zangu ni kidogo,
lakini unaweza ongea point zako zote but tumia 2-3 minutes umalize.
You shorten them.
Mutembei, issue ni too much class na interference. So just give someone 5 minutes amalize, then you atoke aende kwa mwingine. So let me just
imagine the first time uliongea more than 6 hata 10 minutes. But
10 minutes.
Okay, how many minutes do you give me?
Chukua 3 umalizie.
3 minutes. Okay. Now, bottom up economy, as I was saying earlier, the concept is good. And the concept being good, somehow ilianza with digitizing every Kenyan. How? By having the so-called Huduma number. With Huduma number, it will be more easier for the bottom-up economy to work. As we are starting, some of us, we were the first people to go and apply that number. We have never gotten those cards. That means the bottom-up economy, it might be a challenge, even though it's a good policy. What is this bottom-up economy? Bottom-up economy, I was saying earlier, it's whereby the fund which is being consolidated on ministries, on government facilitating kids, to be brought down to local offices whereby the shamba boy, the maid, mwenye wa kuvutavuta zile maji za kanjo, wale ambao wanaenda kukata nyasi ya ng'ombe, on their side also, if they can access that money, now wa implement to their small businesses, upate wame increase the income, government itatap, iwaambie mama mboga kwa kila siku analipa 50. So wakijumuisha ni kitu kama 1,000. If they can produce monthly, government iwape a note of fee like 100 bob. Hiyo ita broaden the government collection na itaenda juu. That is a simple basic bottom up. There is another concept when we go to international. It is what Nick Clinton alisema, mambo ya cross border cheaper trade. This one is already working. Africa has signed free trade zones ambao under the 5 blocks of Africa, if the passport will be formalized, you can even go with your goods to Cameroon na hakuna mtu atakusumbua hapa katikati. Meaning, now that's another concept of bottom up. This person from Kenya local market of Mandizi ama Uganda Mandizi can transfer his goods with no barriers of trade to Cameroon, to Nigeria, to South Africa. Because tuko na watu wana supply artifacts in South Africa from Kenya and they are doing good. Those are some of the concept of bottom up. Lakini as it stands, wewe ukinipea 5 million and I'm not digitized na sina ID na ujui kwetu na ujui kwangu, how will you track me? That is the concept most people wanajiuliza, and that's why I was saying if they can formalize our what were ground, because tuko na so many street families sahi in Kenya, more than 100,000 plus. Hawa watu wote, they are not sitting in the city, they are doing business, whether legal or whether illegal. Wanafanya biashara na at the end of the day government ina benefit. That person, if anaweza wekwa into a formal sector, the government will benefit, because if you go to Glocon, the Glocon sector, kuna spare parts za magari ambao kuna watu genuine na kuna spare parts za magari.
Time yako iliisha unajua?
Yeah, it's actually 39 I have seen. So to me the concept is good, but people are not understanding the way it should be, and that's what I have told you, the basic of it.
Okay, Kizito unauliza swali?
No, I don't know whether kuuliza swali italeta too much rebut, but I would just like to put harm in a harm. The best thing you have to know that we are Kenyan. What do we mean by a Kenyan? A Kenyan mwenye anachukua fuliza na alipi, and fuliza inaenda through direct internet, all those process, alipi. This chokora you are saying, there are too many. Out of 100,000 people, chokora you are saying, half of them, they have their parents, they just decided to come to the street. It's just like even where you are staying. There are so many people who they are just like chokora, but they have their houses, they have their homes, and they have their family, and they are doing well. So, this bottom up, in short, let us forget about it. The way we are trying to explain it, it cannot work in Kenya, in Africa. It cannot work. You will try to convince me because you yourself, you have said, you took Huduma number. You are trying to use the mentality. Sorry, you people, let us use this Europe side. Me, in my driving license, when the police stop me now, I'm too drunk or I am even dead. or I cannot speak. Only my license will tell them where I come from, where I stay, my address, my house number, even the street I'm staying. In Kenya, you've heard even these people saying or talking of bottom up, they complain that people should not take Huduma number because it's government thing. It's this how do we call it? Deep state. Do you know in Kenya where you stay, somebody can kill you today, is running to Tanzania and is not being traced. Why? This digitalization has never started in Kenya. The only thing we can say, I can only advise you people from hustlers, not only Ham. I know Ham is not a hustler. Ham is not from hustler side, but the people, hustlers that are in this panel, remain with hustler narrative. But to bring this bottom up, as Ham, because he has traveled in so many countries, he has gone to so many places, he knows how the bottom up works. Even where I stay, the bottom up works. But I always say in this panel that when we are talking, let's talk like Kenya. Let's forget about this issue that I'm outside or I've traveled. Let's talk with the mentality of Kenya. A Kenyan person whom the way Ichungwa said it, that they will go and take money, go and give Mama Mboga, who used to buy Mama Mboga for 2,000. You go and give her 10,000. There's no problem for that. What of if you come and she tells you, here, I bought the Mboga for 10,000 and they are all dry. What do I do with that? With them? How do I sell them? The only bottom up that can work is to make infrastructure whereby if you have your mboga, you have your omena, you have your milk, you know where to take it, and that factory is next to you. You need not to travel with it from Kisumu to Loitoktok to go and give it to there. That is how it can work. But to try to convince somebody like me, who is a layman, who come from Kanyada in my home area, you try to tell me that now I'm coming to give you even motorbike. I give you this motorbike, you will ride, you pay. Even a matatu that is applying all the rules in Nairobi, they don't want even to pay kanjo in the stage. They try to avoid it. How will they avoid this one? Please, my brother, I beg for your forgiveness. I might be going too far, but you people try to lie. Let them lie, but not to lie too much. Kenya wajinga, Kenya wajinga waliisha. The way Ruto always say, wajinga waliisha. Even somebody who's learned like him can try to convince us to buy the narrative of Asla, and the Nasra themselves who are campaigning for this, they don't understand it.
I think we watched that clip.
Alan, unmute your mic bana. Ama ni wapi umeguza usikiki?
Ni mic ya nani?
Alan.
Alan.
Alan inaonekana kona shinda na mic yake. Okay, endelea.
Kizito, I want to say this. One, Kenyans are the best bright minds within the South, East, Central, and the Far West Africa. Tuachane na hapa juu kidogo. Kenyans are the best bright minds we have in Africa. And they are being fought for everywhere in the world, even UK. Ukisikiza our president, the way he's talking, they are being appreciated. Having said that, I want to bring you to a platform where Kenya we are now. In Kenya, we are in a digitized economy whereby you will not have to live with more than 3 SIM cards of the same telecommunication. If it's a Safaricom, you'll have one. Kenya, where we are now, everybody is renewing the whole paper license to a digital license. If you have not applied yours, please do so in e-citizen platform. Kenya, where
Ham,
we are
for your information, I pay tax. I have 4 drivers. That I'm paying them, and I'm paying tax for them. I have my businesses that I'm paying the tax from the Kanjo. My club is working there, and I'm paying the tax every year. I'm paying the council every year. I cut all the licenses. I have all the things that are needed because I'm very far. I don't want a case whereby they will tell me that Kanjo came and closed the club. Kanjo came and closed your welding workshop. My car is working.
Uliza
But
maswali short.
yeah,
I
but
also,
now
I
what I
also have
wanted
2
to tell,
Safaricom lines.
no,
Niko na Safaricom lines
I have
mbili
one
kwa
Safaricom
Safaricom.
line. I have one
I have
Safaricom
2.
line.
I
Me,
have
I
2
have one.
Safaricom lines.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I finish my point just after I finish my point, you can talk. I don't have problem with that.
Unajua tunataka kuongea about the ODM.
Yes, but let us educate Kenyans, because I think this platform is being followed by many people who want to learn what you guys are saying. Let us not just echo. There are so many Kenyans, they want to know who are these guys, what are they telling us? Because there is something I'm going to say here. Now imagine it is going to change a lot of people what they are thinking about all this issue of politics and what they know. So let us have some constructive information out there, not just talk. Let's not just be like we are making the party. No, let's have something to tell somebody out there.
Mpaka sasa hujasema kitu.
Sijasema kitu, but I'm addressing a
You
point
see, you are
of
not
not.
going to the point. Unaongea
You
bro
know,
mpaka
I'm
everybody
the Rastafari bwana. Can you let us talk bwana? I'm the Rastafari. So you know Rastafari, their God is not our God.
Okay, so I was saying in Kenya, we are in a digitized economy right now, and if, and this is where we are heading, the Huduma number is going to be well formalized with the systems. I'm telling you, you will not run away with your mistakes in Kenya. Even the number plate you are going to register in your car, you will never change it, and it will never be taken by someone. The problem we are having right now, it is the quagmire of the government we are having right now. We are not formalizing policies. But let me say it will never take long before we shift to another gear. We are moving on a gear 2, but the moment we switch to gear 3, remember that bottom up you are seeing, we are discussing here as if we don't understand, it is going to catch up with your son. You will be paying tax for your son before he gets out of your house at the age of 18 years. That one.
Okay, sawa. Wekesa. Wekesa, unatusikia?
Yes.
Okay.
Niambie mumefika wapi?
Okay, acha Ayaga atuambie tumefika wapi, then turudi kwako.
Sawa.
Ayaga. Ayaga, unatusikia?
Okay, you can hear me?
Yes.
Unanipata?
Endelea.
No, I think my mic iko na shida. Wacha nitengeneze. Patia Bernard. Mimi
Okay, bana,
siwasikii vizuri.
chukua na uendeleze
It's either
huko
my network
kwingine mpaka
connection.
tufike kwa Raila. Raila amesema chama yake imetoka NASA, so tunataka kujua that thing after that. Bernard, take over.
Okay, thank you. Habari ya kila mwananchi mpendwa wa Kenya. I'm happy to be here, and I think it's a positive move for the end of NASA, for the beginning of a new day. NASA had a lot of strings attached, so the ODM walking out of NASA is a positive move. And as a matter of fact, ODM joined NASA, did not create NASA. So if the owners of the house are moved out, why should you stick in? So, I'm happy for the move, and I believe it's creating room now for proper formation as far as 2022 is concerned. And so I know that better things are in the offing. Let's hear from Rupia. Rupia, you are the one to agitating to talk. Talk now.
Thank you, Bwana Bernard. First, I wanted to react to Ham on the issue of, let me just go back a little bit. We have watched a clip here on Ruto making promises in 2013. And if you look at that, with whatever he's telling us now, there's no difference. Let me just finish. I know you are a Rastafari, and our Bibles are different. The one you read is different from ours. So, but let me tell you that the government cannot give people capital to start businesses or kuendeleza biashara. The lowest the government can go is to actually implement the affirmative action that included the youth and women. Because look at trickle-down effect. First of all, even before I go to that, this bottom-up economy approach has never worked in any country. Kenya cannot be the first country to implement it. After all, we cannot. Because Kenya, we have hyenas who are really eyeing the money. If you now say you want to bring the money to a Mama Mboga, you want to give Mama Mboga money to do business, hyenas will bring it, and they will not bring all of it. They will eat all of it and just bring a small portion. So something called bottom-up approach can never work in this country. It will never work. Forget about it. That is why the people who are the proponents cannot explain why they are talking about bottom-up approach. And we know hiyo ni ukora tu yao ya kuwin. In 2013, Ruto himself talked of the digital economy. He even promised that youth would access internet for free. Right now, we are going back to wheelbarrow. You see, the man is controversial. Even what he says today, he cannot repeat it tomorrow. He forgets because he lies. You know, for you to be successful with a lie, you have to say it 100 times. But he is lying today, he forgets, and he again come and lie. So the bottom-up economy approach is not going to work. What the government needs to do, we need to stop corruption. That is number one. We need to invest. Because even if you give mwananchi wa chini pesa na hali ya biashara ni mbaya, unajisikia Wakenya wanasema sahi hata hakuna biashara. The government has to play a role. The government has to play a role. And it is the government that has failed in all this. So bottom up, hiyo ni kitu haiko vile tumesema na Kizito, let it not be discussed here again. It is something that is dead on arrival. ODM and NASA, I think it was well timed, because now we joined NASA, and we just have to be honest. If you look at NASA coalition, they were not equal partners. ODM was the eldest, followed by Wiper, followed by was it Ford Kenya? Then not Ford Kenya, followed by ANC, and then Ford Kenya. You cannot continue nagging us every day, and you are under our umbrella. So NASA could not survive, because these people, they also think that they can be president with the two votes from their struggles. How can you be a president with the two votes? Even Gideon himself ameona hii kitu. Hao watu nimekaa nao. In fact, Gideon naye hata ana vote moja. Ako chura yake. but hakuna influence ingine. Akiungana na Raila, it can be a force, yes, but hao watu wengine, you cannot keep on pointing at us, and tunawasaidia tu. So going out of NASA was a good move, and we are up for grabs again. We are looking for friends so that we can form the government together. But hii uongo ya UDA wachaneni nayo kabisa, hatutaki kuisikia. Pesa kutoka kwa public coffers, hata ukiangalia saa hii Central there's a lot of confusion. Confusion is there because the elite knows very well that Ruto cannot drive the economy of this country. He is one of the reasons why the Kenyan economy is crumbling, because he has stolen a lot of money from it. Then kuna wabunge wenye wanamfuata huko, wenye wanafuata tenders, and I've always told you here, kuna wenye wanafuata tenders. Today, if we can have a law that every politician has to give us their blueprint, or every party, and we will ensure that if you don't follow whatever you say now, or you don't fulfill your promises, you can actually be impeached. You will not hear even these things about what. But because there is a free space for lying, politicians are lying left and right. They don't even care, because you will not hold them accountable when they don't fulfill what they are saying. But there should be a way of holding them accountable. If you said you were to give free Wi-Fi or free secondary education, if we cannot see it now, and it was said in 2013, it was said in 2017. So these people, there should be a way of actually holding them accountable. Lastly, I think the missing thing, or the missing person in the leadership of this country is Raila Odinga. If we have Raila Odinga as president, we will not even be talking here that politicians are lying. You just test Raila and you will see leadership. Utaona hiyo leadership. Unajua sasa watu wanasema ati Raila hawezi, si Raila ilifanya nini? Raila hajawahi kuwa president. If Uhuru said Raila was bad, and today you have seen amekuwa president all through. Kama ako karibu kumaliza ndiye ameona it's true that Raila is the person who can do this thing. But have Ruto as your president from 2022. You will know the real meaning of order. Au watu wanakuja kunyakua sasa zile chache ambazo zimebaki. The missing person in the presidency of this country is Raila Odinga. Once you have him as president, you will never be crying of these things. You will never be complaining. You wake up very early to go and vote, and again after 10 years you come with the same problems. Na hata baada amtumia akili, wajinga nyinyi.
Thank you Rupia. Lakini sisi sio wajinga, sisi ni watu ambao tuko na hekima ya kimungu. Alafu Kenya ni nchi yetu na lazima tuitetee. Kwa hivyo mtu yeyote anayejaribu kuiharibu lazima tumshambulie. Naomba tuendelee mbele. Let's hear from Simon Ndungu. Simeon, are you still there?
I'm there, but Mohamed hajaongea, so walimpe Mohamed chance.
Hajaongea.
Okay, thank you. Mohamed went and came back. Mohamed, have you sorted out your mic issues?
Yes, I have. Simeon anataka tu niongee kwa sababu anajua nitasema kitu in reply to Rupia.
Sorry? Just say what you want to say and show your face completely.
Okay, Rupia unajua everything ile yako kusema, it seems to me ni kitu ile kuna mwanasiasa ama wanasiasa wale wamesema, so then Rupia atasikiza what it is yeye anatakikana kusema na kufikiria, and then wale watu wanafikiria on their behalf wakisema, Rupia will repeat, you know. So hii story ya kusema ati hakuna nini ya bottom up, hakuna explanation. Why is it that kila mtu, everybody ako so concerned with nini ya bottom up? Why aren't people concerned? Kwa nini watu hawako concerned with sera zile hao wa kukuuza? Kwa nini kila mtu ako concerned na sera ile mtu mmoja ako kuuza? You understand? So bottom up from the beginning, hata kama Mutembea alicheza hiyo video in earlier ya 2013, I think it was 2013, Ruto alikuwa anaongea juu ya watu wa bottom of the economy. Unajua yeye na mkubwa wake, him and his boss had divergent views. Walikuwa na different views. They had different ways of running the government. That's why in the end they ended up clashing. So hata kama Ruto alisema story ya kusaidia watu wa chini in the beginning in 2013, Ruto is not the president. Okay? Ruto is not the president. No matter what you want to say, usema wako kwa serikali, ako hivi, ako vile. Matter of fact, in the last few years, Ruto hajakuwa ndani ya serikali. You understand? Ever since akina watu wa ODM waliingia ndani ya serikali, the opposition sasa ndo wako ndani ya serikali. So Ruto is a ceremonial vice or deputy president at the moment. You understand? Ni mtu tu ako hapo tu by name, lakini
kwanza Mohamed. You are saying that Ruto is a ceremonial deputy president. Where is the provision for that in the constitution?
Nani anafuata constitution at the moment in Kenya?
No.
Bernard,
Yes.
let me ask you my question.
Okay,
Now, you see, these guys are proposing a model they don't understand. If somebody, the second from the top, you call him ceremonial. So how do you expect Mama Mboga to make a decision? Because you're talking about bottom up. You mean that decisions will come from the bottom. If the second person you are calling him ceremonial, so how powerful will Mama Mboga be to make decisions for this country? Are you just projecting a model of which you cannot demonstrate that you can live up to? Because even
that is why he wants to change.
If you want to tell me, wait a minute, I finish first. If you tell me that until he becomes president is when he can make genuine decisions for this country, then you are telling us the only model that can work is top up. It can only function when you are at the apex. If you are not at the apex, nothing can work. So how do you even change that model? How?
But if you are saying, if your point is kwa sababu Ruto is the deputy president na yeye hawezi kubadilisha any sort of models or any governance at the moment, so hata akiingia kwa kiti hataweza kubadilisha. At the moment, ama in the last 1 year, what did the last Chief Justice Maraga advise the president to do? He advised him to get rid of Parliament because Parliament was not abiding by the Constitution. Did the president do that? No, because in Kenya, you don't have to follow the Constitution. In Kenya, kama wewe umekalia kiti, you decide what is happening. Now, no matter how many good intentions Ruto had while he was deputy president, he can't do anything because he is not the man in charge. Ruto is not the man in charge.
History will prove us right.
Mohammed. No, hold on. I want to follow up on Mohammed. Mohammed, you are saying that the in thing is bottom up, isn't it?
Yes.
And as it stands now, Uhuru is at the top and Ruto is at the bottom.
Yes.
And Uhuru being at the top has stopped Ruto from doing what he wants to do.
Yes.
So how will it work when now Mama Mbogas are now at the bottom of the bottomless? Okay.
Yes.
How will they now influence the top, since the top has stopped to work, has stopped the bottom to work now?
Because the person who believes in the people in the bottom will be at the top. That's how.
Okay. If things coming from the bottom are not working, okay, they will only work when the person at the bottom has gotten at the top, isn't it?
No. They will work when somebody who believes in that ideology gives it a chance.
Gets
Okay?
to the top, isn't it?
Unanisikia?
We make the deputy president, eh?
Okay.
That will make him be at the top, not at the bottom, isn't it?
Yes.
Then if the president at the top is the one making the bottom up to work, is it working from bottom up or top bottom?
It works in both ways. That's why you guys were getting
this man
Mrs.
is very
Wahome
confused. This guy is very confused.
You're getting Mrs. Wahome confused because Mrs. Wahome was telling you in order for the bottom up to work, the people at the top have to agree with it. Unajua watu wako na nyumba za 2 billion, wako na nyumba za 2 billion, wengine wanafly na helicopter lakini wanasema angalia yule ni mwizi. You understand? So wale wako huko juu lazima wakubali kusaidia watu wale wako chini.
So you are confessing. You are confessing that model cannot work. But
it can work.
Shortly, Bernard,
it can work.
Yes. Okay. Shortly, let me say this. You guys think we don't live in Kenya? There was a Ruto between Ruto of 2013 and to 2017 and a Ruto of 2017 to 2021. Ruto of 2013 to 2017 was very powerful and he overturned everything in Jubilee, including even creating the MPs that are in Central disturbing Uhuru. How dare you tell us that he has no powers? Where did the powers go? And he was the same guy who was influencing everything, including all tenders in government. What changed? He was influencing from the second bottom, if we can say that. So what changed?
You know, Ruto, when he was in the government in the first term, from 2013 to 2017, for example, let's pick the border workers, okay, and use them for an example. Ukiangalia watu wa boda in 2010 during the Kibaki government, ama 2011, 2012 hapo hiyo area, ukiangalia how many border workers were active in Kenya and compare them to 2017 or 2018, 5 years later, how many are they? They probably tripled or even quadrupled. Okay? Na hao ndo watu tuko kuongea juu yao. Lakini kutoka 2017, yes, Ruto alibadilika. Right? Now, from 2013 up until 2017, when people who are working, for example, in the border sector doubled or tripled, who was in government? It was Ruto and Uhuru. Lakini kutoka 2017, kutoka serikali sasa iingize opposition ndani ya serikali, which we are the first country ile iko na opposition ndani ya serikali, kila kitu iliharibika because hakuna agenda anymore. Hakuna agenda, pesa inapotea, hakuna mtu anaongea juu yake.
What is the position of Raila in government?
Sorry?
And what is the position of Raila in government?
The position of Raila in government at the moment, if you look at the Babu Owinos and everybody else who is around Raila, they are in all these committees. So when you ask what is the position of Raila in government, I've
asked you about the position of Raila in government, not the position of Babu Owino in the committees.
But these people are all ODM members. So they wouldn't be where they are without Raila. Akina Junet Mohamed Babu
Mohamed, you talk and you listen.
The one ule alivutwa juzi kwa sababu alipatiana opinion yake.
Simple question. What is the position of Raila in government? Not position of Babu Owino in committees.
Ngoja niulize Mohamed swali. Mohamed, umesema eti the first time ya Uhuru eti Ruto ndiye alikuwa anafanya kazi ikaangro vizuri. Umesikiza Uhuru mwenyewe akisema this time ndiye amefanya kazi?
Hapana, unajua Uhuru at the moment sasa yeye hapo ndani ya arrangement nyingine, so yeye atasema whatever it needs to be said ndio asionekane kama ako mbaya hii term.
No, sasa wewe kati ya wewe na Uhuru nani anaelewa wakati anafanya kazi vizuri?
Unajua mimi ninaangalia vitu from the outside. So yeye Uhuru ni mwanasiasa.
Kwani sisi tuko inside?
No, Uhuru ni mwanasiasa and Uhuru hata ile kitu anasema. So mnataka kuniambia kila kitu ile Uhuru amesema since amekuwa na Raila ni ukweli?
Ayawaje tukubali hiyo. Second question, Mohamed. Now that you guys are advocating for bottom up, Raila alitoka chini because alikuwa raia. Now ukiinua raia wakuje kwa government, wewe mwenyewe unatoroka. Kwa nini?
Nongoja, wacha niseme kitu moja.
He's not even
Wekesa,
holding any position. He's not holding any position.
Raila,
So you
Wekesa.
are wait first. Wait, I finish. So that means if you can inua even Mama Mboka akuje kwa hiyo government ya Ruto akuwe powerful, Ruto atamtoroka.
Nongoja, Wekesa, unajua unasema Raila alikuwa raia. Raila hajawahi kuwa raia. Raila alizaliwa akiwa kijana wa deputy president. Raila hajawahi kuwa raia.
The idea is watu wenye wako that don't have positions in government, they are also coming to be decision makers in government.
Do you know Raila was the MP for Langata for 24 years? Unaongea juu huyu jamaa as if he's some guy from down the road, ama ametoka kwa barabara fulani. Huyu jamaa amekuwa MP for 24 years, unasema ni raia.
Let me tell you what happens when you talk about bottom up. It has nothing to do. Unajua, you don't use the UDA connotations of hustler versus dynasty. Bottom up is an economic model. It has nothing to do with hustler and dynasty. It is about allowing decisions to be made from different sections of the economy coming up to the top where there is the leadership. So you don't look at it and compartmentalize in your own narrative of hustlers versus dynasty. It has nothing to do with that.
Do you believe, Wekesa, I have a question for you. Do you believe there is such a thing as dynasty and hustler in Kenya?
There's no even dynasty in Kenya. Nobody qualifies to be a dynasty. It's just a make-up story. Dynasty is
in that case, mimi arrest my case. Kama hakuna watu wale wamekalia vitu maisha yao yote na wamekuwa na everything in Kenya, then I arrest my case. So we can move on to somebody else, because definitely in Kenya kunayo dynasty na kunayo watu wale who have dictated the economy of the country for decades. Lakini if Wekesa doesn't agree with that, then I arrest my case.
Very much. Your time is up. Now, let's keep our conversation civil, and let us share facts. Let's not forget there are people watching and they need to follow our conversation. So heckling and talking everybody is not healthy for this discussion. Let's be mindful of the people who are watching. Secondly, you are free to support whoever you are supporting, believe in whatever ideology you are supporting, but make it factual. Don't just use hearsay or support what you know, even believing the Bible. You're free to believe everything the Bible says, but you cannot force somebody to believe the way you believe. You just have to explain it, and if he gets what you're explaining, he buys in it. But you cannot say that it has to be this or this. It has to be this or this. It doesn't work that way. Anyway, let's move on. Is it Wekesa or Ndungu?
I'm ready.
I have a question, Bernard.
Ngoja kwanza, ngoja. Let's have order. Ndungu is ready. Wekesa is ready. Community ancestor is ready. Let's now have it in that order.
Bernard, okay. Can I continue?
Sikuwa na timetable vile kulikuwa, lakini kulingana na macho yangu we'll have Ndungu, Wekesa, then community. Ayaga utakuja wanne. Samahani, wewe ni jirani yangu hapa, tuwezi pigiana mawe.
So okay, for me, first of all, this issue of hustler versus dynasty, for me it's going to bring a big problem to our country. Remember what happened in Zimbabwe, where the president was a popularist. That's the same way with Ruto. He told his people that we chase away all the people from Britain so that we can claim our land. Finally, when they got the land, they didn't even have an idea of how to use the land that they were fighting for. What happened in that country? There was a runaway inflation. The same thing that is happening in Kenya. We are saying that ati tuachane na au masonko wametunyanyasa sana. Naona number one, for you to say that ati au tajiri wametunyanyasa, sikatai, lakini there's something that is called fighting for your place. You see, kama hustler you have to go and look for ways, kama ni biashara gani nitafanya, sikatai. Naona, so again, our matajiri, we cannot live without them. There are those who have huge companies, you see. So for me, those people who have companies, investments, enterprises, the government should look for a way to create a conducive environment in such a way tax yao ipunguzwe, wawe encouraged to expand their base, yani their employment base, their enterprise base, do absorb more youths kwa employment. Lakini ukieka tax yao juu, hizi vitu za production kama electricity, fuel iko juu sana, so even operating the company itself, it scares away investors. They run away to Tanzania because fuel is cheaper in Tanzania, you see. But if you make electricity, fuel cheap for those people who are in the industrial sector and the manufacturing sector, you'll see they will flood in our country. They will not go outside to look for a place where the conditions are good. Yeah, so for me, instead of creating class wars of which it will run our country down, let's come up with ideas that will help to build our country. But we kusema ati hustler versus dynasty. Me for example, niko na kasalunka, nitaanza kuitwa dynasty na mtu wa bodaboda. Naona juu ninaendesha kama sijui kama ni field ama ka probox, au pikipiki wataniona kama hustler. For example, ona ukifanya in Kenya, if you happen to be involved in an accident, you own a car with a motorbike, they will all gang up against you, even if you are not on the wrong, because that narrative that huu ni tajiri ataka kunyanyasa mtu wa pikipiki, ataki kumlipa, they even ban your car. The same narrative that Ruto is propagating, you see. So it's a dangerous narrative. You'll be even owning a small bungalow, you'll be called a dynasty. So let's be careful with this hustler versus dynasty thing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Simon. I hope, is there anybody with a question to Simon? Simeon? Okay, no question. Let's hear from Wekesa, then community ancestor, Ayaga, then Mugambi.
Okay. Yeah, I have been so much involved in this bottom-up debate in the last 2-3 days, and I seem to have irritated a lot of people. But for me, ideally, it's not like I'm against the whole debate, but we want to understand what is it that bottom-up is all about. Is it something viable? If at all by chance we give William Ruto to be the president of this country, will he be leading us in the right direction or in the wrong direction? So we have to understand all these models, because when we are going into an election, chances are that my side can win or the other side can win. So what is the risk if we come up with such a model that all the explainers seem not to understand it? And the challenge is that these ideas were plagiarized from manifestos, from other manifestos, and somebody gave them the idea, but they did not internalize it. So they just took the sound bites and started using it for political gaining mileage in the political arena. But they have realized now Kenyans are very keen. They want to understand what is this new thing called bottom up. Now when we question, most of them wanakasirika. Ukiangalia watu kama Kadhoni wa Mchomba anashika moto haraka, unashangaa. Guys, you've come up with a new model. You guys, you are telling us you have 1, 2, 3 degrees. We don't want to hear that. We want to hear the substance that comes from your degree. We want to hear the way you argue, and we say this guy is learned. You don't have to tell me that I have a PhD. I will just listen the way you are arguing and say, you know, this guy has a PhD. So let the substance that comes you rank you, classify you, qualify you. But don't try to tell me that, oh, me, I have what? I don't care. In fact, there is a saying that says, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. We want to see the substance of your degree. When you come up and explaining the bottom up, and I, Eric, trying to explain, I want to look at you and say, by then, let me keep quiet. Let me listen to this guy. He knows what he's saying. And ideally, the two models have been trying to scan through different literature. Top bottom focuses on macro. It comes from macro to micro. The policies are made from the top. You focus on, for example, I can allocate money on ministries. I can allocate money to Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Health, like that. And then I know it will go down up to the lowest level. But when I'm using the bottom up approach, I don't just allocate money to the Ministry of Defense. I look at it that the details within the Ministry of Defense. I want to understand the nitty-gritties. So I do my budget from the bottom, everything that is in that ministry. When I'm allocating money to, let's say, the education ministry, I will budget based on the primary schools, based on the teachers, that is how I do my budgeting, so that it affects the whole ministry. So I don't look at it from a macro level, I look at it from a micro level. And that's where our Tangatanga brothers are stuck with Mamamboga and Nduthis. It doesn't have to be Nduthi, my friend. It goes through the whole economy. Even if you're talking about the police sector, even if you are talking about the business sector, even if you are talking about the education sector. So these guys, when they are just playing our mind with the Mamambogas and the people, they think that those are the only people who are down. By the way, let me tell you, not every Mamamboga is down. Some of these guys have trucks. They transport mboga from Kitale in trucks, and they make a lot of money. Some of these guys, they look to be down. Even those guys who burn charcoal, they transport charcoal in terms of, and they make a lot of money. And they even may be having money better than people who have white collar jobs. So it's not like classifying people based on how the society sees your job, but it is, when you talk about bottom up, it's understanding the details of our economic compartment, and how do you inject stimulus, or how do you inject economic package so that every sector can generate value for the country. Now, coming to the site of ODM remaining in NASA. My view is this, that when a marriage is struggling and you are you were also struggling in the marriage, and unfortunately or fortunately, one of the person leaves. The person who was struggling will just breathe a sigh of relief. ODM has had these partners who always threaten them how they are going to be presidents, threaten them how they are going to live. And now time has come, and the only campaign model for them was threatening ODM and also telling them about the packages, the MOUs, and that is the only thing that kept them going. So by them starting a new alliance and running away from ODM, from NASA, they gave ODM a chance to reinvent itself. And ODM is happy because of the following. While in NASA, they struggled to create, to expand its membership in terms of members of parliament, because there's areas that were zoned for ANC and areas that were zoned for Fort Kenya and whatever. And there are also areas they competed and all of them lost. So if it can maintain autonomy, it means now ODM now is free to field all candidates in Bungoma. It's free to field all candidates in Kakamega. It's free to field all candidates in Vika and whatever. So in terms of its numeric strength, it has an upper hand. Okay, another thing is it can have new strategies in terms of collisions, that it may not enter in a collision the same way it entered in a NASA collision. So that when they are going in a collision, maybe with Jubilee or Chap Chap, they can have a different strategy. Now, this was my analysis of NASA in case these guys don't come together. If they don't come together, as people think that ODM has lost, yes, Eastern, Western, and whatever. Wetangula has left, but he might not even have left with the party. The party is having wrangles. And either way, Fort Kenya can go either way. It's having wrangles, and that's where the catch is. He's not even legally the Fort Kenya party leader as we are speaking. They have wrangles. When you go to Eastern, there are 3 governors that anytime Kalonzo is close to ODM or NASA thing, they speak a different language. Anytime he steps out, they come. Having 3 governors opposing you is a threat. And I see if Kalonzo decides to go alone, for the first time, he will see Eastern may rebel against him the same way it rebelled against Central is rebelling against Uhuru, because they are already, the governors have roots. If you look at Machakos, the by-election, that was the most competitive by-election. It took Uhuru's intervention for Chap Chap member to drop down so that the other guy can succeed. So they have a challenge there. And for me, Kalonzo is only strong when they are working together with Raila. And Kalonzo made a mistake, because there are so many number 2s in Kenya. Everybody is waiting to be number 2. At least if they were in NASA, he was in the pegging order, he was ahead of Mudavadi, he was ahead of the rest. But if there comes a new formation, there is no pegging order. Anybody can be number 2. That is where the challenge is. And he might not get it. So the calculation was not right. And he may live to regret. Let me just leave it there so that other people contribute. Maybe we can add as we continue. Now, someone has a question?
Okay, Alan,
Hello?
is it a question?
No, it's not a question. It's just a contribution. If
Hold on, Alan. Will give you time to contribute.
Thank you.
There is a pattern that you are following. There are people who
Okay.
are yet to share. Then you
Okay.
will come when it's your turn.
Thank you.
Thank you. We can now hear from community ancestor, then Ayaga before Mugabe.
Yes, yes, Chair, Mr. Panad, and all fellow panelists, I'm gonna take this very opportunity to greet you all as I chip into the discussion of today. In fact, this issue of bottom-up, trickle-down, sideway, and what have you, I'm seeing it as listed a lot of fireworks within the political elites, even us, the followers. Because in fact, I'm so much surprised why is Moses Kuria keeping quiet, Kimani Ngunjiri, they are keeping quiet instead of coming into the television sets so that we can be able to see how they explain to us about this bottom up. Because you saw Madam Alice Waume, Honorable Alice Waume, she was knocked down 10-0 by her explanation. Because if I can be able to quote her, when she was asked by Sami Gituku, she said that bottom up is by working from bottom down, from top to bottom. End of quote. Kimani Chungwa, when he was asked about to simplify the term bottom up, he said that you make a kitty per constituency, you issue 100 million and find a way of funding businesses in those respective constituencies. Come to Mwaura, the man I respect a lot. Mwaura said, if I can be able to quote, bottom up, this bottom millions, providing them a million possibility of rising up. You start climbing a tree, below up. End of quote. That is about Mwaura. And then we come to the deputy president. I heard the deputy president quoting from the Bible that time has come for those who are less who are less fortunate in the society, who eat crumbles which or remains which drops from the table where the masters reside. So time has come for them to be on top of the table. Those are the explanations of those elites from the hustler community. Now, to me, in Kenya, it is very simple, my brothers and sisters. Why are we knocking the door right, center, top to bottom? Right now, we have got a national government. National government is performing what we call trickle down. It is giving a national cake from the top, then reaching to the bottom to develop structures, which is county governments. County governments, the work they do there, this is This is what we call, simply we call a bottom up, because for them, they receive money from the national government. So after money reaching the county governments, now county government, they are the one who are supposed to channel this money to these mama mbogas, to channel this money to these young people, and then everything goes on well. And also, even youth fund, this is bottom up. But now I'm wondering the bottom up, which William Samoei Ruto and his Tangatanga people, they are advocating for. Because me, I know bottom up. These are the people who are down here. The people who are down here, they are getting money from the national government. So what I'm urging, whosoever who is taking government come 2022, is supposed to raise this take from 15% to maybe 50%, so that young people, these beggars, who every now and then are running to rallies when Mr. Kagwe is telling them, my brothers and sisters, we don't have oxygen, we don't have ICU beds. Kindly don't follow these politicians. But because these politicians, they are, when they see young people languishing in abject poverty because of lacking jobs, that is best for them. Now, whosoever who is taking over government come 2022, we want to see him ensuring that he has laid stringent measures to deal with this pandemic we call corruption. You know, corruption, I told you the other day that corruption is very much bigger than corona. Reason being, if we don't have money, how can we be able to fight corona? But if we have money, by ensuring that these loopholes, whereby our money gets exit without reaching the proper projects, are sealed, then from there, I'm telling you, my brothers and my sisters, the issue of young young people, or these people we call hustlers, God forbid, because that name is a very bad name. We don't want the people of Kenya, in fact, to be called hustlers, okay? Because this name hustlers, it is these leaders who have not put in place policies to help these young people in order to uplift their lives until they can be able to depend themselves instead of begging money or services from these so-called politicians. I rest my case.
Okay, thank you, community ancestor. Before you go, just one more clarification. You said the national government is giving money to the county government, and the county government is implementing policies to help people down there. Is that trickle down economy, or is it bottom up? You mix those terms. Help us get what you mean.
Now, in Kenya, we have two models which are working. Trickle down. This is the national government, which is giving governors money at county level. So these governors, in order for them to ensure that the mama mbogas, the young people who are right there in the village. Their lives are well taken care of. So it is the work of governors to inject money on them so that they can be able to come up and feast with masters on top of the table. So in Kenya, bottom up through devolution is working. That is bottom up. Then trickle down is the government, which is giving money to county governments.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Ayaga, please. Carry on. Take your 5 minutes a day, 5 or less, so that we don't keep others on hold too much. Karibu.
Thank you very much.
Ayaga.
I hope everyone can hear me. I still have problems with my voice.
It is
Yeah.
better today.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to start by this issue of bottom up. Bottom up is the problem of UDA and the supporters of William Ruto is one man called Ndi. I heard Ndi in a forum today. He said, but you know, the supporters of William have not listened to him. He told people that when he joined Hustler movement, he got those guys are selling a dangerous idea that could cause Kenya a classy war. So he wanted them to change the narrative. The issues of dynasty and hustlers was very dangerous and easily to fight, because you know when you are selling an idea, you have enemy. Somebody can even sponsor like 30 or 30 youths to go burn even somebody's house, a rich man in the village, and it will trigger a very big thing nationwide. So it was very easy to fight. So when he went there, he took NASA manifesto. NASA manifesto. That was basically empowering the rural areas in Kenya. And then he nicknamed it a bottom up. So I believe that all these guys, they don't understand that. That's why when they are trying to explain it, and they don't want to mention the NASA manifesto, they get confused. That's the only problem they have. They always getting confused because you cannot kill a snake by only hitting a tree. The snake will still bite you. So they want to advance this knowledge by avoiding mentioning that. Ndi, that's why Ndi has never explained it anywhere. It is only today that he accepted that. All the idea was a NASA manifesto that is being talked about, but in a different language. But all the Tanga Chalagans, they don't want to accept that this is the same thing Raila talk about that made in Kenya. They don't want to accept. That's why they are getting confused. Even economists like Kimani Chungwa is economist, yeah, and he's getting confused. Moses Kuria is economist. He's getting confused because they don't want to accept. And when now the reality, what is good for the goose is good for the gander, they are now being put to tax to explain. You can see how Ngirishi, as I want to be a governor, is answering the issues of bottom up. He will tell you the degrees she has from Nairobi University. It's very dangerous for them. Number two, I was told them, do not think they don't read, and they do not have ability to see things, how things are going. Even in the comment section here, there is somebody with a name like a toothpick, Lolokoko Sijui who. Petipik, and Bernard Kiplagat. At least William Ruto has told us bottom up. What are other people saying? Raila the other day talked about economic plan of build Kenya, buy Kenya, build Kenya, something like made in Kenya. It is a very elaborate thing. If they have not read it, they don't have reason to read it. They are just here to hear a rumor in a political rally. Even the manifesto of so-called bottom up, they won't understand it when those guys aboard V8s and them carrying wheelbarrows chanting. When a guy is explaining a bottom up, they will note that thing must be put in a written form, a hard copy or a soft copy. You grab it, you read it, and then you understand it. That is what we as youth, we should actually do. For now, let us love. If you tell us about something, give us something to refer on. The problem with bottom up and those people who are explaining it like harm in pain, they don't have anywhere to refer it. And then they want to jump the gun, avoiding to mention that this was the manifesto of a certain coalition that we are just copy pasting and avoiding to mention that. So they will go around taking down until they even get confused, like bottom to down. A lawyer, a commercial lawyer. Even if I had killed somebody today and she want to represent me for free, I will not accept. Issues of NASA is very simple. Issues of NASA, Raila Odinga is playing now a politics of cleverness politics. What were their complaint of you, ANC, Wiper, and Ford Kenya? It is money. Raila accepted to give them money. And I think if ODM was wrong, this guy could have gone to court. But because ODM was right, they want that money on a gentleman agreement. They didn't go to any court because the votes that they are claiming was null and void, and then they never participated. So ODM received that money based on his strength with the member of parliament, MCAs, governors, senators, and the rest. These other parties compete with ODM. We lost Langata because ANC and Wiper had a candidate in Langata. They shared the votes. Calculate all the vote NASA got. Nixon Korir could have not been an MP today. Embakasi West, where I come from here, the Uri won with around 600 votes. How much votes did Ford Kenya got? Like 3,000. How many votes did Wiper got? Like 2,000. And how many votes did the ANC candidate got here? George Deuri could have not been a MP today. In fact, they caused ODM. That's where the mistrust started. They caused ODM. ODM swallowed the bitter and kept quiet. When ODM was going for swearing in, they all ran away, waiting for some Nigerians to call them. I think Olusegun Obasanjo, or maybe the Boko Haram, the one who is kidnapping kids in primary schools, to call them so that they go to Uhuru Park. ODM kept quiet. So ODM got money. ODM got money, and they were given money. And the money that they were given is like a third of money that the government is supposed to give a political party. And when they receive that little money, it is the ANC that quit first, followed by Wiper, So ODM is quitting with like 60% of that money still remaining with the government, and is the one that will receive that money. They don't use their brain. They could have waited. Say, no, let us wait. Let us get all the money, share. Wiper could have got like almost 900 million, but 174, they are good to go. They have quit. They will suffer and they will regret in the near future. When ODM, I think by next month, will now start removing their members because they have the numbers in the committees. That's when they will now cry foul. I rest my case for now.
Okay, thank you, Ayaga. Yes, Alan. Go ahead, Alan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly. Go ahead.
Yes. Now, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I've been waiting for a very long time to get into this debate. I'm not gonna talk about politics that much. I'm just going to talk about the economic part of it. Yes, I've been watching. So I left Kenya when about 24 years ago, and I've not been involved in talking about politics. I've watched it, but of late I've come back to it as such because now people are talking about economics rather than politics part of it. So I'm going to stay away from the politics part of it because I think looking at things, politics has not taken us anywhere. It's like a vicious circle. We keep on going around and round. But I'll try and comment mainly on this bottoms up and the so-called trickle down economy. I'll just ask all of us, in this forum, are we 844 candidate system? Did we go through the 844 system? If you're not, then all of us went through the 844 system, right? Now, I personally think that's where the problem is. The 844 system, right? The 844 system has never and will never and has never even prepared us for anything, right? And the problem we have at the moment is the people who went through the 844 system are the ones who are the youth at the moment, right? Who are poised to take over the leadership, if you know what I mean. But the 844 system never geared us to become, independent as such, right? Because the old system is a zero-sum game, right? Now, we are talking about bottoms-up economy. Bottoms-up economy is what's that, if you ask me? Most of these, the big economies, if you talk about it, China, there's nothing like bottom-up economy. The Chinese are to make sure they sorted out the economic system, the education system first, right? We have to sort out our education system first to be able to be competitive. Now, in this forum for the last few days, I've heard about Mama Mboga, I've heard about Boda Boda, right? I've had Mama Mboga, Boda Boda. Those are the and then the Jua Kali sector. Now, how will that really develop a country? For example, Mama Mboga, are we really talking about, in terms small issues at the moment? Recently, Jeff Bezos and Virgin Guy went to the moon, right? Went to the moon. And here in Kenya, the politicians are saying they will have a bottoms up economy to empower the Mama Mboga, to empower the border guy. But for an economy to grow, right, we have to attract foreign investments. We have to bring money in. It's like a business. You go out there, you hustle, and you bring money into your house. Now, if you try and extrapolate that, it means Kenya basically has to go out there and get foreign investment in, not in terms of loans that the government are trying to acquire loans, right? Trying to acquire all this extra cash from external forces, right? We have to be competitive, right? And the only way to be competitive at the moment is we have to change our education system. Our education system is number one issue at the moment, because 844 students, 100% of the 844 students cannot compete externally, right? In terms of how do they market themselves out here, right? China, for example, what did the Chinese do in the 90s? The Chinese sent lots of students to UK and US to study, and then send them back to China to create all these industries, right? And here we are, right? We're talking about, for example, because this conversation is all about two things I've heard you guys talk about, is Mama Mboga and Boda Boda. Now, how are these people going to really build up an economy? It's not going to build up an economy. They're not going to build up any economy. The money you're talking about is going to be revolving around Kenya, but it's not building Kenya so that we go out there, right, to create foreign exchange where the money comes in and we can build all the infrastructure we want, right? But if the education system has not been changed, it's big issue. At the moment, the universities have been checking around. The universities we have in Kenya at the moment, yeah, the degrees they're offering, right? Yeah, they're outdated, right? But these are the people who will come into the economy, right, to try and compete with the people who have been out here and going through the proper education system, which is competitive. And I've noticed one thing, that the youth in Kenya are making a big mistake. Everyone, right? Everyone wants to go into the creative sector, whereby they're the YouTubes, the Instagrams and all that. But those things cannot create economy. Economy needs to be created by manufacturing. Yeah, we have to manufacture. We have to even start manufacturing a car. Yeah, we have to start manufacturing a car, selling it to China, selling it to Europe, and then the money we get from those companies, we bring them back, right? And then from we bring them back, we expand our education system. Forget about the trickle down. Number one, we've had this trickle down since 1963, correct? But we are still a third world country. Now we have another, they're coming up with another one, bottoms up, which, if you look at it, they're telling you, we are going to take money to the machinanis, right? That we are taking money to the machinanis. This money they're taking, the money they're taking to machinanis, they're giving it to Mama Mboga, Boda Boda. I've not had anything about cottage industries. Cottage industries are so, that's what built Germany. They've realized that Germany is so powerful, even when it came to the issue where we had the financial what do you call it, the financial breakdown in the 2009. Germany didn't really go through it because they have a strong manufacturing base. But this manufacturing base in Kenya cannot do much until we train our youth on basic skills. Now, we have noticed that Kenya of late, we have so many motorcycles, right? These motorcycles are being driven by young generation. Yeah, young generation are the ones riding these motorbikes. These motorbikes, they are manufactured mainly in China, assembled in Kenya, right? Manufactured in China, assembled in Kenya. It means basically all the money is in China. We go there, we buy their stuff, we give them the money that we've earned, or the little money we have, yeah, to buy a motorcycle, right? And come back and ride it in Kenya. While, how long can you ride a motorcycle for? Not so many years. At some point, yeah, the rate of inflation will go up. It means that you will not be able even to to feed your kids using this motorcycle, right? Basically, our education system has to change, whereby technology takes forefront. The bottoms up system hasn't even captured how are we making sure that our technical schools, years ago we used to have Kenya Polytechnic. I think they got rid of it. No longer there. I think it was upgraded to university last time I checked. If it's upgraded to university level, that what kind of education are we getting? It's so important we get the right education system correct. Otherwise, the politicians will be taking us every 5 years through all these things we don't understand. Once they come in, they will not implement. That's what I'm trying to put forward. Forget about politics. Yeah, forget about politics. They are all the same. I left Kenya 1996. The same players were there, right? Every now and then you look at the internet, you see a few same players, but they keep on changing. And all this will not work. Now of late, which so many youth, I think, I'm judging by what I read online and what I check, so many people are talking about this hustler nation. This is hustler, yeah. They're talking about hustler. Now, I'm in the UK, and hustler is somebody who's really hustling. It doesn't matter how he gets his money, whether he can go and dupe someone to get his money. He's hustled his money and he brings it in, right? And there's so many youths are getting caught up in that hustle. You know why? Because they have not been, over the years, they have not been given that proper training on how do you go and get the real job out there, right? The real hustle, the true hustle, the honest hustle, right? Because anyone, if I go out there and have bags of drugs and I sell to someone and make my money, I'm hustling, isn't it? That's a hustler, you understand? But the main important thing is, and I think this is going to be a problem for Kenya next 20 years if we don't tackle education system. Right? Our education system has failed us. 844 failed us. You see these leaders, 100%, most of them went to the pre 844 system, which was kind of like it worked. Yeah, it made you think outside the box. 844 system was basically you have to it was a pass mark, whether you cram or not, whether you cheat, because so many cheated during the exams and they went through the system. Yeah, so many paid for their degree, and I'm 100% sure that so many of these people have paid through their degrees, right? And some of them are doctors now. Some of them are so-called engineers now, right? Some of them are so-called economists now because they paid through this. Once implementing this bogus system, but none of them are telling us we need to go back and address our education system, right? And the painful thing is, at the moment, we have 7-year-olds who are going through the false system, which is not really championing anything. Yeah, so it means they will go through the system, right? 20 years down the line, and 100% sure we will be talking about the same thing. Oh, bottom up, we need to bring this money down to the Jua Kali. We need to bring down to the Mama Mboga, but the Mama Mboga, the border guy, the Jua Kali artisan will not improve the economy if the products they are producing cannot compete. Don't forget, this is my last point. Don't forget, we are in 2020, right? There, I've just sent somebody to the moon as a tourist, right? And we are, overall of us, I think most of us looking at, judging by the faces I'm seeing around here, we are just 40 and below, right? We are 40 and below. But we are still talking about Mama Mboga, we are still talking about border, we are still talking about trickle down or bottoms up, but we still don't understand. And we're still talking about, the shameful thing is, we are still talking about politics. Yeah, and we are 40 years and we still, and it has failed us over the years. That's why we're here during this time of night talking about the problem. But until we sort back, I wish somebody can say we need to go back and sort out the education system, because that's what's going to change. Yeah, those professors in Nairobi University, Kenyatta University, and all these universities that have come out of nowhere, that are not even graded, yeah, are giving our kids and our students wrong information, and it's going to be a problem in the future. I rest.
Thank you
I have a
very much.
question.
Question.
You're talking to me?
Community, ask your question.
Yes, to you, Mr. Alan, I want to know which country are you, and in terms of education, are the kids in that respective country you are given education talent based, or it is like in Kenya whereby it is 9-10 subjects we are pumping to the head of one kid?
Okay, I'm in London. I've got a degree in economics, London School of Economics.
Kesa, mute your mic, please, so that there's no feedback.
Yeah, London School of Economics, but I've diversified into architecture, so it gives you an option of to move around whatever you want. The schools here are not really bothered about if I understand what you're asking. The schools here.
Okay, Alan, carry on.
Yeah, the schools here. The schools here are not bothered about grades, right? It's more the subjects are more tailored. Somebody, there's an echo. I don't know what that is.
Mtembei, mute your mic.
The schools here are not bothered about grades, right? They're not bothered about grades. They deal with each. I've got a 10-year-old son, and if you look at their school curriculum, whatever they've issued there, it's no longer about grades. It's about the ability of the kid to develop. Yeah, it's about, and you'll find that because what I've noticed is my son is 10 years, is transiting to secondary school next year, right? But what they've really emphasized on are 3 subjects from the age of 6 to the age of 11. They've really emphasized on 3 subjects, which is English, mathematics, yeah, and general awareness. Those are the 3 things. And then from when they join secondary school at 11, of which 844, by the time we were 14, we had done almost I don't know how many. There were so many subjects, and most of them were geared toward the pass mark, right? You have to get a certain pass mark, and then you go to this school, and then you understand. It is more of your ability, you understand, and they don't really emphasize on the marks. In fact, recently they introduced that there's no point of giving kids marks because that really demoralizes the kid. Yeah, you find somebody who'd be a good footballer, for example, yeah, is pushed on doing something that is a waste of time for him. Yeah, they'd rather make him start his football career at an early age, yeah, and develop it further. Right?
Alan, please try to be very brief.
Yeah, I was just answering that gentleman question. He was talking about basically what what the education system, and that's what I was saying. It really emphasizes on your ability rather than your marks.
Bernard, I have a question.
Okay, Wekesa, ask the question.
I think I will not have done justice to this debate if I leave Alan to get away with what he was insinuating, that maybe the Western countries are going to the moon, and us we are discussing about Mama Mboka. Let me draw this analogy from the Bible. The God who created the heavens and the earth, he still looks into the nitty-gritties of human beings, and he says he numbers the hair of our head. So that's how detailed God is in terms of giving attention. The same US that is taking people to the moon. When you listen to Biden, he talks about when he talks about the medical care, he breaks it down even to the small people, and he focuses the economy to SMEs. He says unless we build the economy of these small people, then the economy of US cannot grow. So ideally, and even this is what one of the political wing is bringing in discussion in Kenya, saying that Uhuru is focused on major projects like the roads and the super highways and the the SGR, and he's forgetting the Mama Mboka. I think there should be a balance, that we need the development, the mega developments, yes, but we also need to have attention to the needs of the common mwananchi.
But let me add before you go, Alan. Mind that USA is almost 300 years, and Kenya is only 50 years. On top of that, USA is around 50 countries like Kenya, which are combined together. So they put their resources together, they put the ideas together, and there are people who are more mature in democracy than Kenya.
Can I respond to Wekesa, please?
Okay.
Wekesa, thanks. Wekesa, I think when we talk about in this discussion, we have to try and draw a clear line between religion and what is happening in reality, right? I'm not a religious person, and I'd rather not go through that route, because that's another we're opening another can of worms, if you know what I mean, right? Now, you're talking about US, right? US has gone through the system that we have failed to go through, right? We have failed to go through for the last 63 since independence, right? US, they've already sorted their basic issues out, right? We haven't sorted it out, right? We haven't even gotten our education system right. And I keep on going back to education system. We haven't gotten it right. And we keep on getting it wrong. As days goes by, we keep on getting it wrong, right? You tell me, right? Years ago, Nairobi University was top of, it was one of the best in Africa, right? If you go now to Nairobi University and look at the IT sector, where the lecturers that are teaching at the Nairobi University right now, whatever they're teaching, those kids are obsolete. In the next 10 years, they'll be obsolete. But those are the people who will graduate, right, and come and run. So run the IT sector. If you go to the what do you call it then? The doctoring
Alan,
department.
can I stop you? Alan.
Gone.
It's like you are answering every question based on our education system. I think my question had nothing to do with the education system. And you should have just answered it direct. Because I've seen you in the whole discussion, it's like you have settled and said that the Kenya's problem is education system.
But
I know even many Kenyans who are competitive outside there, and it doesn't mean that, yes.
And the subject was Raila ditches and NASA. I don't know why we are verifying this end.
When I started this conversation, I said I'm not going to talk about Raila, NASA, and all that, because we are not going to go anywhere. That's why I don't know if you've joined halfway. When I started this conversation, I said I'm not going to dwell into politics, because since 1963 we've been dwelling in politics, and it is a shame that majority of us, we are still talking about it will not solve everything. That's why you're being sold this thing of bottoms up, trickle down. No one understands it. You go and vote.
It is not a bottoms up. It is bottom up.
It doesn't matter, my friend. It doesn't matter. It's the same thing. Do you understand? Can you explain to me what is bottom up?
Okay, let me explain the bottom up. Let me explain the bottom up, Bernard.
Hold on, Wariahi. Okay. I think we are overflogging the horse.
That's why
Let us make progress.
A point of order, Ben.
I did.
Hold on, Alan.
You guys, you are asking so many questions. He has not even
answered. It was
answered.
about Raila and it's about politics, my friend.
A point of order.
Now, listen, guys. Let's debate whatever civilly, and then let's move forward.
Exactly.
We are getting stuck in one place and digging there
Ben,
over and over.
a point of order.
Disturbing the people who are watching. They are waiting for the next point, and we keep digging the same thing over and over.
I was finishing.
So, if you are Alan, when you're answering question, be brief, precise to the point. If you don't want to answer the question, you're still free not to answer the question. But let's not revisit the thing over and over.
A point of correction, Bernard. A point of correction.
Ayaga, go on.
Yes, thank you very much. You know, Alan is good in history. And he has a half-baked history. He's talking about 60 years after independence here in Kenya. And comparing us with the US, 200 and something years of independence. With that 200, US has passed through bad things that we have not yet faced in Kenya. They have gone through civil wars, assassinations of presidents, so many bad things. For them to be stable, their stability, the US stability started in 1940s. In 1940s, yes. After how many years of independence? Like 100 plus. So wait for us, give us time. We bake our food, we will eat it. The way we eat it, it is none of somebody's business. And you don't want to tell the people that for US to be stable, when people were fighting the World War II, they were busy making guns and selling. So they got it through blood. That is number one. Let us be sincere. Don't celebrate them as if they are angels from heaven. Yeah. And after that, what did they do to become superpowers that we are talking about today? They went to Congo. They got uranium, make 2 bombs, kill people in Nagasaki and Hiroshima. After that, they start developing in issues of nuclear. They still even don't allow African countries to do research leave alone starting a nuclear factory. Even doing a research on nuclear, they will give you sanctions, they will kill you, they will sponsor the wars of all wars in that countries. Everybody knows. So we are under their restriction. We cannot compete our oppressors. They are the people who are oppressing us. But when you are lamenting everything because you are there, you know, because you are there, as if they don't feed us. They are the source of problems we face in Kenya. In Kenya, we have people who are smarter than the people who are up there. But if they start even thinking of anything of nuclear, either on science or in medicine, that's the day they will tell us we have now crossed the red line and we will start suffering sanctions and whatever. So please give us a break with this comparing us. It is like comparing your grandfather to your grandchild.
I agree.
Yeah?
You have made your point. Please.
The two cannot, you cannot compare the two economically. Cannot.
Thank you.
That's
Thank you.
never happened.
Ayaga.
Where or not?
Alan, you have a 1 minute response, please. Strictly 1 minute. We need to move.
Okay, thank you. Ayaga, quick question. What are you using? Did you ever use the landline? You never use the landline. So we don't have to go and fight. We don't have to go through the system that they're using or they used. The reason why they're doing it now is because they've realized we are not really smart in terms of beating them, right? But why? It's because we need to change our attitude. We need to basically get our systems right. And the first thing that we need to get right is our I'm telling you, Ayaga, we will not get anywhere if we if we don't get our education system right. Right? We will.
Bernard, we want to explain the bottom up. This is the main topic here.
Alan, thank you for your response, and I am in support of a better education system for the development of the country.
And
100%.
Yeah.
And also a revisit on, just like you're talking about education system. We have a bunch of people that have gone through the 844 system already, and those people are already in the economy. So that is something that we already have. We must learn to live with and look for a transitional process on how do we secure the future as we correct the past. So that is going to cost, and we need a sober, stable political situation that will help that transition. But if we write off everybody that has gone through 844, then where are we going to carry them and dump them, then bring this new breed that has graduated from the right system?
That's fine. I will let other people to proceed. I'm not saying we dump them. I'm not saying we dump them. We have to go back and just rectify where we went wrong. In terms of this, the so-called bottom up economy, I'm yet somebody to explain to me how it will going to work if we really.
Okay, let me explain now. Let me explain, Bernard.
Thank you.
Bernard, can I go on?
Alan, mute your mic. Wariahe.
Can I go on now?
Ngoja Wariahe, ngoja upewe ruhusa. Alafu, we explain what is bottom up articulately. I'm waiting. Wariahe, go ahead.
Okay, now I think Alan and some people here talked about the issue, some issues which are not part of this discussion right now. Like the topic is saying, Raila ditches NASA coalition, and we cannot be able to explain what bottom-up economy is. Let me try to explain these things so that ingie kwa kichwa ya kina Yaga na ye watu wote kabisa. Now, to be very brief with you people, is this bottom economy bottom-up economy is talking about the issue of the main corporations, the main companies which were running the show in the business and in the trade and in the economy of Kenya. Some of these companies are the companies like let's say like multinational companies which were running the economy from 1963. They were the people who are employing the people. They are trying to bring jobs. They were trying to bring industries run here and there. And this was the focus of the government. The government was channeling a lot of support to those companies. But then now, because of politics, those companies now, some of those companies, corruption has infiltrated, bureaucracy has infiltrated, so many things have been infiltrated. Now, those companies now are given a lot of chances to try to improve the economy of Kenya, but because of poor policies, because of poor infrastructure that had been there since from 1963 up to now, and we are not developing very much as expected, little is coming down to the people. People are not feeling the impact of those industries. They are not feeling the impact of that government supporting those industries and that trade. And nothing is changing in Kenya. The poor people down here, they are not getting. The companies are not. They are the same companies which were here in 1963. There are no new companies which are coming because of poor policies, poor economic policies, poor investment climate. The government, because of good politics, you can increase the space of the climate, the environmental climate, the business environmental climate. But now, what people are trying to say here is the bottom up economy is like people think that Ruto, when he talks about the bottom up, he's talking to the ordinary Kenyans. He's trying to tell them that this government will work for the people who are in the low cadre. The people in the low cadre need employment. How do you make the employment? One, we have to bring an investment climate, not like every time tunapigana, every time watu wanakosana, nchi inaharibika, watu wanashindwa kuleta pesa yao hapa. Second thing, we want to streamline, the government operations so that mtu wa chini kabisa anaweza kupata, aone ya kwamba anaweza kupata kazi kwa any company, sio ati watu fulani kabila fulani zinaingia tu company fulani ama serikali na employ watu kabila fulani. Hii kitu tunataka tukuje chini kabisa, tukuje kwa level ground hapo chini. The other aspect ile kitu mnatakana muelewe ni bottom economy. Si ati Ruto, what he's trying to talk about is enhancing the small scale people. When you put like kama CDF sasa vile imewekwa pesa, CDF inafanya tu for constituency development, but when you put money now to people who are down here, there are people who are talented. Mtu kama Yaga hivi anaweza kuwa ako talented kwa kazi fulani, lakini hana pesa, hana ndururu, hana pesa anywhere. So if you try to put money in that sector, a lot of people will come out with their talents, with their capabilities. Unaweza kuta mtu anataka kufanya biashara ya mboga, lakini hana pesa, lakini ukimpatia pesa fulani anaweza kagenerate pesa na andike watu wengine kazi. Unaona sasa? So the government is trying to put, like now Ruto amepromise ataweka kitu kama 30 billion. Akiweka 30 billion hapo, I'm very much sure a lot of people will come up. Watu wataanza kusaidiana. Mtu wa mkokoteni anaweza kaandika watu wengine 10 wa mkokoteni. Nyinyi mnaangalia tu mkokoteni kama symbol. Mnaangalia mkokoteni kama symbol, lakini mkokoteni yes. Yes.
Mtu wa mkokoteni,
yes,
akiajiri watu wa mkokoteni wengine 10, watakuwa wanabeba nini?
Okay, one thing. Let me tell you one thing. Ukiona hiyo mkokoteni kwa logo ya UDA, haimaanishi watu wanapewa mkokoteni, inamaanisha watu wengine kazi.
Mtu wa mkokoteni akitoa pesa ataajiri watu wa mkokoteni wengine
watu vile watabeba vitu ni hivi, wacha nikwambie, wacha vile watu watabeba. Kama mtu anaajiri watu 10 wa mkokoteni, inamaanisha there are some people right now in Gikomba wanalipishwa mkokoteni itself every day, wanalipishwa 150. Unanifahamu? There is somebody who is giving out those mkokoteni to some people na anacharge hao, na yeye mwenyewe huyo mtu hana pesa. Yule mtu unamcharge hana pesa, lakini if you try to supply the basic commodity kama mkokoteni, at least huyo mtu ile pesa 150 angelipa, angeitumia kwa kazi nyingine ya kufanya na kazi nyingine. Unaona sasa? Now assume
can we now say that the bottom up, according to you, the bottom up economy is an economy of handing out money to the people who don't have money so that they don't have to pay for what they have been paying for?
Right now, the economy 600 billion inapotea every fiscal year. Nifahamu vizuri. 600 billion inapotea. The Auditor General was saying 30% inapotea kwa corruption and inatumiwa vibaya. Another 30% tunalipa salaries ya government. Another 30% tunalipa Chinese. Inabaki only 10%. Now what we are trying to say is tunataka ku streamline hiyo government. Nyinyi mkiona Ruto mnafikiria kama ati pesa inapotea. Ruto, by the way, let me tell you one thing. Ruto anaweza kukuibia 10% ama achukue 10%, lakini 90% itafanya kazi. Lakini these guys we are bringing watakula 90%, alafu sasa unaona sasa that is where now the problem is.
Okay. Thank you, Ariaga. I think you need support. Jakes, you have come. Karibu sana. Tafadhali tusaidie. Hii maneno ya bottom up imeleta kizaazaa tangu hii wiki yote. Kuna mtu anatuambia wazi what is bottom up, and just listening to Ariaga get more confused.
Bernard, question.
To who? To Ariaga or to
Wariae?
So I want Jakes to take on, and then he will help into shedding light on this. Jakes,
can we ask Wariae questions, please?
I think we need.
You can ask me a question. You can ask me a question.
I mean, I think once he comments, it would be ideal if we ask him questions, because there are so many things he cannot get away with if we are, Okay, somebody else. Let's start with community. I think community is the one.
Let's start with Ayaga. You ask your question. Community ancestor, you ask your question. Ask Alan, you ask your question. Wariahe, get ready. Carry on.
In Mr. Wariahe, in all what you say, I understand nothing at all. But let me ask you, at which criteria or which channel are you going to give those monies? Which criteria are you going to use to give the money to the people directly? And
the criteria
in that bottom up or bottoms up plan, at which point, how are you going to ensure that there is no corruption?
Okay, now let me reply, Mr. Ayaga. Mr. Ayaga, the money will be given out the way it is given out through Parliament CDF. Every MP will have listen to me. The way you're giving out whatever the CDF is the same way whatever the money will be given out. How is the CDF being given right now? You are giving 100 million to an MP. The MP has a committee. Even the bottom up itself also will have their own committees. You will give out the same money on that. What we are trying to say is we will all do better when all do well. We want everybody to do well in the whole government, in the whole society. Not that the rich people become more richer and maskini wanaendelea kuwa maskini. Tunataka watu wote wasonge from all sides. While we are helping whatever the multinational corporation here with taxes and so many other things, the other people also down here, they can also get employment and whatever. And then we create an investment climate This is very, very important. This is what we are trying to say. If you look at the comparison between William Ruto's bottom-up economy and what is happening right now in the US, unakuta kama zinakaribiana because Biden aliongea juu ya bottom and then you go to the middle class. Watu wa chini and then middle class and then watu wa juu watajisort, and that is what Ruto talked about. Watu wa juu wale wadosi watajisort, lakini you cannot say ati mtu kama Ayaga who is mkokoteni whatever, mtu wa mkokoteni analipa the same NHIF and the same NSSF like William Ruto, who is the vice president of government of Kenya. What we are trying to say is let's try to see where we can be able to change here and there, lakini minding our business to support the people who are down. This was the policy of Raila Odinga. Bahati mbaya William Ruto akaichukua. Sasa Raila wanaanza kulialia. Sijui, I don't know what's the issue. Mtu mwingine aniulize swali.
Community. I think it's community.
Yes. Yeah, Wariai, I was asking that when you pump money to mama mbogas and you again pump money to revamp companies, where can we be able to get our youths be involved in terms of working so that they can be able to be self-dependent? Is it mama mbogas or is it working in industries or factories?
Okay, now community. Let me tell you one thing. You have to know the concept of bottom-up economy. One, it is Kenyans who build Kenya, not a company from China which is coming to settle in Kenya and then inatengeza inchi. It is Kenyans. Hiyo pesa ndogo ndogo tumechanganya ndio inaweza kutengeza inchi. Unaona inchi, a company like Safaricom was built by Kenyans. It was not built by people from outside. It was built by Kenyans. The policy Safaricom had was up to now, up to today. You will see the advertisement and their planning ni mambo ya Wakenya huku chini. Inaongea juu ya M-Pesa, unaweza katuma 100 shilling, 500 shilling, unaweza katuma. That is what created Safaricom to this level. This is the concept that we are talking about. Ulisikia kama President Biden alisema Wall Street did not build this country. It is a middle class that built this country. So this middle class ndio tunaongea na hiyo watu wa chini na middle class ndio wanaenda kasukuma Kenya mbele. Watu kikuwa sawa huku chini, nchi inakuwa the political climate, the investment climate inakuwa mzuri, watu wanaenda kakuwa ready, watu wanaenda kasoma, watu wanaenda at least hata yani company kikuja inaenda kapata workforce, you know. Lakini when people are disoriented hapa chini na watu hawana pesa, kila mtu anafikiria kwamba politics is where the money is. Watu wanaanza kupigania mambo ya politics. So kama pesa inagawanywa, nilimwambia Ayaga sahi, kama pesa inagawanywa kama vile CDF inagawanywa. CDF has a policy, iko na committee, iko na nini. Kama pesa itaibiwa, hiyo sasa itakuwa ni kitu ambaye sisi wa Kenya wenyewe ndio tumejiletea. Na ni 30, Ruto is talking about 30 billion. He's talking about 30 billion. That is almost equivalent ya hiyo tuseme CDF. That is what he is talking about. And we are told by the Auditor General 600 billion inapotea. So our policy will be based on bottom up with a lot of administration, and Ruto can do this administration. Ruto in fact can handle the administration kama ni kufanya kazi. Sio kama mzee anazunguka hapa.
Wariai, let me ask you. Yeah, you have said that we are losing 600 billion in every financial year. Are you ready to seal those loopholes where those money are getting out in order to revamp the economy of Kenya? Are you able to sustain fighting corruption?
this is what we are talking about with William Ruto, and I think Bernard and Ayaga. I don't know if they understood my issue here. I said Ruto, sisi tunaweza kapatia 10% ya pesa, 90% itafanya kazi, lakini kuna watu hapa wanataka kuiba 90%. Afadhali instead of 600 billion ipotee 10 billion ama 50 billion ama 30 billion ipotee, lakini kuliko 600 billion inapotea. Ruto is really, and I know he can do it. He can seal those loopholes better than those people who are there.
Okay.
Bernard. Hi, Bernard, I have a question.
I think. Oh, sorry.
Hold on, everybody.
It,
Let's have order. Order, please.
Yeah.
Wariahe, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still there, and I'm waiting for your question. Some more questions.
Can I ask Wariahe a question? What is DP Ruto's policy on fighting corruption?
William Ruto has been performing in all jobs that he was given. Hakuna job William Ruto hakuperform.
No, I'm asking on corruption. What has he said?
On corruption, what accusations do you have against William Ruto? Ushawahi kumpeleka kokotini?
No, Wariahe, nakuuliza swali. Is
Yes.
corruption a problem in Kenya?
No, there's a problem of corruption in Kenya, and it's not about William Ruto. It's about everybody in Kenya.
William Ruto is asking to be the president. Okay? And if corruption is a problem of Kenya, somebody who wants to be president must have what to do to solve the corruption problem.
Yes, and he has a policy to solve corruption in Kenya. He has a roadmap. It's the same as you're asking Raila Odinga. Do you have a policy to stop corruption when he had the maize scandal? It's the same thing.
With maize scandal, the Minister of Agriculture during the maize scandal was William Ruto. All the same. Alan, you had a question for Wariahe. Wariahe seems to have dropped out.
Yes,
I
have a question.
I think.
I have a question.
Hold on. You have Wekesa, you have a question for who? Wariahe is not here.
I have a question for Wariahe.
He's not here to answer, but
I think,
I don't know.
I think based on the little conversation, or the guy is advancing somebody else's agenda, because there's so many things that he has gotten so wrong, and it's unfortunate at this stage. I mean, somebody like him can, he can be allowed to have a certain, certain conversation without I think he's dropped off or something. So I think it's the best thing. We will have to proceed, because he's not here to. Oh, there I can see he's back.
He's back, so please shoot your question.
I just wanted to ask.
He's having network problem. Let's just straighten out whatever it is that he said that you.
I mean, he said basically that the thing was he was talking about Safaricom and all that. But if you look at the people who initially, I mean, the owners of Safaricom is owned by Vodafone. He was talking about, Safaricom is owned by Vodafone UK. And if you look at the CEOs who have really pushed Safaricom to the next level, you had Bob, is it Bob Collymore or somebody, Bob, the late Bob, and the initial Michael Joseph. Yeah, those were not Kenyans. And I'm not saying that we have an issue with the Kenyans. I am 100% Kenyans can perform. So I was just going to speak to him about, those are companies that have been successful because they had, people who are from the outside to manage them effectively. That's why they were they performed well. And then he talked about USA, you know, America and all that. But you're forgetting that America was built on middle class. America was built on middle class, whereby manufacturing was the main agenda. America made money. They made money selling. He's back. America made money selling weapons to both the Allies and the Germans. Right? It is based on manufacturing, and manufacturing. Yeah, we cannot compete. Right? In this global economy. We have to go back to, we have to get our education system sorted, and then we can come and manufacture, yeah, and then we can sell to the world. When we sell to the world, we get money that is plowed back into the economy. We build our roads without going for all these big loans. That was what I wanted to speak to tell Mr. Wariai about. Yeah.
I had also a question on Wariai.
Yeah, I think he's back.
What I was talking about, like the money is given to the people, maybe the mkokoteni guys or wheelbarrow guys, and then they remove that part of where somebody has to pay for the services, and then they get a free service. I don't know which economy can be built without any transaction, because when we talk about creation of wealth, it's about the transaction. The more transactions you make, it's the more wealth you generate. So these guys don't believe in transactions. Like this Mama Mboga doesn't have to pay for these services. If there are no services being paid for, then there is no wealth we are creating. There is no transaction happening. We cannot have an economy where there are no transactions. All the money we are given is free, and we call that an economy.
Wekesa, let me tell you this thing. This thing, I think we misunderstand each other. What we are trying to say is the bottom-up economy is not just giving out free money. What we are trying to say is this. You know about the Big Four agenda. This Big Four agenda, already the infrastructure, the health, whatever the housing and whatever, some of these items were already being planned so that they create a lot of jobs. But some people here, they put us in a problem. You know, we could not be able to implement this thing. Already the infrastructure.
Kindly answer the question direct. Answer the question direct. You said Mamboga doesn't, because they don't have money, so they don't have to pay for these services, and that's why the government is supporting. Can you go direct to the question?
You think the way Ruto said, the bottom-up economy is just giving out free money to everybody? No, it's not about that. People, you know, people have skills. People have ways of surviving. People have ways of doing things. You know, a Mama Mboga who has a small kiosk, can be able to expand that kiosk and employ some other people, you know, through
Okay,
Waria, wait, Bernard, move on. This topic is beyond Waria. He cannot answer us.
Yes,
it's beyond him.
Thank you. Let's move forward. Collins.
Thank you so much. Are you able to listen to me?
Yes, you're clear. Go ahead.
It's good, and thank you to everyone. I've been here waiting for the last almost 3 hours, and what was difficult for me is like when it's me to join, then I am not able to join. The studio is full, but when others leave and come back, they join easily. So I was like, is somebody working against me?
Trust me, I was also in that state for a very long time. Go on.
Yeah, so I like how we are getting this thing this time round, but there is something still going on. If you listen to, because I don't see the people supporting Raila defending his trickle down and infrastructure so well, but the foot soldiers that are supporting the bottom up. And first we have to correct it. It's not bottoms up. When somebody talks of bottoms up, it means a different thing. But when somebody talks of a bottom up, then that is what we should be talking about. Bottom up is a management thing. And that's why the economists are not finding it on the economics, because it's through the management. It's a type of management system, and it's a type of resource management system. The problem we have here, even on this forum, is this. When you ask them to define the bottom-up approach or to explain it to you, they start explaining it, they get lost on the way. When you ask them the question of what they have explained, they explain the trickle-down effect. So people are, including the proponents, they are mixing up everything. Alice Wahome, if she is a lecturer in any university, then she should be denied access to any class. She is not worth. She doesn't know how to differentiate between bottom and down. So that tells you there's a problem in English. It's a bottom, working from bottom to down. And she repeated it. And somebody called Sam Gituku tried to help her, and we thought she was helped enough, but she messed him up until now Gituku left her to struggle with it. She dragged it down to the ditch, and that's how it worked. The other guy, how do you call the guy in top t-shirt, in the red t-shirt?
Community.
You mentioned something about Kimani Chungwa, yeah? He messed it up more than Alice Wahome. It's only that people who don't understand didn't understand him. So the simplest way, people are saying, oh, Kenya has been working on trickle-down effect. And I heard Ruto said it yesterday, that Kenya has been working. Kenya has not been working on trickle-down effects. Trickle-down effect started with the Moi's government. For somebody who understands the system, the trickle-down effect in Kenyan governance system started with the Moi government when the companies were dying. If you go back to your village, you will find the roads that were built by the colonial masters. There are some roads that they are Maram road. The Maram is different from the type of Maram that we're seeing today. What was that kind of method? The trickle-down effect or the bottoms-up approach that these people are now talking, and it's this time that they are telling us that they understand the word approach for the first time. When you ask them, what is this that is the bottom-up you're talking about? If you don't add the word approach, then they are like, you're not understanding it. That's not the fact. The Kenyan government before, if you check on it, the colonial masters knew that there were gold in our areas. There were ways of getting the slaves. There was cotton growing. That is why they made sure there were some Maram roads that were going around. What were they trying to do? Empowering the common man in the ground. When you empower the common man on the ground, and this is what bottom-up approach is. If somebody wants to get it from me and go and explain it to Ruto or any other person, and I think I should be understanding it better. A bottom-up approach means, and it's the same system working in America, even if some people are just talking, politicians, some of them don't understand this thing. Bottom-up approach means the money is collected from the village to feed the central government. So the money should be coming from down to feed the central government. If you go to the American system, you'll find that every state collects its own money, gives it to the central government, then the central government brings it back. So what is these people supposed to do is ensure that there is good money circulation in the village. Not by giving people the money, as Ichungwa said it. You should not give people the money of 30 million and what. Don't give people that money. Ensure there is production ensure there is manufacturing, ensure the agriculture is there, ensure the mining is there, so that the taxation that is done during the early 90s, 93 and below, 87, there was something about county council giving the stickers to the bicyclists. If you owned a bicycle in 1987, 1988, you were supposed to be cutting some slight, there was some shiny thing that you're giving the money, you're given that sticker and you put on the bicycle. That collection of money was feeding the county council, the local governments. Then the local governments were, the youths and the chiefs used to go around. The money collected was called ushuru. If you understand it, in Luo they call it usuri. The Africans, we used to call it usuri. So that money was, that is the bottom-up approach, where the money is coming from the common mwananchi to feed the central government. So the money that was coming from the central government was more than the money coming from the central government, because the central government, its other source of money should be borrowing. That is what Jubilee has been doing. They're borrowing, and that is why they're saying they're capitalizing on the trickle-down effect, because hakuna pesa chini, so pesa inatoka pale juu ndio ifinance vitu za chini. In the real sense, the money should be coming down, and that money coming from down means expand the transport, make sure the farmers are enabled, make sure that you empower Mama Mboga. How do we empower Mama Mboga? We don't empower Mama Mboga by giving them money. We empower Mama Mboga by reducing the cost of production at the grassroots. Empower Mama Mboga by ensuring the goods can reach the market without any hitch. It's not about wheelbarrow like Wariahi explained it. You don't need a wheelbarrow to empower mtu kwa soko. Kwa nini tunatumia wheelbarrow kwa soko? We use those wheelbarrow kwa soko kwa sababu hakuna njia mzuri ya kuingiza bidhaa kwa soko ambayo gari inaweza ingiza bidhaa kwa soko. If you make the road network well, the wheelbarrows will not have their jobs in transport. How do we ensure the border borders that how do we empower them? You don't need to give them money. Reduce the cost of importation, make for them good roads so that the breakdown of those border borders are less. So the maintenance, pesa yenye wana maintain nayo border border ni kidogo. Make sure that the pipeline is working so that the oil and the fuel industry gets it low. When you reduce the bei of fuel, you have reduced everything, including sugarcane and sugar. That is what these people should be doing as a bottom-up approach. But because they don't want to get that, and somebody blamed the 844, I'm a product of the 844, and I believe by the grace of God that I am perfect to what is required of me. Believe in yourself. Believe in yourself. If you are an engineer, you are a shoemaker, believe in yourself. You are a product of 844 system. And somebody who talked about Kenya, he has been out of Kenya for 24 or 20 years. It's good you may be seeing some of the things in the media, but some of the things you need to interact with them one-on-one so that you understand the feeling. You can't get it that's just straight from the online. Because as at now, we have changed the education system. It's coming back to CBC. 844 was not as rubbish as it may be. But it was not good because it was not projected towards the talent. It was not projected towards the products. It was not projected towards self-reliance. But there are things that it made from there. Music was a subject. Some of us went through music. Commerce and accounting was a subject. Some of us became accountants because of that. Some of us were good in science and experiments. It's only that the schools were not enabled. If you want to enable the school, make sure the labs are working. Somebody taught us the parts of the heart and the parts of the pulmonary arteries and what. I reached a master's level, and we have people in our class doing the same master's level, and they still don't know where the pulmonary artery is because they never read it, but we read it in class 6. We did it circulatory system. We did in class 6 in Kenya. So that gives me sometimes when I'm in the podium with them, I know that our 844, as long as some people rubbish it down, when I come to other levels, I realize that it's more important. The trickle-down effect is somehow trying, but it's nobody's telling us how it is. It's one of the worst things that can happen because the people who are proposing it are blabbing about it. The trickle-down effect can work for the first time if it's for building the base. And once you build the base, then you transition it into the bottom-up approach. Bottom-up approach cannot work alone. It has to start with the trickle-down because the government must support enhancing infrastructural development. Is when after the infrastructure has been developed, then the other sectors will pick it up from there. We must make Kenya look the way it should be, but it is going to be expensive. It must be. Anybody who wants to milk a cow, you cannot go and milk that cow for the first time. But Ruto is trying to bring the calf to the milk. Whatever he's trying to do is to bring the calf to the milk. But you can't bring the calf to the milk without milking. So you first have to milk the mother, then you give the calf the milk. But he is bringing the calf to the milk. It's not going to work. It's not sustainable. People are comparing, oh, America is doing bottom up. This was called caution. I got the money. I got $1,000. It was cautioning because of the pandemic. It's not the natural thing that people are given free money in America. In America, every money is accounted for. I've not been here for a long time, but I think after taking my 5 years in America, there is no free money. So every money is accounted for. This was just a caution, which was because of the pandemic. And if somebody thinks that it's going to give people money for that, and the percentage of a number of people that was given the money and misspent it are here, it's so high. When you don't work for it, you can't use it wisely.
Colin, try to talk about the macroeconomics and microeconomics on the issue of the bottom-up approach.
Okay, good. I've already said it. The macro and microeconomics, there was something called Faulu Kenya. And if somebody can understand, there was Faulu. And then there is the Kenya Women Finance Trust, the KWFT. There is also Kenya Youth Empowerment Program, which was the money for the youth. These monies were telling people, they were brought to Kenya by Kibaki's government, where you were supposed to organize yourselves into groups, and then you're given money. That is not bottom-up approach. That is trickle-down effect, because it's money coming from the central government still. And if somebody thinks that that is bottom-up approach, is wrong. That we will give you money in groups. That is not bottom-up approach. Bottom-up approach means there is no money coming from the central government. The money comes from the lower cadre, supports the upper, and then the other constituencies that cannot raise the money. And this was why devolution was made. That counties like Nairobi, Kisumu, Mombasa, Eldoret, and Kisii, Eldoret, how do you call this other one? Mombasa, Nairobi, Kisumu, Eldoret, Thika, Nakuru, this and Kakamega. These counties have a bigger collection. They can sustain themselves even if the central government does not sustain them. But the central government has to take the money, give it back to other counties like Turkana, which don't have a good income, West Pokot, Baringo, and Taita Taveta. Those other counties, Kilifi, they don't have a good income. So the bottom-up approach is not only microeconomics. Microeconomics is a trickle-down effect. And if that is what Akina Ichungwa are using, somebody said Ichungwa is an economist. And somebody said, how do you call him? Moses Kuria is an economist. Moses Kuria is not an economist, he's a banker. So we have to differentiate the bankers from economics. Bankers deal with finance, economics deal with a lot of things.
Collins, I think some people, Bernard, just give me 1 minute only, 1 minute.
Yeah.
I think some, only 1 minute, 1 minute. I think the issue of bottom-up economy is being understood in a very wrong way. The way Ruto wanted to put it and the way people wanted to put it is a different way if you look at it politically and if you look at it from the perspective of trying to bring the poor Kenyans, to share the national cake, from that perspective. But I think some people are misunderstanding it in a wrong way. Like Ruto is trying to find a way how to, to capture the power or something like that and talk to the ordinary people and try to get to the emotions of the ordinary people or something like that. But Ruto, what he's trying to say is this thing, we have done the trickle part from 1963 up to now, and our people are still jobless, and our people are still poor. And although the county government is getting money, we're still having some issues. Let us try to find another way of doing this thing from down, then we start going up. And that model, we will explain to you, Bernard. I don't know why you have problem with this thing.
I think
Bernard,
the time was mine, and instead of explaining, you're
Bernard,
supposed to ask me a question.
was he asking a question or explaining something and nobody had asked him
You
that
are to
question?
ask me a question, and you are instead explaining, and I'm going to dismantle whatever you're talking about very nicely. So just give me the time.
Now, Wariahe has a way of looking for an opportunity to say what he has been told to come and say. And
So-
he seems to be an expert at it. But we must forbear one another, as the Bible says.
Waria, is a good thing I'm answering you. If you are done with the question, I'm answering you straight. Huh?
Hold on, Colin.
No, I've not even asked the question. This was just
Wariahe, ngoja kwanza tafadhali. Let's establish order. We need to move so that we are not having two people talk forever. Mugambi has been trying to talk since 9 o'clock until now. He has not succeeded. I want him to be given priority. So Wariahe and Collins, you have 2 minutes to sort whatever the issue is. Ama, if you have a long explanation, you wait for the second round. So. Thank you. Wariahe, ask your question right now directly to Collins, no explanation, and Collins will answer.
Collins, I want to ask you one simple question. If from 1963 up to now, we were doing the trickle, down economy, and we still having people who are jobless, 17 million. Kenyans are more poorer. What do you think is the problem? Is it about the economy, or the problem is about administration and management?
The problem is administration and management.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope that settles that. And then
do you think Raila can do better administration than Ruto or something like that?
Okay, that's question. I'm not a sycophant. That's the problem. I am not a sycophant, and I can't
answer that.
And I can't answer that kind of question. But I still want to tell this guy something. Whatever, if you listen to Elizabeth Omanga, I always go to her posts, and you listen to there's a Kimani Ngunjiri, you'll find them saying one thing in Kiswahili. Imekuwa wakati watu kuongea mambo ya viongozi. Saa hii raundi hii wacha pia wakina mama wa chini waongee tuwasikie, and that is what they call bottom up approach. So
no, there is an ongoing right now at the Star newspaper where 1,556 people have voted 76% no that Raila Kalonzo coalition can beat William Ruto. Can you explain it more?
I think we have a topic that we are discussing. A good human being should have some form of organization. And that's why we are higher than other animals, because we are organized, okay? So when we deal with a topic, we deal with it so that we don't mix it up. And when we start mixing things up, that's when things work in the wrong way, because you will find, that's what confused Alice Wahome yesterday. The same thing, because she started mixing things up, and then she realized that she was not speaking English anymore. That's the problem.
I ask you one question. Can Raila manage the country better than William Ruto?
We'll have
guy
you
is
mute if you don't mute your mic.
Okay. I'm going to talk about the ODM ditching and what. The thing, whatever happened with the ODM and how do you call the other party, ANC and Ford Kenya,
Wiper.
and Wiper. So if you wanted to talk about ODM ditching the Wiper and what, you will realize that even in a divorce or in a relationship, the relationship had ended, and then when a girl tells you mimi nimekuacha, and then you're like mimi nilishakuacha kitambo. So it's like that is what is going on there. Mtu anakuja anatangaza ameacha, kumbe mtu mwingine alishaacha kitambo. ODM, Sifuna said this thing early in the year that the coalition was dead. And Ayub Savula said kitambo that this coalition is dead. But bado wamekuwa wakishikilia pesa because they needed the money. Coalitions are always built to form the government and to win elections. And if the agreement was, Raila, you will run for one term as a president. He never became the president, so he never achieved the coalition's objective. What is the next option? The objective has not been met. I'm a researcher. If you formulate a research proposal, you go to the field, collect data, and you do your own analysis. Then you come back and you find that the hypothesis has been defeated. The research ends there. Or your next recommendation is the next people who are going to do the same research should not follow this kind of trajectory because it's not going to form. The coalition was made to get the position of the presidency. They never achieved the presidency. So immediately they didn't achieve the presidency, the coalition outlived its objective. So it was automatically going to die. And if it was sustained than like the CORD coalition, it could not approach the next election as the CORD again because the objective changed. So as at now, this objective of NASA had already changed because it never achieved. They had to form another one. In fact, they were overdue to break it all because they wanted to make the Jubilee uneasy of not knowing where next. Anybody with a question for me?
Okay, thank you, Collins. Let's please have Mugambi. Mugambi, are you there?
Jex alitoroka.
Mugambi, are you still there?
No, mimi niko nangoja time. Niko kwa tu patient hapa nimeattend.
Time yako ndio hiyo.
Nasikia ni Mugambi, acha tu nimsubiri tu hapa baba.
Sawa Jex, ngoja hapo tumekusubiri na wewe kwa hamu sana. Mugambi seems not to be there. Where is Sam? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Okay. What is your take on today's topic?
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate, like the definitions that we've been hearing about bottom-up economy, and as you can see, like they really don't know what it means, you know, and also trying to give examples of Joe Biden using bottom-up in the United States. It's completely like laughable. Because Collins actually said something that I heard. Bottom up, according to Biden here, they were just trying to give some stimulus to the of course to the citizens, of course, and of course that money was supposed to like be able to relieve people from you know, like the pandemic that has been happening. But even when you look at the report of the guys who are given that money, like they really spent it so badly, you know. So guys were using the money to do gambles, they lost the money and all those kind of things. So that leaves me to tell Warrior one thing, is that when you give people money just for free, they will not even like use that money in a responsible way. You see what I'm saying? So the bottom up economy, it's actually something that does not exist. It can't, even if it's an economic model, it's something that it's it can't even work. Let's start over there. Because what Kenya needs right now, it actually needs the government to continue with the infrastructure that they've been doing, so that they are able to convince the foreign investors to go and open their factories over there. And that's how those people at the bottom will be able to get meaningful employment. But it's quite impossible, because I even had Ishungwa and what is this other lady, Alice Wahome. Well, they were trying to explain what bottom up is. But for Ishungwa, he was trying to be a little bit smart of what he was trying to say. But if you really looked what he was actually saying, it was completely nonsensical, because he was saying that people like hawkers, right? About 9 million hawkers, something like that, that they are going to be given money, so that, or the mamamboga who is going to be given money, so that they're able to increase their inventory, so that they make more money. And then I actually did some of the analysis of mamamboga especially, right? I know you guys, you know, like mamamboga was a kibanda, probably like on at an apartment in Kenya, like let's say when you're entering at an apartment, you find Mama Mboga on the side selling hamburgers over there, right? Now, I want now, like, Warrior to even look at this and tell me whether this make any sense, right? So that Mama Mboga can predict how much she can sell in a day, right? That's the only thing she can do. Like the inventory that she has, they're perishable goods. So there's no way she can add more. She can add more inventory, because they will go bad, because they're perishable products, right? So how on earth do you expect? According to Ishungwa, he said now the Mamamboga will shift from making 400 shilling a day to 600 shilling. And then they take that 600 shilling, and then it will be able to contribute back to the government by taxes. So now they'll be able to pay tax to the government. You see, those are the kind of things that especially the citizens of Kenya, when they listen to their leaders talking, and they really believe what they are saying. It's something that requires many people to be taught some sort of civil education, probably. And then let me also say this, right? I've also heard warriors saying that his candidate has been able to perform very well in other sectors and all those kind of stuff. But I've always said this: like, if you try to convince us to join your side of the government, then you have to explain to me how did this person all of a sudden have a Damascus moment that the country needs something called the bottom up all of a sudden. It could have started in the term of 2013 to 2017, right? Before they got into the second term of the government. So that actually shows that even while we are still talking about these policies, about, you know, about like we have people coming up with different ways that they're going to help the country. It's not about helping the country. They're just using them as an instrument just to clinch on power but nothing will change. And I've been here talking a lot about that the government that we currently have in Kenya, it's really stressed with the debt that they collect, because even the money of the bottom up that I keep on hearing that they're going to give 100 million per constituency, 290 constituencies, where are they going to get that money from? Do you really expect to get a plane, you go to China, and then you tell the CCP government over there, oh, you guys, by the way, I want to do bottom up in Kenya. Can you please loan me some money? That will not happen, my friend. They will not give you money for such kind of a thing. And right now, the Kenyan government, we are actually on a deficit. Is it a deficit of 1.3 trillion? So that means that the government is completely broke right now. So where on earth are they going to get that surplus and then they add 100 million shilling per constituency to give to these people? Where's the money coming from? We don't have any money for to give people as a handout. And another last thing that I want to say, right? This thing of comparing Kenya to the United States is completely laughable. And that's why last time when I was trying to compare by telling you guys that the average debt per citizen in the United States is $83,000, right? Compared to $1,200 for Kenya. So if you want that bottom up, that handout economy to take place in Kenya, like, do you really want to tell me that you guys, you're ready to expand your debt per citizen? And by the way, it's $83,000 per citizen in the United States, right? But the ones who pay the tax is $222,000 per citizen in the United States. So that is the reason why when people here, they tell me that bottom up they'll be given money, and then I keep on hearing people complaining, oh my God, look at Uhuru, I mean that China to take another debt. Look at this, oh my God, well, they expanded the debt ceiling up to 9 trillion shilling. And then you want to tell me then you want us, we give people money, we expand our debt, and yet you complain even when we go up by another 1 trillion shilling, right? So now what about the 2.3 trillion that now someone like Ruto is actually the only person running for president right now? The 2.3 trillion that he's promising to the hustler nation, where is the money going to come from? Is it going to print? And if you print money, are you guys willing to depreciate your currency? Now we'll be having $1 to 200 shilling, right? Are you ready to do that? To the point now we're increasing debt like there's no tomorrow because we need to give money at the bottom. Let me tell you, that economic model, even Ruto himself, he knows it is impossible. He knows once he enters, it's something that will not even work out. But now the people who are here really like vouching for that policy and they think that it's going to work. Believe it or not, you are the people who are going to bring anarchy in Kenya, I'm telling you. Because you'll be like, but you told us hustler people will be getting 100,000 shilling. Why is it? Although Ishungwa yesterday he clarified and said, no, we did not mean 100,000 shilling. Let me finish. He said, Ishungwa said, oh, by the way, we did not mean 100,000 shilling. Oh, what we meant is that we can give them a Mamboga 2,000 shilling to buy stocks and another maximum of 10,000 shilling. Did you guys hear that interview? It was, I even laughed. I was
No.
100,000, right? Okay, Warrior, you can go ahead because I know you're burning.
Yeah, I'm burning because you are talking something which is not there. This guy, when he's talking about giving Mama Mboga some money, it means Mama Mboga will be given some money to buy more stocks. The more stocks she's buying from other Kenyans who are also maybe.
Warrior, why does Mama Mboga need more stocks? Can you explain? Why does she need more stocks?
She need more stock because of one, the government will try to create employment for these people who will buy this stock. people will be buying this stock, obviously. Hold on. What you are
But
trying to say
if you have a higher stock with low purchasing power, you don't help that person.
Already 70% of the work has already been done through infrastructure and through some other work that they have already done in the first quarter. Now what is remaining is to empower the people who are down here. And
No,
then
Warrior, you are wrong. Warrior, you need to be educated a little bit about economics. That is not true. The infrastructure in Kenya is absolutely not enough right now as we speak. Do you know what an infrastructure means for the economy to grow in Kenya?
Okay,
The
leave
infrastructure means
about bottom economy. Tell us about the trickle. What has it done for us?
Okay, I've not understood what you said. Warrior, what I'm saying, the infrastructure.
Sam, hold on.
Oh.
Let's make progress. Huh? Let's make progress. We are digging this bottom-up thing too far, and we seem not to be moving forward. We are going round, then tunarudi hapo hapo mahali tumekuwa. So I want us to make progress. Jex,
Mugambi is here.
Yeah, Mugambi,
Yeah.
I've been waiting for you for a long time. Jex, bear with us. Let's hear from Mugambi, then we go directly to Jex. Alafu tusonge mbele. Mugambi, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Bernard. And I have really tried today to get in several times, waiting for many hours. But that's all about the technology. Let me begin by congratulating what Collins has said. And I think Collins may be one of the people who had the idea of what is bottom up. Because he has told us bottom up is trying to get the money from the bottom or from the base, the government. At the same time, he has told us that before we get the bottom up, we need to work on the trickle down. I think in Kenya and in our economy at the moment, we are working on the foundation of our economy. For us to put a good base to begin a bottom-up approach, which is applicable, but not what our politicians are telling us, because most of them, I think they are trying to put economy in terms of how they think or how they reason, without having the clear information. So I will begin by congratulating what Collins have said. And number two, for what Collins have said to work, we need to have good working systems in our country, free of corruption, and the people of high integrity in the system. What do I mean? Even at the moment, I think most of the government levies and taxes, we get them from the people who work for low wages, which are perceived to be the hustlers. But because of the weak base that we have, there is no money getting up to the national government. Number two, that is my beginning point. Number two, I don't think in Kenya as at now we have anything or any ideas of what bottom-up approach is, considering what most of our leaders have been trying to tell us. For example, when you listen to even the deputy president himself, he is out of touch of what is required for us to have a clear bottom-up. And I think what they are using this bottom-up approach as a populist narrative to whip the emotions of the poor so that they can get power. And when they get power, I'm very sure very few or none of the leaders who is going to look at the people that they call Wanjiko. For example, right now we should ask ourselves, the people who are in the bottom up and the hustler nation, they should ask themselves, where will you get this money that you are saying you're going to give the hustler? Number one, you need to expand the tax base. What do I mean? You need to make a huge investment in the country in terms of maybe industries. From those industries, they'll employ the workers, both skilled and unskilled, meaning even the people who are perceived to be at the bottom, they'll get an earning. And from their earning, government will chop something from something in terms of pay as you earn.
meaning the government will have good money and you will not need to borrow or have the debts that have been disturbing our country. Then to conclude, because I think even I'm tired, I want to compare some things because the first part of the question was about the NASA, blah, 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 exit and all that. I think in NASA, most of us, we believe that still now we believe NASA was ODM and ODM was NASA. Why do I say this? These other 3 or 4 parties, they were looking for a sponsor in terms of numbers, sponsor in terms of cash. Right now, in their Okoa Kenya, I don't know, Okoa Kenya, their main sponsor was Gideon Moi. And that's why most of the three gentlemen were trying to pull him on their end. Right now, Gideon Moi has stuck with Jubilee because of the memorandum at the end. Raila has left NASA. So these other 3 gentlemen, not I think 2, leave alone Tangula. Tangula has his own problems. These other 2 gentlemen, that is Kalonzo and Davani. Politically speaking, Kalonzo is finished in Ukambani. How is he finished? Kalonzo used to ride on the population and the popularity of ODM party leader, that is Raila Odinga, until he forgot to cement his base. What do I mean? If you go to Cumberland right now, or the Ukambani, you come to realize that in 3 counties, they have 3 powerful leaders who are the governors. Those 3 governors, they have their own political parties. Those political parties, they have their own followers. Meaning Kalonzo concentrated so much on Baba and NASA and the Cont coalition and forgot to work on his base. So even if Kalonzo leaves Raila or joins Raila, you'll have no value to him, because if Raila combines with the name, you can say Mutua, Kivoda, and Gilo, Kalonzo will have no stronghold by himself per se. Then Mudavadi, I know he's a good man. He can make a very good president. But to be a president, you need to be someone who, even by approach or even by look, you need to look like a leader for you to be a leader, to be trusted, and to be a president, by the way. Mudavadi, I think he is so soft to lead our country, number 1. Number 2, he has no votes. In 2013, he was a presidential candidate. What he didn't get, I think 300,000 votes or so. Even Raila took most of the votes from Western than Mudavadi. Meaning, as we move forward and as we look up to who can be the next leader, as the young generation who are here, let us not focus about our person. Number 2, let us not be cowed by the rhetorics that are being ran by the politicians. For example, Raila himself will tell us that I'm going to work on the trickle down, or I'm going to boost the rural economy. How is he going to do that? First of all, he needs to give us a good framework of how he is going to fight the vice, which is the corruption, which has eaten our country. Then to Collins, as I end, I have a question to Collins. Collins, I have a question for you. When you tell us bottom up is getting more money from the ground, from the base, that is the people who are at the bottom of the pyramid, to the government. Right now we have the levies from the mama bogas in their shops or in the markets. Those people pay levies. We have the small shops around the municipalities in different counties. Those people, they pay the cess, or the annual cess for their businesses or permits. They pay for the permits. So do you want to tell us that in our country we could be having a bottom-up approach which has been suppressed by our leaders?
Can I answer that?
Yes, please.
Yeah, respond, Collins, please.
If you look at it, I'm going to make it very short. Kenya is not working under any method of economics.
Okay.
We are having something like a trickle-down effect, then they follow back the money to eat it. Then we are also having a combination of what we call also the bottom-up effect. where the money comes from the ground. Ikifika pale, it's not coming back. Inakulwa pale juu na inakulwa pale chini. You have the CDF. If you want to see how the trickle-down effect should work, how the CDF works. And what happens with the CDF, it should be building infrastructure. Na wanaifuata wakule huko. So if you realize, why is Kenya suffering, even if we are, despite having a hybrid of a bottom-up and a trickle-down, we are still suffering. Why? Joblessness and lack of industrialization, making things very expensive. A few people are working. So that's why the tax is increasing, because the government is trying to increase the base of the tax. Instead of increasing the base, they're increasing the tax. For example, wewe ni kijana mmoja ambaye uko Nairobi na mko vijana 12 ama watu 8 kwa nyumba. Wewe peke yako ndio unafanya kazi, ndio ikifika mwisho wa mwezi uwaletee pesa nyumbani. So it is you mwenye nategemewa. What can happen if you take a loan na ufungulie mama kabiashara yake, na mtoto huyu mwingine mnunulie bicycle, motorbike, na huyu mwingine umwekee makuku hapa. At least wewe ukitoka Nairobi na ukuja na 500 yako, you are sure utapewa pesa kutoka nyumbani. Kukiwa na dharura nyumbani, wakati
is
pesa
that now the bottom up?
That is what the bottom up should be. That is what the bottom up should be.
I think Bernard is hearing this.
You will have first, the first thing you will have to do, I said it to Waria that you should understand this. It is not going to be bottom up as it starts. It must be expensive and it must start from trickle down. Wewe kijana ambaye uko Nairobi, tafuta loan, nunua pikipiki weka nyumbani, so that at least wewe dharura ikitokea, mama ni mgonjwa, unapigiwa simu unasema sina fare, we Collins tunakutumia fare hapo. So the money comes from home yenye inakuleta nyumbani. Naona? So that is what our government should be doing. Increase the support base at home. How can we do it? Reduce the tax by making the roads possible. Mama mboga atafika mahali akibeba gunia moja, na I do my things at home. Gunia moja ya makaa ni 1,500 as at now. Lakini mtu wa pikipiki anakuchaji 50 kwa sababu barabara ni mbaya. Anakuchaji 100 kwa sababu barabara ni mbaya. If the roads were good, you will be taking it as 1,500 na ni hiyo 1,500. Sio ati barabara ni mbaya tena ndio bei inaongezeka. So increasing this tax base by increasing the number of people. Mimi natoka Chemelil. I come from Chemelil. We had, our constituency has 5 factories. When everybody was working in those factories, I used to pay my school fees 2,000 Kenya shillings per month. Mimi fee yetu ilikuwa 29,900, 23,900. But my dad arranged with the school that he was only paying 2,000 per month. So by the end of the semester, by the end of the year, mimi pesa yangu ilikuwa imelipwa. Sikuwa na deni ya shule. Kwa sababu gani? Na kuna siku babangu aliwahi chukua 10,000 akapeleka shule. Haikuwa. How do we operate this? Make sure that kampuni zinafanya kazi. Mama yangu akienda kuuza ndizi pale, atauzia mtu ambaye anapalilia pale, ndizi yake imeuzwa. Make sure that mtu akienda usiku ya Friday, watu walikuwa wanalipwa pale kwa kampuni. Every Friday walikuwa wanalipwa. Watanunua kuku ya mama pale. So make sure there is something working, there is productivity. Alan said something, production, industrialization, and infrastructure. Safaricom yenye mtu alileta hapa, that is a bottom up method, because pesa yenye wana collect pale chini ndio inanufaisha pale Safaricom. Not that Safaricom inapea watu pesa chini ndio ikue bottom up. Umewahi ona Safaricom ikipea watu pesa ya bure?
Collins, I have a question. Or maybe a suggestion.
Yeah.
Me, I think, and I've seen that none of those approaches works independently.
Correct.
Someone was giving an analogy of rain, because this analogy of trickle down was derived from rain. First, it rains, then there is a mist that comes from the ground up. It is the same mist that goes to the condensation level and then forms rain, and it rains again. When it rains on the ground, there's another mist that goes up. So, and we were saying that these two models work together. That for it to trickle down, then money also has to come from. We are talking about trickle down because there is revenue that has been generated from the ground. And that is what even we are doing. Even all our counties normally collect money and then bring at the central government. And then they wait for the same money to be dispersed to the counties. So they say that trickle down only happens if there is also generation of revenue from down. Otherwise, we will be getting money from just like borrowing loans. So this thing happens in like a nitrogen cycle. You remember the nitrogen cycle we learned in science, where you die and become humus, and then humus feeds the plant, and then the plant like that. It goes like in cycles. So there's no way one model can work independently.
Okay, now Collins, are you trying to say bottom-up economy and the trickle-down economy can work together? You know, in UDA, we are not saying that we are going to kill whatever the companies. What you are trying to say is those companies will work the same way they are working, and we are empowering the people down here.
No, Warrior, let me give you the term. It's called inside out. It's called inside out. It's not called bottom up. If you really want something that works, you just say inside out. Just don't say bottom up. Okay?
So I think
I want to sign out.
Ben, let me
get the new prefect.
Ben,
Collins,
let
are
me.
you around? I need you to take charge.
Can I end? What my
Jex is
submission?
around. Jex will take over.
Yeah, for me, I'll be leaving as well.
But it is not fair, guys. I have not even said anything.
So
and you already
let
want
Jex
to
talk.
finish.
Let Jex has to talk first. I want Jex to talk first, and then he will take over.
Yes,
Jex
that's what
must
I'm
talk
saying.
because this topic is their topic.
I'm inquiring so that we have an order, and then you proceed. So Collins, you take charge, and then you leave it to Jex after Jex has shared. My only question to the Wariaha and the rest of Buddha supporters is one, as I even sign out, is what can the DP explain to us, having become so rich, extremely rich, during the so-called trickle-down economy? What did he do that made him so rich? And now he has realized that that way of getting rich with the trickle-down is wrong. Now he
Okay,
wants
let me explain, Bernard.
Warrior,
the time
all right, just give me 2 seconds to answer Bernard. Bernard, I think I'll answer you with all due respect to any of the people you want to refer to. With all respect to Baba and to whoever you would wish to support. I'll answer you because you have mentioned Ruto in a sarcastic, more dramatic way. Him making wealth has nothing to do with his approach. He has been there, he has tried it, and maybe probably he sees it's not working. He's not talking on his behalf or for the millions who are rich. He's talking on behalf of those people who hardly have anything to place on their table. Any leader who speaks for the rich, that is a leader who has lost touch with the base. Raila is not speaking for the rich, so I don't know who you're speaking of. Msale, is not speaking for the rich. They're all speaking about the common mwananchi. If you bring the debate of the wealth they have, how they made it, none of these people who we are talking about tonight is poor. Some of them either got it through birth, others got it through the ways they got it from. That is not the question you should ask. The question that any Kenyan should answer is, whatever leader that comes to the seat on the throne, what difference will he make to the common mwananchi? It doesn't matter who. The question is, will they change the lives of the millions of Kenyans?
Jex,
If you're
did
talking
you
about
understand
I
the
wish you
question
were
of
talking.
Bernard? Jex, did
Yes,
you
I have.
understand the question of Bernard?
Yes,
Did you
Bernard asked
understand the
this
question
question.
of Bernard?
Wekesa, listen, the question was this,
You
to
are
show you that
answering
I
your own
understood.
things, my
The
brother.
question was this: how did
Yes.
Ruto make his wealth,
He
given
first
that
has to
now
defend
he's
Ruto first, which is
disowning?
right.
Jax is doing
Yes,
fine.
then
Disowning.
now,
Listen,
wait,
Wekesa, I know you
hold
are
on.
willing to heckle, but let me tell you for free.
It's not a
We have a
heckle. I'm
leader,
saying.
and all these guys are leaders.
No,
None of them is poor. None of them
wait.
is a pauper. All of these guys have wealth. All of these guys have what we may attribute to them. We may talk of companies, the gas company that is now charging Kenyans hefty charges. We might talk of Murasis and every other place. These
And
are
the
not
next
owned
scandal.
by paupers. These are
Jex, you
owned
are
by
not.
people who
You are
have
Jex,
going
relax.
billions in
We
their
want a
another
accounts.
debate.
So these
Jex,
people,
relax.
by the end of the day, they are not
rise
poor.
of
They are just
one
looking for a
William
seat
Ruto
that they
has
have.
been from 1992 to date. Okay, during that
And I've
time,
answered you correctly,
what
my
will
He's
brother. I've
answering
told
you
you,
correctly.
none of these people is poor. None of these
No,
people is poor. How have they made their
Jex,
wealth? Why do
Jex,
you just
now
want to
listen.
concentrate by
Listen,
one
can I help you
individual?
answer?
What
Jex,
makes
can
one
I help
individual
you?
so special, peculiar? Why
Jex,
does it
can
No,
I
mean that
help
Jex,
when
you?
you
listen
go for
before
a
you
seat,
answer.
you have to declare your wealth?
Jex, I
Listen,
wanna help you. I wanna help you because I see somebody saying I've joined Tangatanga. Yes, maybe, but Jex, this is
Collins,
the thing.
before you help, let me ask you a question so that you can answer. You answer both. You answer both. Huh?
Okay.
I wanted
Wait,
to ask.
Wekesa,
I'm asking
the
this
question
question
from Bernard is
of
clear.
Bernard in a
Wekesa,
different
you're
way.
just complicating the whole show for nothing. Listen, the
No,
question from
I'm
Bernard
just
is
going.
very
I'm
clear.
just going
He
to put
you are
simply
Jex.
wants us to
insecure.
I'm just going to put Jex into the hook so that he can kill himself. Jex.
But is Jax a robot?
I just want to put Jex into the hook so that he can kill himself. Jex,
No,
you have been asked.
Mimi,
Jax has
I
tried his best
don't
to
love the
answer.
praise and worship that Wekesa entertains. That's why probably
We have been here very sober until you came, my brother. We have been
that
very
is
sober.
me for you, my
Jax
brother. That is me for you.
I think
details, slowly by
Wekesa is
slowly.
pushing you. Wekesa is pushing you to some praise and worship. That is true.
But how did
But
No, I
he's
just
going.
wanted to ask him
But
one
Wekesa is
simple
pushing
question.
you.
Bernard brought a conversation of how did he make his wealth. You know,
No,
he
Bernard,
cannot even tell us how some of
no,
other
Jex.
leaders made their wealth.
it's not
Jex,
a bad
It is
question.
wrong.
Bernard,
It is wrong that when we
moral
talk of
matters.
a
A
UDA
leader
candidate,
without
the
morals,
question.
they cannot do
No,
anything.
you know, Jex, you are changing the topic here. Bernard
No,
asked
it
you a
is
question.
It's Bernard
Yeah,
rather who brought the issue of
yeah.
wealth here.
Let me clarify
No,
what
but
Bernard asked you. Bernard
how
asked
are
you
you
like this.
defending immoral behavior?
Bernard asked you this question.
Bernard asked about William Ruto, and Jex
Jex,
is
if you
replying
can't
about
answer,
William
can you
Ruto.
allow other people to answer, Jex?
I think
Kindly.
Jex, you overdid the thing. It was good that you start by defending your party leader. That is correct. But you are asked this. Having done the trickle down effect for the 163 or 63 years from 1963, and he has made his money through this trickle down effect, is it that he has seen that the method that people are getting rich in the trickle down effect is not so good that he now wants to bring up the bottom up? Is it the
Very good.
reason? Yeah.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Collins. And my
And
answer to
if
him was
it
very
worked
simple.
for him, why fix it?
Listen,
If
you
it
see, the
worked
problem is
for him,
this.
why
The
fix
problem
it?
is this. Wekesa is so loud defending or disapproving UDA, but he cannot bring out his candidate. So by the end of the
Now
day,
let us
all
listen
this
to
show
Jex
is always
continue.
about campaigning for one person. Let me talk and listen. Whatever Bernard has asked, he has asked, how comes that Ruto has amassed wealth in this whatever form of, actually Collins, he said we have no formula, we have no model. So I don't know what model Bernard is talking about, but from where I sit, this is what the deputy president is saying. He has been in government, he has seen it all, he has undergone it all. He knows where the thorn is pressing the flesh. He knows where and the sources of failures that have been masking our nation for quite some time. He has been there. He has been a deputy president. He has been an agricultural minister. He has been an
Yes,
education
but
minister.
why did
He
it
knows,
work for him?
Sam, if I can
Now,
finish than us.
Some just leave
You
because
talk,
he's
you
fixing
know
himself.
the reason that's why at times I talk over you is because when all of you guys were speaking, I was quiet. I gave you the respect. So if you can kindly give me the same.
Oh, but you're dodging questions.
Let me finish, Sam. The other thing I needed to say is this: when we talk of Ruto, the best thing we do, we go back to his wealth. When we talk of Ruto, we go back to how much he has earned. Let me ask you, all of us: none of our candidates is poor. None of the people we support is a pauper. All these guys, they have something. They have an issue we can link to them directly or indirectly. And the other thing we have done so well, and that's why maybe Wekesa can proudly put a smile on his face. We have sold out an agenda of corruption. We have politicized the corruption issue, but we have not brought these people to justice. You know, a thief belongs to prison. A thief needs to be in court. A thief needs to be jailed. But when we use that thievery to pin down somebody, to demean somebody without a sheer element of proof, the best we are doing is just propaganding. And Wekesa and Bernard, the best you can do tonight is
Now
just
that you have mentioned me, can I respond?
All
Can I
those
respond?
cases
And by the end of the day,
Can I respond?
all those brutal cases in court. So
Why
all
you
those
go
are
to
just
Wekesa, there is a case for Mudavadi ya cemetery. Hata yeye mwenyewe ni mwizi. Kila mtu
no,
anajulikana.
but even
And
Ruto,
so,
Ruto's got so many cases in
what
court.
is the
So all those
relationship between Wekesa and
what are
Mudavadi?
those?
Does it mean that now
Sam, I
stealing
dare you
makes us
to
equal,
name
so we
two.
should legalize it?
Sam, Wekesa, Bernard.
Bernard,
I dare Sam to
I've been
mention 2
mentioned,
cases
let me
against Ruto.
respond. I've been mentioned, let me respond. Now, this is my response. We are fighting corruption and we are using the method called bottom up. We are beginning with the smallest thieves until we will finally reach the biggest thief. So that
Yet you
is the
forget
bottom
today, Wekesa, I saw you bribing. Today, Wekesa was bribing a police officer in the streets, and he's here shouting from the rooftop. Yet he was today giving 50 shillings to that police at the street so that he can carry more than the number expected in a matatu. And he's here tonight saying Wekesa, I saw you bribing, calling people using the name Sikis and. Yes,
No, you see, Wekesa, we are talking about people who have stolen makaburi, apart from kuiba mambo ingine.
That's not the problem. Let me tell you,
And
Skia, I have not
50
defended.
shillings to
I have
police.
not defended Raila. I have not defended Mudavadi. It's you who are just being weird. I have
We are
not
not
defended
defending
Raila. You talk
anyone. We are
about the
talking
molasses the way you want
let's
to
call a
talk.
spade a
But I
spade.
have not defended Mudavadi. I have not. You are the one struggling to defend him.
We are
I
not
have not
defending
defended
anyone. We are just
Wetangula.
saying gifts belong to jail. If you have facts, kindly provide.
But
But
the
here
Why do you
calling
think
saying
William is the thief?
corruption, blah blah blah.
Do you know something funny? These guys, they never even mentioned Raila or Mudavadi or Kalonzo in any corruption thing, right? But
Are you
it's
sure?
because we normally
Can you
hear
begin to
Ruto
mention
in
them?
everything. So can you mention anything about Raila?
All of them were mentioned. Raila was mentioned in the maize
Pesa
scandal.
kwa
There was
vijana,
an immigration
kazi kwa
scandal.
wazee, pesa kwa vijana.
Was he in government? Okay,
No,
Can we
no,
end
you
the
see,
show now?
I think
Could
we are turning
We
this
can end
program
the show
again
now.
into
as
saying
in
that yes, he's a
Ruto is
thief,
always
but so and
mentioned
so
in
is less a
everything.
thief. So and so is a thief, yes, but it's our thief.
But
That's what's now
let
going
me
on.
ask you,
That's what I'm
guys.
saying. That's what I'm saying.
Guys, I'm
There is
asking. Let
nothing.
me
A
ask you
thief
a
is
simple
a
question.
thief,
Order.
and we are not comparing which thief is bigger and which thief
Why
is
do you
Thank you,
smaller.
become
Collins.
emotive to
Thank you,
somebody
Collins.
who will not share money to you? Why do you become
Collins,
emotive?
but we have something called corruption index, and the one that
Yes.
leads in that one is Ruto, actually.
No,
And
no,
it's
no.
not.
Ruto has
You're
never been
right.
It's
taken
true.
to any court.
Yeah, he
Ruto
was
has
the
not been
first
taken to
one.
any court. There are people like
He's the
Mudavadi
father, Jake.
and
He's the
Kalonzo
father of
Musyoka.
corruption.
No.
I think
He's the father of corruption.
I think we
Ruto has
have
never been taken into any court, and he has a court of case over the land and another money. Let us leave those personal things. We are not talking about
exactly.
personal. Can we talk of economy?
Exactly.
And the
Thank
money?
you.
We're talking economy and the party.
I think Collins, the only problem in Kenya is about governance. This is the biggest problem in Kenya.
The governance and management. That's the thing. The
But
problem
corruption is also a big thing that you have to
corruption is in the governance. That is all in the governance. Corruption
is inside the governance. And I think Ruto can be able to help us because he has already managed some other companies, some other organizations.
Collins, I think you are not here. When Waria was asked about who can fight corruption well, he said it's Ruto. And he was asked, what proof do you have?
Ruto can run a management company better than Raila Odinga, and it has been proved.
By the way, Ruto is on record defending any person who has a case of corruption in court. So how can you fight?
I don't think we can go with anything that Waria is saying, because these are people who go to border sheds and they come up with informations and they want to share them here.
That's what factual. I said.
They're not factual. They are not making
bottom-up economy. You explain it in practical, my friend.
Initially, when we had this conversation, right, I did. Waria, okay, he's got his own opinion, but I think at this level it's a different ball game, right? Because if we start, that's what I'm saying. This conversation here, it should be more serious. You understand? We're not talking about. That's why I insisted. Let's leave politics out of it. Let's deal with economics. We were talking about bottoms up, but we starting.
Alan, you're saying it so well, and I think the problem is, as I said, when you bring a question in a sarcastic, more malicious form as Bernard did, that's how you open a can of worms, and Wekesa will be here laughing with all form of satiric issues. And by the end of the day, Waria, just a moment. By the end of the day, we will all have something to say. Now, this is what I wanted to say.
Okay, go
before even I was rudely interrupted. Yeah. By the end of the day, none of these leaders is clean. None of these leaders is clean.
That's true.
But we, as the supporters, we make some of us never to wish to support some of them. That's why the other day, someone was asking, why is it that it's difficult to sell Baba in the central province? It's because most of the bad things that were ever said against him, most of them, in fact, are propaganda. Most of them are not true. But because they were well sold to the population, it's difficult for him to be embraced. Now, the supporters themselves, now you see the problem where it comes. The supporters themselves have no way of making him likable. In any case, they even make him seem as if he's a hooligan, yet he's not. Actually, he's a good man. But if you combine Wekesa and the likes, believe you me, you push so many against him. Why? Number one, I think this is a debate. A debate is to make those who are against you be for you, right? I don't know if Collins, that's true. What's the purpose of a debate? It's not to come and pin us down, because I was quiet for some time, and I realized anytime someone speaks against maybe, let's say, Uda or Ruto, or further actually supports him, either he's interrupted, or he's heckled, or a very sarcastic question will be asked. But when an ODM guy speaks, he's even given mileage, talks for hours, no question, and even the question that is asked is not relevant.
No, you see, just let me interrupt
this is
you.
More of a debate. This is where we should articulate our points without any intimidation, without us making us,
I think it would be so disservice for all of us, right?
Just let me continue from there.
Alan, can Alan talk? Because he keeps on talking and is interrupted.
Alan, just before you start, please, just let me just add on Jex. Bernard, the issue on this forum, most of the time I come to this forum, I think that we need to speak and debate, in a more mature way. One, let this forum not be made like it is an ODM, whatever trickle down economy, whatever forum. We are trying to emphasize on something which can help Kenya. So just listen to us and don't even say ati William Ruto ni mwizi kwa ajili watu wote ni waizi hapa. And if we start talking about that, it will take a whole day. If you are putting up a question or you are putting up a suggestion, let it be a very mature whatever suggestion, like saying William Ruto.
I have a question, Jakes.
I have a question.
Can Alan talk? Like, he's been trying.
Jakes, can I ask a question?
Okay, Alan, go ahead then, Mugambi.
No, sorry. All I needed to say, because if we bring it to a political level and a personal level, it's just going to go out of control. And we've just seen it for the last 20 minutes. It's been heckling and all that. The main thing here was to try and look at all this, the economic policies they're trying to bring forward, right?
That's true.
That is the most important, because at the end of the day, we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Imagine 8 of us. We're having this issue when we bring it political, and then it comes to Kenyans. That's another 30 million heckling out there, and then they're not educated when it comes to vote.
Alan, this will surprise you. Me, Ekesa, Bernard, Collins, and Sam, we are very good friends. Actually, we are brothers. But when we even communicate behind the scenes. So this just to show you that even in politics, these people, even though they stand in the podium, Wekesa is a good. By the way, behind the scenes, Wekesa is a good man. Actually, he's you had him quote scriptures. He's a very good guy.
I think
we now become the politicians.
Guys, let me tell you where the problem is. The problem is, guys, we come in a debate with other discussions. If we had a different debate somewhere else, for example, nobody mentioned here that Ruto ni mwizi, but someone is carrying from a different page and coming to settle scores here. This is a different debate. If we talked with you somewhere else,
I guess like for you and me, we have to extend
here.
From
you don't carry it here. You don't carry it
here. Bernard, there is a poll right now at Star. Ruto ako 76%. Unapiga kelele hapa. Unapigia nani kelele?
You see, this is the problem.
We don't have a problem with that, and that is not the question of our debate today. Our debate was
how many people read the Star?
I don't.
Personally, I don't.
But that's the thing that you're saying. It is not an indication of maybe what you're thinking. They're asking, is Raila Kalonzo going to beat Ruto? Like maybe they're saying it's a wrong combination, or maybe they even support him. Right? They are
saying maybe the marriage cannot work between Kalonzo and Raila. That is a different. That's a different poll.
You also need to remember. Just one moment, Bernard. Just 1 minute. You also guys need to remember. Opinion polls in Kenya do not work. Opinion polls in Kenya at times they are funded by people, and at times they don't really show the picture. You see. I looked at the votes. It is only 1,000 votes.
Handle Viega first before he comes to other people, man.
Bernard is believing.
Let's go back to the topic. It was good, energizer. Some of us were sleeping. It's okay. Some of us were sleeping. Now we can come back.
Yeah, I think.
By the way, did you see the poll in Kiamba? They were saying that the guy will win by.
You see, the government has spent a lot of money in Kiamba, the machinery and everything. Na bado wameanguka.
Look, Warrior, they say the poll is 70%, and the guy won only by 50%. And even
my friend Kiamba serikali yote ilihamia huko na wakafanya everything that they could do.
I think Jakes has said something that we can understand, that these opinion polls sometimes don't give us the real reflection of the picture.
Yeah, they don't.
Yeah, and again, you can't put down that Star newspaper has done what and what, because a few people, even those who are in the limelight, those of us who can access the internet, a few of us can access the Star. Again, if I didn't know if I didn't know that there is something happening about this, the survey, because I've just seen it in the comments here. If I didn't know there is something happening in the Star newspaper, and because I don't have any business to do with the Star newspaper, how would I know? And what if Jakes came in and told me, Collins, the Star newspaper has put in a poll, and then I go poll myself 3 times? What can prevent me from
It's
polling
not
myself?
scientific, right?
Collins,
Not
It's not
scientific.
The other thing,
I have a
Collins,
question. I have a
according
question.
to just a moment, Mugambi, according to what I know about research, you have to have what you call a study sample. And this
Correct.
study sample needs not to be biased in any single way.
Yeah.
And you know, the star can easily mobilize people who have a liking or a following from it, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it is not easy to say that that is a poll that really reflects the issues on the ground. And then when I looked at the poll, it is only a reflect of 1,000 people. Kenya is made of millions, and there are people who don't even have access to online activities. So basically, that cannot really be a reflection. So I think it is not a poll that we can peg on. So
This-
Mugambi had a question.
This, can I just finish up and then? Sorry,
before I
Mugabe.
ask
Can
my
I?
question,
Okay, go on.
Yeah,
Go.
yeah, Mugabe has a question.
Before I ask my question, let us understand that these newspapers, they are in the market, they are in business. They can say anything to sell as much as they can, full stop. Then to Jakes, I have a question. We have had all our leaders who aspired to be presidents from the time immemorial. Why do we have right now a debate of having this bottom up? Could some people somewhere been trying to use this kind of a narrative to get to power? If so, it can be so unfortunate to manipulate the poor, the least fortunate, and get to power and exploit. So my question to Jakes is, why do we have this heated debate of bottom up right now? In 2013, we had the same with Jubilee government. They were telling us about the border guys and all that. That time, it was not so heated debate because of the ICC, which gave them the milestone. Why do we have such a heated debate now and not in the past?
Okay, one thing I'll before I give it to someone else, one thing I would say, this is my opinion, right? Every election will have its slogan. And okay, I love this one because slightly we are moving from the tribal card and all. So by the end of the day, if you remember, we had analog digital, you remember? And then we also had this the unbogable moment of 202 and all. So each election will have a slogan or a clarion call to mobilize voters. Now this one, it is people who have seen the current challenges we are facing. So everybody is trying to pull their end. Others are saying bottom up approach. Others are saying uchumi kwanza. Others are saying made in Kenya for Kenya, whatever they are saying. But by the end of the day, all this is to woo the voter. Now it is up to the voter to decide, to listen, and above all, to make the sound judgment that leader A speaks to my need. Leader A, given the opportunity, will not be a lying leader, will be a delivering leader. And in any case, he is a performer or a leader who can better serve me. Unanielewa? So
Yeah.
by the time tunafika kwa election August, all these debates, all these topics will not make sense to a voter. It will be either voting for a candidate you believe in or a tribe or anything. But by the end of the day, all these are just hypes, what we call hype emotions and all. Eventually, you as a voter, you will make a decision based on either the euphoria of the moment, the person who utaona akona more following and all, and eventually you'll whatever will advise you as a
Zex,
voter.
what
That's how
decision
you
are
vote.
you making?
So
Based on
meaning,
what?
Jakes, meaning whatever is being said now has nothing to do with the practical needs for Mwananchi. It is just a way to get to power.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
That's what I
So
will.
if that, so
In
if
short,
that
this is what I'm saying. Is the same way you cannot remember most of the manifesto or the promises and all the promises either made by ODM back then or KANU or Jubilee or TNA or URP. The question is, mostly they will say so much, But all they will say is, I just need your vote. By the end of the day, they just need your vote. Whatever they say, most of the time they don't do. Even if we give to any who, they will not do what they say. They will only need the seat. Then maybe from the seat, they will work what they can try to
So
work out.
Jakes, wait a bit, Mugambi. So Jake, so why are you supporting bottom up if that's your thinking?
Interesting. It is just the same way you're supporting Baba, you know. It's
No,
the same
me,
way. There is a
I'm
reason
a
you're
neutral
supporting
person.
Baba. It's the same way.
I really don't care much. In fact, for me, I just want anyone to win presidency other than Ruto. Me, that's what I am. But you tell me. So why are you subscribing to bottom up if you're thinking that way?
Now, for me, it is a matter of preference. You see, you are given two types of. You have been given two options: tea or coffee, and you have to take one. I think maybe probably for me, yes, sir.
Because you just like him, right? You just
Alan,
Yes,
Alan is on.
Alan, yes.
But Jake, don't you think if you go to the polling station, right?
Yeah.
Let's assume you're the majority, right? Let's assume you're the majority, the way you are thinking, and you cast your vote, right? And your preferred presidential candidate wins. Don't you think it's taking us back? Yeah, because you have not really analyzed what your presidential candidate is putting forward. Yeah, it's taking us back. It's the same thing we have at the moment, right? I think if 2013, right, when we had when Kibaki finished his term, yeah, there was that euphoria of which was aligned to the way you are thinking. 10 years down the line, there's a big, massive deficit, right? Kenya's not moved forward, right? There's a big loans and everyone is crying. And then all of a sudden, we come back and they give us this policy of which you are saying, oh, I'm preferring this candidate, of which you've not really analyzed it. As Sam has asked you a very fundamental question whereby you're saying it's a choice. But is it a choice for you as an individual, or is it a choice for the entire country? Because remember, yeah, all of us, we have kids in that country, right? We have a generation to go through. And it's based on your choices of you analyzing these policies, yeah, when you cast your vote. Don't you think you're just taking us back?
Just before you say anything, let me just add Collins a bit. I think Kenya, we are not very serious. Kenya, we are not very serious. Our problem is very, very small, and it's about governance.
But when you, Wariai, sorry.
Yes.
Based on your comments and your analyzation and everything, yeah, it's the same problem we have, yeah, because there's an area that you are not really responding, because everyone is asking you and you keep on just flabbergasting everywhere, you understand? And when you go to the polling station next 2020, when it comes to
2022,
exactly, you make the same mistake, and then 10 years down the line we are still in this thing talking about it. Don't you think
Alan, I think, and I can agree with, I think, Jax and Mugambi and Collins all, and Sam also. Kenya, we are not serious. If we are serious, we will have taken this country very far. But the problem is the governance. The governance section and the management section is where the problem is. We don't have any other problem even with the bottom up, and we don't have a problem with the trickle down, and we don't have any other problem. What our problem is management, how you run a government.
But who puts these managers in place? Who puts them? Is the uneducated and not informed people at the bottom who puts. They don't just come and say, I want to become the president, I want to be the governor. It's me, you, and everyone else who goes and casts the gato.
The people who are putting these people are the bourgeoisies, the people, the bosses, the guys, the rich people. Now what they're doing is, like, now there's an election coming up, there's no civic education. People are not being told what do you need to do to vote somebody in. Nobody's doing anything. IEBC has not been given any money. There is no timeline for elections. People at the end of the day may back in 1 month or 2 months, and then they are told this is a guy, and now they choose a wrong person. If we do a voter civic education for some time, we tell Kenyans, why should you need to get a very good guy to become a president, irrespective of the tribe and the clan and everything? And then we propel these people, you know, in a certain way that they know this country is for us all, you know, 47 million.
No, but who educate those people?
Exactly. I mean, dedication.
Let me bring
Yeah,
up the thing.
this is the issue. Yeah, this is the issue. This is a collective failure. A collective failure from most of the institutions, right?
And Jack, sorry,
Think about
Jack.
it. We have
What?
the EACC that fights, or rather that fights corruption and all. You find these leaders will be given a clearance certificate that they are good. Two, we have parties that have ideologies and they have manifestos and they have what they stand for. They don't punish these people by not giving them tickets. We have parties that just come and after elections they fade away. So the challenges are not just from the voter; they are all round. Then finally, we also make this mistake of mtu wetu mentality, mtu wa tribe yetu, mwizi wetu, you know. So such failures, by the end of the day, culminate into giving us leaders who are not worthwhile. So it is not just a problem of the voter and also the voter whatever education and all. It is a rooted challenge that if we were to go down to the root, I don't think some of these people even should see the face of a ballot paper to start with.
But Jax, again, like if as a citizen you decide and say, okay, yeah, we can see the front runner who they are, and we are used to these people. So why don't we try? Because in every election we normally have a new person that normally comes out, right? So why don't you guys go to that person that you can just say, let's vote for this person as you know, just against the people that have been there before, because they're the ones who have created these problems that we keep on talking about. For example, like for me, the reason why I keep on saying I would support anyone other than Ruto is because I know he's part of the problem. He's in the government. He's the one who has been there. He's the one who has created. So I'm like, why should I entrust you when you're the one who has been creating the problem? You see what I'm saying? Why should I trust you?
Sam, if you wanted to support somebody very good, and anaweza kusaidia hii Kenya, ni mtu kama Abduba Dida. Saila Abduba Dida ameletwa pale na support.
Exactly. Well, me, I could support Abdul Dida, that guy. I remember him. I could, because I want to like try a complete new person to see what they can do. But why do we keep on playing ping pong with these other leaders every single time? And we know they're useless. They're the ones who create the problem.
So the basic thing, yeah. Come 2000 and when did 2013, right? There are things that this so-called government said they will do, yeah, and we should look at those things and say, hey, have they performed? It doesn't matter if the so-called deputy president is saying that he's not part of the government. He is part of the government. So number one, do we have those laptops? He said no. Do we have them? No. Now, do we have the road? You understand? We need to benchmark them from that. That's how it works. You told me 2013 you're going to provide jobs. And in fact, the biggest issue we have at the moment is unemployment.
1 million jobs per year. That's what he said.
Yeah, they said unemployment. You know, they said they will create 500,000 jobs every year. Do we have them? So, for me, if I'm seated where I am and I'm told to vote tomorrow, and if I see President Uhuru Kenyatta's team is in place and Deputy President is in place, I would totally reject them because they have not delivered. They have not delivered the promises they made. Where are the stadiums? Where are they? And then all of a
Exactly.
sudden, you come and you give us another economic, bottoms up thing, and it's not going to work. Yeah. And the issue, as I said before, is basically our folks are not well educated. The system has failed them to go and critically analyze what are these people telling us. You understand? It goes back to the education. You need to be the folks right at the bottom need to be well educated so that they can look at these policies that these people forget about all those political parties. It's a musical chair. You understand? It's a musical chair, but it's for the common mwananchi to look at the policies. Are they telling us the truth? What have they done? What are they? And it goes back to education. You understand? It is so important to get it right.
Alan, all you are saying is right. Just a moment, Sam. All you're saying is right. And the problem is not just the voter. You see, when we fail in checks and balances, what Collins called the governance and management and all, even the voter himself, when he votes, he's not voting because he has looked at the person holistically. He's voting based on so many things, tribe being top on the list. And eventually they end up making the wrong mistake over and over again. That's why I said earlier that all these leaders, if you go back in history, none of them has a clean record to really hold the helm of governance. So basically, all we are left to do is to cherry pick from what is being provided to us. And it is not something that we are really proud of, but it is what we have. So that leaves us to decide, is it plan A or plan B? Maybe Collins can take it from there again.
Plan A or plan B. Collins, you're on mute. We can't even hear what you're saying.
I'm sorry. There are things that we always have to check on. When you talk of the politics of the country, then you'll realize that Kenya changes its political dynamics in 10 years. So if you understood the politics of Kenya, then you realize that every 10 years there is a change in political dynamics in Kenya. If you check on what happened in 1982, then you realize that there was a coup. So there are people who came to realize first that they were not being led well by Moi. Moi cooled it down. Then come 1992, there was emergence of the multi-party democracy. That's how the politics of Kenya changed. You come to 2002, there was a generational change where the only one issue that people, in 1992, there was an issue around our politics, multi-party. In 2002, there was a change in which there was something called getting KANU out of power. And that's when the coalition governments came into, the coalition politics came into Kenya. In 2012, there was a generational change. So in 2022, the politics is going to be about economic change. And that is what, for the first time, we are having a negotiation and a conversation around the economics. So this, any other abracadabra that people have been doing around across other years, we have not been doing any other thing. Again, the next thing that you have to understand with the Kenyan politics as at now is Kenyan politics is not based on issues. And this is the first time that we are trying to flick in issues after the 1992. This is the first time, because in 1992, there was, we can do with not only one party, let us try other parties. Now, this time they're changing the conversation. We can do it with another economic model so that the other people can also bring their own model. And for the first time is when we are realizing that Kenya has been operating under some models which are not practical. So the change of political terms is what is now bringing the thing. We don't care who becomes the president. Even if we bring today Jesus Christ, the Father of the Holy Ghost, to come and become the president, he is not going to manage Kenya because the systems are poor and rotten. We have to change the systems. So even if today I put Jakes and I put Sam as the deputy president and I put Sam and Jake as the president, if we don't change the system, there is nothing we are doing. Even if I put Waria today to be the governor, it's not going to make any impact because the money comes from the central government. We have to empower these people that you are in charge of this county government. Run the county government. You can take anything to run that county government, and then we realize what's going on. But here is the thing: we give the county governments money and we tell them what they can do and what they cannot do. Ni kama baba yako anakuambia amekupea pesa, alafu anakuambia hii pesa enda nayo ni yako yote, lakini usipande njugu, usinunue viazi na usinunue ng'ombe ya maziwa, na amekupea shamba na amekupea pesa. What are you going to do?
You'll let it.
Ni mtu amekupea pesa alafu amekufunga mkono, pesa iko kwa mfuko, lakini amekuambia what to buy, na saa hiyo you are allergic to what meat, na anakuambia usinunue nyama. That's what's going on in Kenya. Like, we have the political standings and we also have the legal standings and we also have economical standings. Somebody gives you the money and then he tells you what not to do, and he has not told you what to do, and he wants you to bring development. It's not going to happen. We have reached a point where even at today, nikitoka hapa naenda kuwa MP Kenya, I can promise them everything. But the CDF is 100 million. Now, umeambiwa this percentage can only be used for this percentage can only be used for this.
Colin, umeona today what they wrote there, an MP can spend 430 million on his campaign. And do you expect huyo MP ako na 430 million atatoa pia pesa wana?
No, that's just words. It can't happen. If you need to be an MP in Kenya, as at now, the research that was done in 2019, that if you don't, according to the two elections, if you don't have 27 million to campaign as a member of parliament, forget about that parliamentary seat.
Yeah, that is the average, actually.
If you don't have 27 million, then forget about that constituency. Why are we making the constituency elections being difficult and expensive for the
I think Collins, I spoke to one Japanese guy here in Dubai, and he was trying to tell me about how Japan operates. Then he told me that in Japan, they give priority to service industry, you know, like teachers, doctors, you know, that kind of level, you know, those people, they empower those people so much than the MPs and the parliament and those kind of things. You can be an MP in Japan and you are earning less than a teacher or a doctor. You see, this gives motivation to people, you know, it gives motivation to people who are in the middle class, you know. And the economy, he told me the economy is performing very good because any person with any talent can be able to do anything because he knows that he is going to be paid, you know, for his service. Then now, making like in Kenya now, we are doing it like if you are not an MP, you will not survive in Kenya. If you are not a councillor, you will not survive in Kenya. As if, you know, everything is about, you know, being a president, being an MP, being a councillor, you know, and everybody now is leaving other work. I have seen teachers who have left their work in Mandera, they are becoming councillors. Imagine, and we don't have teachers in Mandera. We have very few teachers in Mandera. Now because he knows that in being a councillor, he can receive contracts and he can receive money through backdoor and so many other things, and he can survive and he can build houses and whatever in a very small time. Why should I teach? He's telling you, why should I teach?
You know, if today we are told,
let me just tell Waria what you're saying. I think I totally agree with Waria. Like for the Kenyan politics to improve, we need to make all those government positions like less attractive as to what they are right now, right? So we need to reduce the salary of the members of parliament. the governors, all the way to the president, so that now people they don't even see the goodness of being a politician, and they can focus in like trying to do other businesses and or other professions. Because do you know Kenya actually has got the highest, it's actually listed as the country that pays politicians the highest salary. Can you believe that?
Yeah, it's true.
They're the most paid, and that's the reason. There's another time I saw another report. It was saying like 78% of the revenue that is collected by the government, it actually goes in paying salaries to the employees, right? And then they leave the 22% actually for development. And
Currently, the recurrent expenditure, the salaries and those kind of thing is almost 30%. That is what the Auditor General is saying. The other 30% we are paying Chinese. The other 30% is going through corruption. It's only remaining 10%. You see, this is about management and governance problems.
That's true. So even the salary they're being given, it's not even enough because they have to steal. They have to steal to supplement whatever even they're being given.
Do you know?
And that makes it so attractive for so many people. Like every time when you ask somebody, oh, but then what do you want to be? I want to have a little bit of money so that I can be able to run for member of parliament, or I can be able to become even an MCA. Imagine even MCA they're able to access some money and steal. Can you believe that? So I totally agree with what Wari is saying. We need to make it to be like less attractive than what it is currently.
Do you know it's us? The first thing is it's the electorates that are making elections expensive.
How?
And it's the electorates, the common mwananchi, that is making the Kenya as a country being ungovernable. Do you know why? Collins comes from America, okay? He's going to Kenya. He knows that Jakes is in Kenya, and Jakes has been doing a lot of good things for the people, and he can lead, okay?
Yeah.
Then he's telling Jakes, unaweza simama hii kiti. I'm going to fund you. And then Collins comes back to America. Jakes has already known that Collins is going to fund him. Then he goes to the ground. Watu sasa wanaanza kumwambia wewe ndio mtu wetu, wewe ndio tunakupea. At the time when they have started telling him wanampea, Jakes looks at himself and saying, but I only have 20,000. How can I satisfy these people with my 20,000? Collins promised me. Then he starts distributing the 20,000 that he has. Then the other guy will come out. Wataenda kumwambia, Jakes anatoa pesa, kumbe hata wewe uko na pesa unaweza jaribu hii kitu. Jakes has been doing something, he's very consistent with his thing. And now, because he has realized there is some money that can come from somewhere, he forgets the good thing that he has been doing without money, and now he starts spending the money. Then he gets another person who has another money, will make him now start sweating because now he doesn't have money. Now ule mwingine atafikiria Jakes anafanya hizi vitu kwa sababu ako na pesa. So Jakes will have to get money from Collins now to finance his budget, which is not the way he planned himself. Now he's being derailed by the electorates. Nani anatoa pesa kukushinda? Unaona?
Yeah.
And now he thinks that nani anapendwa. In true sense, if today election was to be held, the best person that can lead Kenya among the whole thieves that are surrounding themselves is Mudavadi. If these people could be given time to be elected as presidents, the only person who can lead Kenya peacefully and with good economics,
I agree.
Everything should be Musalia Mudavadi. Look at it. Musalia Mudavadi went around the country all through in 2013, and he never even got a million votes.
He got 400,000, right?
He got 400,000.
Yeah.
If you look at his vote region, and if you look at the way his votes were distributed,
Mm.
do you know that Raila Odinga got many votes in Western, where he's coming from, than him?
Mm.
So why do I say that electorates make election expensive and electorates make these leaders feel? Mudavadi could not articulate
But,
what he wanted. Okay.
but Collins, even in the US, the elections are so expensive. Even this last one that passed.
Sisi yetu tunaweka expensive because as at now I was ranked the 4th. There was an opinion poll. I was only told by my cousin, tumeona opinion poll uko namba 4. Nikamwambia namba 4 ya wapi?
On what?
Yet you are contesting for Moroni seat, which I've never said anything like that. And then they went and gave a screenshot. And then I was like,
No. They want to solicit some money from you. That is the only thing.
You are now talking. And somebody said that Collins is number 4. And now I was like, how am I number 4? And I've not been doing what? I've never campaigned. I've never said
done nothing.
Yes.
Mm.
What are people trying to do? They're trying to make you start producing money as early as possible. At the end of the time when the election is being done, umeshatumia almost 20 million. Then you realize, no, I must now resign hii kazi yangu ya ualimu because nimespend a lot of money and I think I'm going to get it. So it is the electorates that are making Kenya to be having very expensive elections.
No, is it fraud from the pollsters or?
It's not fraud from the pollsters. It is fraud that is starting from the ground.
No. You see, Collins, what these people are trying to do is they want to exhaust you. You know, now they are trying to compare you with some other people, so that they say you are number 4. Meanwhile, maybe you are number 1 with the people. But because they need some money from you, there are some guys who are there. They are saying you are number 4, so that you start now saying, where is the problem? The problem maybe is because I'm not giving out. And then now you start giving out the money and they exhaust you. By the time you're reaching 2022 July, you don't have any money. And that is the main time people need the money now.
But who would believe in those polls? Who's going to believe in them?
Now, why did I say that ni wananchi wana make Kenya ungovernable?
Mm.
Wakati umewambia Collins ako namba 4, si ndio? He thinks that he can now at least, sija campaign na nimekuwa namba 4. Can I now start campaigning? Then Collins goes back to the ground and start using money, and the other person who was a good candidate anaona kama ana ile pesa ya kutosha. He starts borrowing money. Yes, you have elected the right person because amewin, but amewin na immediately anaingia kwa bunge akona deni ya 30 million.
So he has to find it.
Yes, I understand that. I understand that is now the deni you have to find to pay that money now through stealing and so many other things.
Yes. So this person wants to pay back his money. Na hii pesa haizi lipa in 1 or 2 years. Atailipa in the long term. The salary yenye Kenyan politicians wanapata is wanapata 851 million, 100,000, and that is the salary. Alafu with some allowances depending, and especially I would tell you that the MPs coming from Lagdera, I think Lagdera, must
They want from Northeastern, they get more money. But you know, Collins, let me tell you frankly, I am telling you frankly, I wanted to stand for an MP. But when I did my calculations and everything, I saw that the business I'm doing now, I can make a project of around $2 million or $3 million and be fine. And I'm better off than an MP than going for an MP and putting yourself in all that pressure and you are getting nothing. And, you know, it's problematic.
You're right. It actually depends by the reason why they are running. Are they running to help themselves or to help their constituents, right? Because if they're running for them to recover their own finance, because I also have another friend, he was running for an MP in Kisii, and he spent 30 million shilling. Do you know the guy went mad after he lost?
Now,
he went insane. So that means that if he had entered, he was actually going to like really like steal. He was going in a stealing spree. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I don't believe anyone who ran for any politic office in Kenya. They're actually doing it to actually go get something. You see?
No, somebody can have a good intention of leadership, but because he has spent a lot of money, when he goes there and then you're like, huyu mtu alikuwa mzuri before huyu tumchague, ni nini imefanyika? Okay, what happens is this.
I don't believe it, man.
Our politicians, some of them are good when they are outside. Akiingia pale ni hivi, ako na madeni. So he will have to get the deni paid. Number one, hizi bills wengine wanapitisha wanalipwa. So even if Jakes ameleta a very good point na Sam ako na pesa na wanataka hiyo bill ianguke, Collins will be given hata 10,000, we angusha hiyo bill. So anaenda kuangusha bill not because anataka kuangusha bill, anaangusha bill because alichukua deni ya Wariae na Wariae amemwambia unajua by 5th nataka ile pesa. Anaona kama Sam amenipea 10,000 na Wariae anataka 5,000, si niko na 5,000 already, nikiangusha hii bill ya Jakes niko na 5,000 ya kulipa Wariae the other side. Unaona? It's not that anaangusha hiyo bill akijua anaangusha bill. Anaangusha bill ndiye apate ile pesa yake. You saw me. That's why in Kenya we don't
Collins, yeah? Our problem is eternal, and lazima Mungu tu aje asaidie sisi, because our problem yetu sio kidogo. It's starting from, it's a trickle, you know, down problem. It's starting from, kwa Kisomali sisi tunasemaga ngamia, you know, the camel have a caravan, you know, a caravan. Ngamia wa kwanza ukimweka line, kila kitu inaingia line. Ngamia wa kwanza akienda haiko kwa line, hakuna kitu itaingia kwa line. What I'm trying to say is, in Dubai here, it's not a democracy and it's not a dictatorship. In Dubai, things are running kama machine. They are running like machine. Why? Because Sheikh huko juu kabisa, the Sheikh alisema sitaki upuzi na mtu yoyote. I don't want to upuzi. Watu wafanya kazi. Watu wafanya kazi. Kila mtu sasa anaogopa because Sheikh mwenyewe ako straight. Sheikh mwenyewe ako straight.
Is it nini Sharia law?
No, it's not Sharia law. What this guy is saying is an Arabic culture. He said, me, I'm an Arab. I have a culture. I want to help my people. I don't want A, B, C, D. I want only A, B, C, D only.
But Warrior, can I ask you, why is it that most Muslim countries they are successful? I think it's with the morals.
Right? You know, Islam, in Islam, there is something called haram. You can't, okay, I was brought up as a Muslim before. In Islam, you don't eat what does not belong to you. Waria inasema ukweli?
Yes, Colin, ni ukweli. That is why when you do a business with a Somali or Muslim people, first thing anakuambia sitaki haramu, because ukileta haramu mtakosana.
Yes.
Kitu ya kwanza, because hataki kukula pesa yako na wewe usikule yake. Kwa Quran kuna kitu inaitwa usidhulumu mtu na wewe usidhulumiwe. So uko hapo katikati, you are in the middle now.
But you know the difference between Muslim and Christians. Muslims, they totally believe in what they do completely, you know. Lakini sasa see Christian, we are very like
no. The problem hata some sio about Christianity or whatever. The problem is being serious with the life. Kama sasa tuseme Abduba Dida alikuja akasema, ulikumbuka Abduba Dida akiwa kwa presidential debate, he was talking like an ordinary Kenyan now. He was talking like a normal person.
Yeah,
but these guys who are in debate with him walikuwa wanapeleka siasa huko, wanapeleka ile ujanja yao huko. Abduba Dida was very straight. He said, if you give me this work, I will do A, B, C, D. And angefanya hivyo.
Lakini warie ni morals ndio tunafaa kwanza nayo, because kama our politicians wangekuwa na morals, like corruption could be, we could not even be talking about that is somebody killing corruption in Kenya.
No, morals, ukisema morals, sasa vile Collins alikuwa anakuambia hapa. Collins is a good guy, maybe he wants to go and change those people in Moroni. But sasa anaingizwa kwa shida. Yeye ndo anaingizwa kwa shida. Akishakuwa MP sasa inambidi alipe hizo madeni, na ibe pesa zingine na aharibu moral yake and so many other things. This thing will have been done from up. The president angesema from today we are doing A, B, C, D. Final. If you don't want that, please kaa kando, wacha tutengeze nchi. Unaona sasa, lakini president mwenyewe anakuja pale anasema 2 billion is lost na yeye ni president. Unafikiria watu wengine watafanya nini?
Do you know why? Do you know why that's happening, Sam? Kenya is operating like a marriage. A marriage where mwanaume ameshikwa na mwanamke ingine nje. Akirudi kwa nyumba amezamisha kichwa. Kesho akipata mwanamke wake, bibi yake na SMS, si ati amempata na SMS ya mwanaume mwingine. Unajua inamshinda seme ama siseme, because akisema tu kidogo anaambiwa ati hata wewe. Si wewe unakumbuka ule Jen nilikupata naye juzi. So it's like yeye ako na evidence. Alipatwa.
Blackmail.
Yes. Yeye ako na evidence, yeye alipatwa. Na yeye amepata SMS, hajapata mtu ajui sura yake.
Sam, angalia hii shida ya Kenya ilianza 1964.
Unaambiwa, anajua hata wewe juzi unajua uliguza nini? You know uko na deni yangu. So kila mtu ako na deni yake.
Okay, Collins, hii problem ya Kenya ilianza around 1965 during the sessional papers. No, Kenyatta alifanya makosa kufukuza huyu mtu anaitwa Odinga. Odinga alimsaidia sana akatolewa pale kwa jail. What he will have done, angeita Odinga wakae chini wapange kitu pole pole. Sasa yeye Odinga alikuwa, he had a very good heart. He wanted to improve Kenya. But Kenyatta alikuwa anataka kukula Kenya. You know, that is where now the problem was.
Yeah.
So Odinga anamwambia please wacha tukae chini tutengeze hii nchi. Kenyatta anamwambia wewe unanisumbua mimi, can you go out? Shida ikaanza hapo. Now we are trying to sort out. Unasikia sasa Uhuru Kenyatta na Raila Odinga now they are sitting down again. They say they are trying to solve that problem in 1963. Uhuru will have solved this problem in 2013 and 2014. 2013, 2014 angekuja aite Raila, mwambie Raila iko shida gani? Nataka serikali itengezwe hivi, ipangwe hivi.
No, lakini haikuwa mambo ya 1963. Ilikuwa vitu zenye zimefanyika from 2007. You see?
No.
That's what they were solving. Lakini mimi najua nyinyi mnaona ati ni kama ati the term of their folks. I know even the mtu anaweza fikiria, but the problem in Kenya ni mambo every time when there's an election, watu wanaanza kupigana, the economy inapoziwa for 2 years. Right?
Okay, now 2013 Saile Uhuru aliingia 2013 angeita Uhuru, angeita Raila, aite Ruto, aite Mudavadi, awambie okay, now sasa mimi ndio president, yes. What do you want us to do in this Kenya right now?
Lakini ni politics. Kama Uhuru angefanya hivyo, they could not have won in 2017. So yetu alikuwa anafanya hivyo for politics. Alitaka to create a barrier with the opposition. Ndio when it comes to the election of 2017, they will just sail through again with Ruto. Even ndio alikuwa anafanya, lakini mimi najua kitu najaribu kusema saizi, it's because now nasema okay, kwa nini hakufanya hivyo 2013 14 anafanya saizi? So unaona ni kama kwa with other sort of ulterior motives, si ndio?
No, not only necessarily on that. What I'm trying to say is, Kenya, we need a discussion. We need a serious discussion. I remember, I don't know if how old you are, Webena Collins, but mimi, during 1980s, kulikuwa na kitu inaitwa Kenya School Equipment Scheme. Have you ever umefikia hiyo maneno? You remember that thing?
Yeah.
Kenya School Equipment Scheme. And then kulikuwa na kitu inaitwa School Inspectorate. Walikuwa nakuja paka shule na wanaangalia mwalimu vile anafanya hiyo kazi. Everything was being, ilikuwa nakuwa monitored. Nasikia hata before that, around 1970s, barabara zilikuwa zinachekiwa, even barabara zinaangaliwa, kama kuna signboards, kama kuna nini, kuna anything, kila kitu ilikuwa inachekiwa. It was like Mauritius or UK.
Yeah.
All of a sudden things started deteriorating. No monitoring and evaluation, nothing. Anybody can do what he wants to do. There's no nationalism. There's nothing. Watu wote wameanza kuchukia hata inchi. Paka unashangaa hii inchi ni ya nani? Kwa nini watu wanatesa inchi hivi? Kwa nini watu wanafanywa hivi? Like now farmers, you are talking about farmers. If you pay these farmers properly, you want to tell me they will not farm?
They will.
Lakini wanalipaje kama aje?
Yani ulipe hao. Unasikia kama KTDA, Kenya Tea Development Authority. Ati kuna mabrokers hapo, farmers wakituma hiyo tea yao, ati kuna brokers pale sijui wanafanya mambo mengine, alafu sasa farmer badala hiyo pesa ifike kwa farmer, haifiki kwa hiyo farmer.
Si imetolewa.
When you talk
okay, imetolewa sahi. I'm talking about improving the life of the farmers. If Kenya will have used this money to improve the roads inside those farms, to increase the capacity for these farmers, to help these farmers. Unasikia kama mahindi, farmers hawajalipo, imagine for 1 year unasikia na wameleta mahindi yao zamani. How can that happen? That is now causing those farmers to become disoriented. Huyo farmer atasema sasa kama mahindi yangu isipate pesa, why should I farm? And Kenya is an agricultural country. We used to be told Kenya survives on agriculture. If you are killing the agriculture, inchi yenyewe ambayo inaweza katoa mahindi kama ile mahali ya Galana huko River Tana, there is a lot of water. Na kuna irrigation scheme, inaweza katoa mchele na inaweza katoa kila kitu. Why don't the government support those kind of projects? Mara moja watu waishi vizuri.
Yeah, I agree with you. Concentrate with the agriculture more. But mimi nakwambia the problem see at Uhuru the president, right? The problem atani all these other like the members of parliament, the ones who make the policies, right? They're the ones even we should blame them more, because kama tax inapanda juu, ni nani wana pass hizo bill? Is it the executive or the member of parliament?
The parliament.
Sini parliament, alafu wanaenda around kudanganya watu, angalieni vile uchumi imeharibika, and they're the ones who actually approved it. So
is it an issue of, so is it an issue of nationalism, or what is it?
The problem, my friend, I'm telling you, and I agree with what Collins was saying before. It's actually like there is no real the systems in Kenya are completely corrupted. Hata kama Ruto ataingia ndani ya kwa president, I guarantee you Ariad, utakuja hapa na utaniambia kuna kitu imebadilika. Do you know why? Because there have to be a complete overhaul in the system for there to be a change. And the system enye inakuwa so corrupt in Kenya, it is the judiciary and the legislature that are the most corrupted people ever. Hata kazi ya president tu ni kuweka signature. Mumesema tupandishe hizi vitu juu. Okay, wacha tu ni sign, because I can't argue with you guys. Sininyi mulipitisha, wacha mimi ni sign. Hiyo ndio kazi ya president. President has got no much power to do anything in Kenya nakwambia ukweli.
Sasa now, Sam, let me give you an example of hapa Dubai. Hapa Dubai,
yeah.
Sheikh ndio ako hapo. Sheikh, the main Sheikh ako hapo. So,
yeah, I know.
Kuna yeye himself, he used to be a police officer na alikuwa amekuwa trained in the UK. So alikuwa amekuwa disciplined properly. By the time he was taken over, he was already a disciplined guy. Akaanza kusema, from today I want this tree to be here na iwekwe maji. Yule mtu hata kosa kuweka hiyo maji inamaanisha huyo mtu afanye kazi. Huyo mtu will be answerable to me directly. Then he went to the school and said, I want a school here. How many teachers you want? 10 teachers. 10 teachers will be here. I want them to work. Every month I will pay you immediately. Hamtakosa pesa yenu. Lakini nataka kazi yangu ifanywe vizuri. Then he moved to the police. He moved to another one. He moved to another one. The whole country has been set. If you see the guy, Arabu mwenyewe, you cannot see him on the streets. This country, hao tunakutana nao kwa barabara ni Wahindi wametolewa India. And hakuna Muhindi anaweza kutema mate mahali haijawekwa mate, haijasemekana uteme mate. Everything has been put. Cameras have been put. Systems have been put. Hakuna mtu
unajua kwa nini? Do you know why? Unajua kwa nini ako powerful? Do you know the reason he's powerful?
Yes.
Because of their laws in their country. Lakini law ya Kenya, the constitution of Kenya does not give, because kama Uhuru haizi funga mtu ati because of corruption. Inafaa kwenda through EACC, DCI wanafaa kufanya the investigation, alafu inaenda kotini. The president ana power, he doesn't have any power in Kenya, to be honest with you. Ndio mi wanawambia hata mjaribu kuchagua nani, even Collins was saying even Jesus Christ, and it's true. If the system in Kenya is the way it is, there is no president can directly.
So the problem you are saying, the problem is the constitution itself. We need to write ya kwamba, mtu akiiba au kesi yake isolviwe within 14 days. Within these 14 days, akipatikana akato shingo mara moja.
Yeah, ni sheria. Tunafaa kubadilisha the constitution kama unataka vitu kama hizo zifanyike. Lakini ile tuko nayo saa hizi imefanya president akwe very weak. Aizi itati mtu aseme, oh, by the way, umeiba tunaenda kukunyonga. My friend, it can't work.
No, but the president can come on the TV aseme ya kwamba 2 billion imekuwa lost because of Mr. A and Mr. B and Mr. C. Those people, I want them in the court next week. I want the judiciary to work on that issue and the police to work on that issue.
Where Uhuru amefanya vitu kama hizo, amesema huyu mtu ameiba. No, like anasema kuna hizi vitu zimefanyika hivi. Lakini sasa watu wakenda kushikwa, mtu kama angalia juzi vile Rigathi alishikwa. Watu walienda wakaanza kuchoma mavitu, wanarusha mawe, wanaanza kupiga nduru. Sasa vitu kama hizo, now when you're being given those things, alafu mna complain. Sasa watu
Sam, let's do this. Sam na Colin, I think wakati wa kusali, wakati yangu umefika. Colin, please do this. Arrange a meeting where we can debate on the problem of how Kenya can change. Instead ya kuongea juu ya Raila, instead ya kuongea juu ya Ruto. Yeah, please.
That's why sometimes when I think that the debate is going right and there is no name calling, I always come in.
Because now Sam anaongea juu ya mambo ingine very serious. Anaongea mambo ingine ngumu sana kutatua, yani, you know.
There are things that if we don't know, and we should know this, there are things that happen in Kenya. We are not having a problem with the law. We are having the problem with, yes, Collins is a thief, but he is our thief.
No, sio hivyo. Sema ongea jua political goodwill.
No, yeah, that's the thing. But the main thing that is happening here is this, huh? Collins akishikwa leo, kuna lawyer amejua Collins ameiba milioni 3, anaenda kutwist the law mpaka hii milioni 3, kuna kamilioni 1 itapotea hapa katikati isolve case yangu, alafu kesho Collins hapo, alafu nikirudi kwa mtaa nashangiliwa na wanamtaa.
No, ngoja Collins. I think you are tackling the problem from kwa shell. We want to go inside. Let's go to the meat itself.
Yeah, Colin, that's what Waria is saying. Waria anasema kweli. Vile ana compare with Dubai vile iko, in Kenya, the president ana power, my friend, because of the constitution. Ya kusema hawa watu wafungwe within 14 days.
Okay, Sam, what we can do is kuna EACC, na kuna DCI, na kuna DPP.
Yeah.
Can we give them, you know, the problem in Kenya is that we are not giving people time. We have to tell DCI we want this case closed within 5 days.
Correct. That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, but imagine you can't. That's the problem.
Why am I saying that, Sam? You know very well that Collins ameiba. And there is every evidence that Collins amerape, okay? Shida inaanza where Waria is my lawyer na ameshajua niko na pesa. Anajua venye wanaweza circumvent. Unajua si ati hawapatikani wako nini guilty, inakuaga hivi. Collins ameiba milioni 5. Waria is the lawyer, Sam is the judge. Waria is going to talk to Sam. Hii case tunataka isikizwe next week. Okay. The next day, Waria is like, Collins is sick, my client is sick, I think we can reschedule. So
No, you cannot do like that. This is supposed to be stopped.
No, case inakuwa prolonged.
Lakini kwa hivyo Waria, Collins ako right, wanashindaga ku adjourn the case mpaka 10 years inaisha. Ndio maana BBI ilikuwa inasema hizo cases zinafaa completed within a year.
Kesi ya Sharon ando bado inasongezwa mpaka leo, ilisongezwa mpaka September. Unaulizwa ni kwa nini wanasongeza mpaka September? Why don't they
give one swali Collins, like the case of Sharon.
Yeah.
Did DCI, did they finish with the investigation within 5 days?
No.
No, they haven't.
They need to say that we have a culprit called Mr. X.
Yes.
Once we have a culprit Mr. X, lawyer hakuna njia nyingine anaweza akasema unaambia huyu mtu ndio aliua huyu mtu. Yes. What can a lawyer say?
The problem,
I think the problem, what we are like now in Turkey, let me give you a simple way of dealing with this thing. Turkey, if the government agency, the police has the power to collect you anytime kama umefanya corruption. Ngoje anti-corruption atakupata wewe huko kwa kotini. Police wanaenda kukushika, wanakupeleka kwanza ndani, alafu anti-corruption anakuja pale sasa.
Waria, I think you can bear me witness, in 1992, 1993, 91, from 91 to 94. We used to see something like the chief alikuwa anakuja, mtu ameiba maharagwe anakujiwa kila asubuhi saa 11. It was there, si ndio?
Yeah. Yes, I remember.
Chief was collecting people from the village. Unajua siku hizi chief is not collecting people because unasikia akona right. Kila mtu akona right. I don't know where these people are getting these rights, but kila siku Collins ameiba
constitution, my friend.
Amepelekwa, and then kitambo Collins alikuwa anashikwa mara hiyo because alionekana.
Yeah. Na atalala ndani mpaka the case.
Na akipelekwa saa zile anapelekwa kwetu ilikuwa hivi, unachapwa mbele ya watu. Mimi I was in class 1. Kuna mzee alikuwa ameiba, alishikwa kwa shamba ya mtu. Akitoa maharagwe. And he was uprooting maharagwe na akavunja mahindi, sijui anaweza kwa gunia. Alibebwa na hiyo maharagwe na gunia, amebeba kwa kichwa, na anachapwa nyuma na anachapwa mbele, alichapwa the whole village, anachapwa akienda vile, na anasema sitawahi iba maharagwe tena. During that time hakuna mtu aliwahi iba maharagwe. Ako na evidence ameweka, unaona. And I think that was in 1991 when Uko died. The same week then Uko died. That time mtu alikuwa anashikwa. Kama ulikuwa unashikwa and wale wa mama wa pombe. Hiyo time walikuwa wanachapa mama wa pombe pia. Ukishikwa na hiyo pombe.
Now, Collins, what do you think is the problem?
The problem is kitu tunaita human rights na lawyers ni wengi.
Na Collins, iko kwa constitution, hiyo kitu unasema the right is protected by the constitution.
The right is protected by the constitution, but it's not as the way it is. Unaona kitu inafanyika hata saa hii. Hata saa hii nikishikwa nimeiba. Okay? Instead of me being taken, lawyer wangu anaenda kuongea na judge. There is always a communication between the lawyer and the judge to delay the case. That's where the problem is. The lawyer is talking to the judge. The judge atasema, unajua nini? Hii case, today we are not finishing the case. We are finishing the case on Tuesday next week.
What is the problem, Banamze? One line statement. It's
people are relax. And everybody thinks that it is just right. We have normalized the abnormals. That's the thing.
So you don't believe in the constitution in Afako, but
the problem is the constitution. The constitution is very good. The problem is somebody is using one part of the constitution to pin the other part.
No, let me understand what Warrior is saying, but the Warrior in Kenya tunafa a dictator president. Let me not lie to you.
We need
a dictator, but the problem is we cannot get a dictator president with the current constitution we have, because so many systems in the country, they're independent from each other. President akifanya hivi mtu ataenda kwa koti aseme president amefanya hii, so he needs to be impeached. You see what I'm saying? So the president in Kenya is a very powerless person. In fact, the governor is more powerful than the president.
Look at what happened in 2014 mwezi wa 8. Do you remember what happened in 2014 mwezi wa 8 in Kenya?
No.
Ndindi Nyoro, Moses Kuria, Kipchumba Murkomen were telling the president to suspend the constitution and run the country with an iron fist.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was the violence that was being meted on the opposition, and that's what they were really celebrating it. What happened when they were now being arrested? Juicy.
The opposite.
Now they start using part of constitution again to.
And they quoted. I always call Murkomen a lawyer who never represents anybody in court, but they started now quoting the president has gone rogue, and they are not even being arrested.
Are you saying we need a revolutionist?
I think you are ready to agree with one thing. The constitution in Kenya, lazima, but I never supported the current constitution that we have. Let me first be straight. I never supported it. When I read it, I knew there was going to be a problem.
You know, why I'm so much, and Collins, why I'm so much agitated with this thing is because Kenya is a very beautiful country.
Yeah.
Kenya has a lot of things. It has very nice people, very nice communities, very nice thing. It has manpower. It has human capital. It has anything that you want. It has money.
Yeah.
Uhuru has watered down the country. Yes, Uhuru was a good president. After a weak president, who is Kibaki? Kibaki was a bit weak.
But Kibaki, one side he was strict with you, and one side he was absent from the whole story.
Yeah.
His people were doing something.
Yeah.
But economy improved, everybody improved, everything improved, and everything was going smooth.
Yeah.
Although that he was sworn at night, I don't know by some guys. But at the end of the day, I think he tried. He tried his best.
You know,
but trust me, Collins, what we are trying to say, Kibaki was the president when the constitution was a little bit stronger than the one that we have currently.
Yes.
The president of Kenya, I won't lie to you right now, he cannot order an arrest and jailing and hanging of a human being. I'm telling you. We have independent
no jailing or no hanging, but the thing is, our judges have just gone down because if the law says,
yeah, that's another problem.
The law always says like this: there is no consequence. Unajua hakuna kitu imeandikwa kwa law that you'll be punished by this.
Yeah.
Imeandikwa will be punishable by law or jailed for a period of not
a certain
not less or not more. Alafu our judges wanna choose the lowest limit. Unaona?
Alafu angalia Collins, what about John Waluke, the one who was convicted? What happened?
And now you see, because there is a bail, unaona? Aliwekewa bail that can be raised.
You know, Kenya, we are a country of jokers. Kusema ukweli, me, kwanza nilihamisha familia yangu, nikahamisha everybody, nikahamisha every person because of nonsense, because I don't like nonsense. I really don't like nonsense. Because one thing, you cannot come and tell me in front of me that me, I'm a president, 2 billion is lost every day. 2 billion is not small money, my friend.
Lakini Warrior, what I'm telling you,
I lost the hope on Uhuru was the day he talked about that nonsense.
Lakini Warrior, haizi fanya kitu. He can't. That's what I'm trying to tell you. How is he? He can't. If he had power, maybe now that's when you can say something else. He can't do anything.
Okay, I'm telling you, we are not serious. Kenya, we are not very serious. And our people are just going to suffer and suffer and suffer. Because today I met one guy. You know why I'm very angry? It's because today I was going for somewhere and then I met one Kenyan cleaner in Dubai. Cleaner.
In Dubai.
So I talked to him. I asked him, I really felt very bad because this guy, when he talked to me, he's telling me, better I just clean this place than going to Kenya.
Yeah.
Because the guy, I told him he has gone to school, he has done so much, he's somebody who can be used for so much work. But the work he's doing now is not the work he's supposed to do. But he has no option. If I told him, can you go to Kenya? He said he doesn't have even ticket.
Oh, man. Really?
So you see now, this is not one. Our maids are also complaining every day of these Arab people, and they're complaining in Saudi Arabia and whatever every day. Okay, on top of that, the people are, I went somewhere today, the same guy, when I saw him, I saw some other people also looking for security job. 500 maybe they wanted only 20 security people. 500 people came.
500 applications.
Some came with taxis,
500 from Africa, Kenya, or from where?
No, from all Africa, from Ghana, from Burundi, from so many other places. I saw 500 African people walking in Dubai one time, It's like a revolution, So, and unashangaa ni kazi gani unaenda kutafuta, kumbe ni kazi ya security. Na kazi ile natakana ni watu 20, wameenda 500 people, one from Nigeria, one from Ghana, one from Kenya, one from Burundi. Unashangaa wote wanaenda kutambia kufanya nini? Wanaenda kutafuta kazi ya security. So it looks like there is a problem. And this problem are not going to fight. There's a clip I saw on Al Jazeera. I will want to share with you people. It's a very important clip I saw on Al Jazeera.
A documentary.
They were asking the president of, I don't know, Equatorial Guinea or whatever. There is a rich country, African country there around around the Cameroon area, around that area. There's oil, you know.
Yeah.
So they were asking the president, why are you successful? That country, why is that country successful? He said, my friend, I am the president of the country. If you see a country with a private school and a private school and a public school, a country with a private hospital and a public hospital, that country is going down. He said, I have a hospital which my people are using, and the rich people are also using the same hospital. There's nothing like private or public.
Yeah.
Everything.
That's a good thing, actually.
Everything is same. If you don't want, you die on your own.
But Raila, do you agree the reason why he's able to do that is because he has a direct influence to the activities of the country?
Maybe he has a direct activity. That is something I think now I start understanding from you. Is that we need to give the president a lot of powers.
Yeah, in Kenya, the president doesn't have power. Let me not lie to you. Even if we put any person to run, we'll still have the same situation in Kenya until we have to change this problem. That's what I keep on telling people, but people, they still don't understand how a president cannot have powers.
Okay. So Collins inaonekana kama ametoka Sam.
Yeah, we'll talk some other time.
Yeah, but we need to put up a setting where we can be able to discuss these things in length instead of kuongea mambo ya Raila na nini and those kind of stuff, you know.
Yeah, we should discuss the root cause of the problem.
Yes, thank you very much, Sam.
All right then. Okay.
Take care.
Okay. Yeah.